Good afternoon, people.
9 mile marker. I left them. I left 17.9 mile marker. To the city for a safety vehicle and safety vehicle. However, I had first testimony with words written on the side of it with a white trailer and a tire that is disabled very weirdly. Authority, please report to your test.
We got an agent. We got an agent. Woo!
I think we've realized that thunder is really just an excuse for Jude and Mike to live out their Top Gun dreams. I mean, that's all this is, folks.
The 2 minutes on my rundown said that was going to be a forecast. They didn't really exactly get to it, so I'm just going to give it to you instead. It's severely sunny out here. The weather's great. It's perfect for an air show. Perfect for a fireworks event. The sun apparently makes you act silly if you're Dalton Godby, Ann Krasuda, or Mike Marshall and Jude Redfield.
Okay, we're sitting beside the real thing, a real pilot in his real lumber jacket, John Dolly, retired Lieutenant Colonel, U.S. Air Force. Oh no, everybody has to be a Top Gun.
I got the jacket here. When I got this jacket a while back, I told my wife, I said, this is my pilot's jacket. She said, you can barely drive a car, you can fly a plane. But for this moment, I'm riding cool just like
There you go. There you
Well,
go.
often imitated, never duplicated. The difference is that one of these jackets, I'll leave it up to you to figure out which, was earned by becoming a particularly qualified mission combat aviator. The other one came from Amazon.
Macy's.
You figure out who's who.
Macy's. All right, but we want to open the door here and let you talk a little bit about the Kentucky Air National Guard. We know we've talked about how you flew the C-130, but really this event and other air shows are like a calling card for our military. Great marketing opportunities and recruitment opportunities.
That's right. So there's about 1,200 people in the Kentucky Air National Guard at the airport. Of those 1,200, about 400 of them somehow are playing a part in delivering this air show. So, you know, for every pilot that you see that enters into the show box and puts on an amazing demonstration, back at the base are those mechanics like we profiled earlier, civil engineers, security forces, a whole host of support personnel that if they do not do their job, we do not have an air show. So what I would encourage people to remember is that while we are down here enjoying this, when we get to see the fireworks at 9:30, 10 o'clock, a lot of those men and women are doing work under the cover of darkness.
Nothing much,
and
my
they'll
friend.
drive home by themselves, and they'll get up tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., come out to the base, and get these planes out of here. So when we see these planes, I think it's important to remember that if you want to serve your country and your community, you have an opportunity right here in your backyard. If you can think of a job that is in the civilian private sector workforce, they've got that in the military and specifically in the Air National Guard. Not everybody's a pilot. Not everybody's an aircraft mechanic. There is any number of ways that you can pursue a passion and do it in a way that's giving back.
You've been humble in sharing your story, too, and saying you were not a straight-A student when you grew up in Harrison County, Indiana, I might add.
No.
But you went on to have this great career as a pilot in the Air Force, and it just goes to show that if you think it might be your calling, tap into that.
Well, that's right. And fortunately, of 200 countries on the planet, I was born in the best, the land of second chances. There's a lot of people watching that remember me as a K-12 student that would have predicted where I might be today. It wouldn't be here. So thank God I had the right people in my life, whether it was parents, teachers, coaches, that allowed me to overcome some of my self-inflicted setbacks. But no, it's been a great ride. There was times that it was very challenging. I mean, serving your country does come with a price, not just paid by me, but by my wife, my children, my mom, my dad. But I wouldn't have changed a thing.
How many deployments were there for you in your military career?
So I want to use that word carefully because you say deployment to somebody in the Army, that's 12 months. We as aviators tended to do them in 2 to 6 month chunks, 7 or 8 of those to like Iraq, Afghanistan, and other operations. Because when we weren't doing those things, we're doing counter-narcotic support in Central and South America. We're doing humanitarian missions in Africa. We're flying operational sorties throughout Asia, Europe. The C-130 allowed us to get around.
Yes, it
See a thing or
did.
two, yeah.
You've been to all continents except Antarctica, right?
It's on the list.
Okay, okay.
We thank you for your service. Thank you so much. And we're going to get more insight because the air show is on the way. It takes off at 3 p.m. Go nowhere. You're watching Thunder on WDRB.
But it's been a long time since I felt this good on my own. 9 years with all my hands
Hoffman Auto Group, we have a huge selection of pre-owned inventory. Hoffman has
Celebrate Cinco de Mayo at El Nopal. Experience our mouth-watering dishes bursting with authentic Mexican flavors. And to top it off, free queso on Cinco de Mayo. That's right, free queso. Dining only, one per table with purchase. But wait, there's more. Introducing El Nopal Mexican-style burgers. Locally crafted with passion and tradition. It's the perfect complement to your Cinco de Mayo celebration. Join us for Cinco de Mayo.
Elevate life in a luxurious home by Louisville's own Elite Homes. Our award-winning 1- and 2-story floor plans are available in prime locations across Louisville, including low-maintenance communities, so you can live the life you've worked so hard to attain. State-of-the-art design center, where an elite team will help you build a stunning sanctuary of comfort. Built with Elite Homes, your trusted partner in luxury home construction for over 48 years.
That's how they get you.
We get ya with our amazing rides and friendly service. You want the most family fun for your dog. And at Holiday World, we get you. We're just not out to get you. Save on tickets at holidayworld.com, where there's always
outside vomiting and walking like zombies possibly on the field.
just at the new Hoffman Auto Group. Hoffman has it.
Welcome back to Thunder on WTRB Live. Look at the great. Thank you to Heiser Hearing Institute, who is providing real-time closed captioning today for those who are hard of hearing.
Joined by retired Brigadier General Rob Gibbons. He's going to be with us for several hours, and we are 17 minutes away from the start of the Air Show. Glad to have you. It is such an honor to have you on our set and join our production today, Rob.
Well, it's always a fun time to come out. You know, this is a really great place to watch the airplanes. It's also a great place to see the fireworks, so I'm happy to be here for both.
Man, we got the front row seat. We have the expensive seats. Turn around, just take it all in for a second. Man, unobstructed view at the 2nd Street Bridge.
Very nice.
But we're going to start with airplanes. Let's get out to Bowman Field, where a lot of the private aircraft are stationed, and they're lining up to get ready for this big air show. Scott Reynolds is out there.
Yep, I'm not waiting 17 minutes, Candace and Sterling. We are going live with the air show right here at Bowman Field. The Smoke Show. They've been doing this for almost 5 years. 9 planes will be involved over the Ohio River when they do this later tonight. They can really blast out a lot of smoke as they use that smoke oil. It's the biggest formation of planes you will see this year at Thunder over Louisville. And these guys are just warming up and making sure that all their gear works correctly. Those are RV planes. Those are all kit planes built at home by these pilots who love what they do. So we got the smoke going here already. We didn't have to wait for the fireworks, Candace and Sterling.
Exciting. I can't wait to see this formation when it takes to the sky.
So cool.
We have to get over to the 2nd Street Bridge and check on Keith Kaiser. The last time we saw him, he had shackled himself to the bridge and
demanding that we have a waterfall of fireworks.
Yeah, we didn't have it last year. And Keith said he's not going away until they bring it back.
Okay, he has not been arrested. I don't see shackles, so Keith, that's a good sign. Hey,
uh-oh, we can't hear you.
We can't
Turn
hear
your
you, buddy.
microphone on. No?
Is there a way to turn it on?
this thing work?
There you go.
All right,
Now we got
we
you.
are back in business
Let's
again.
go.
Here's
Back
these
into
guys.
business.
Let's try it.
I will go back into it. So yeah, I had the shackles. I went down the way there, protested a little bit more. The waterfall, hopefully they bring it back for the 2nd Street Bridge. It is just a spectacle. It's just fantastic to look at. But one thing coming up and very soon is the national anthem and presenting of the colors by the VFW from Middletown. Guys, thank you very much, Gunnar. Thank you for your service. The Navy, the Army, the Air Force, and the Marines represented here, and it's just a fantastic sight when you guys come under the bridge. Thank you very much. But Otis, I want to talk to you a little bit about the rifle here. It's got a little history lesson. Can I hold that?
No, sir.
I can't hold it? What about this, though? I got a signed picture from Mark Weinberg. Keep your eyes to the sky. What do you think?
Now we can do some business.
Now you hold that. I'm going to see if I hold the rifle. Give me a little history lesson right here.
Okay, this is a M1 Grand rifle. It's a World War II and Korean War rifle. It has a clip, eight round clip in it.
Yep.
It's in Korea. When it was in Korea with this rifle, it was during the cold weather. We had to keep this rifle outside, and as we go in to warm up, then because if we took the rifle inside, it would condense moisture on it. And then we'd take it back out and it wouldn't work because it would freeze up. So we had to leave the rifle outside, go inside and warm up, and then go from there.
Figure out the workarounds right there. Thank you for, hold on to this for just a little bit. I think, thank you for this program. And Ron, the American flag here, you guys are going to present that in just a little bit, but I thought I would help out a little bit more. May I hold the American flag? I got a photograph from Jude Redfield right here. I look better in person, it says. Can I hold on? Yeah, can I hold on to the flag?
Certainly.
Oh, that's very good.
Don't drop it.
All right, I won't drop it. There we go. And then, guys, I'm going to rearrange you before the national anthem to make sure that you guys are in the right places, okay? How about you half go over there? Go way over there. Go ahead that way. That's good. And let me rearrange you half. You go over there. That way, right there. Yeah, I got you rearranged real good right there. There we go. I think that's better. God, I'm gonna take them away.
Get that gun back before you shoot your eye out.
Before you accidentally shoot yourself in the foot.
Right. Now look at him. It's noble.
Oh
yeah.
my goodness, those guys are like, get this guy out of here. He's a disruptor. You put a smile on our face, Keith. I love it.
Always fun. We're going to be there right.
I thought you were taking us to break now.
Do I need to separate you two?
We do this all the time. Here's some Thunder trivia. Why is it called Thunder over Louisville? We'll have the answer when we come right back.
I hope you all love Thunder over Louisville 2024. It was the 2nd Street Bridge. Make sure you go to these TV people, TV ad people. If you want to buy your car, you could do that. If it's your first time, I hope you all love Thunder over Louisville. Some of you can't make it to Thunder Louisville. You're going to see about 9:30, something like that. You get to see the fireworks. It's the greatest show, I guess, on earth. So, but you all will love Thunder over in Louisville. So, donate. You get my post office box. You got the Cash App. Some of you people out there I have subscribed to because you didn't have any subscribers. I appreciate that you all do the same thing. If you're over at Thunder in Louisville, hope you have a great day. That gives you an idea what Thunder over Louisville is all about. It's always come in April. That is the start of the Kentucky Derby events. So I want to thank you. Please hit the subscribe bell. hit the thumbs up, share it with your friends. And by you watching it here, but I guess you can download the app, WDRB TV News. You probably can find it live. And let's say have it on your local TV station, which I don't know. I hope you enjoy it. So, by you watching it here, but you can download the app, WDRB TV News. You probably can find it live. And let's say have it on your local TV station.
Donate at honorflightbluegrass.org. Honor Flight Bluegrass is supported by Volunteers of America, Mike's Car Wash, and Domino's Pizza.
The Toyota Spring Forward event is on now at Oxmoor Toyota.
Get up to $6,000 off MSRP or 2.25% financing on in-stock 2024 Tundras.
Spring forward in a new ride from Oxmoor Toyota on Shelbyville Road and oxmoortoyota.com.
Before the break, we asked you, why is it called Thunder over Louisville? Gotta give you the answer now. The intense echoing sounds of the fireworks sound like thunder.
Isn't that the truth?
Oh, yeah.
When you were out here for the fireworks show, you really, the acoustics off the river or something else.
The planes are the roar and the fireworks are the boom.
Yes,
For
yes.
Thunder over Louisville.
Okay, let's get over to Stefan Johnson. He's with us in Southern Indiana at Ashland Park. Kisses to you as well.
Great to see you guys as well. I'm across the street from the park, actually. You can see if John Laniers could pan out, and you can see the sea of people over there waiting for Thunder to start. I'm on, actually, Riverside Drive, and these folks you're about to meet have the best seat in the house, and guess what? They didn't have to leave the house. This is Christy Moe, the homeowner. How many years have you been here?
Well, I inherited the property. So it's been about 9 years, but it's been in our family since 1874.
Wow, and so I bet you're pretty popular this time of year with your friends and family.
Yes, that's true.
And you know the other good thing that I like about Christy's property? Thomas Gleaton, our 6 o'clock producer, and I went and got some food. We made a food run, and we both paid. They've got popcorn, drinks, and other stuff over here, and they're not charging $10 each for it. We'll send it back to you guys.
$10 corn dog, man. They're not kidding. They're playing around out here, I suppose.
Listen, people are making money. I saw that, Thunder is a huge, vital part of the Kentucky Derby Festival. Also a part of our economy.
Yes,
because
it
there
is.
are tons of vendors, and it brings people into town, right? We've heard from somebody from Maine. We've heard from somebody from Wisconsin as well. So it brings the people into the city as the city comes alive.
Huge tourist attraction. I can hear the planes. They're going to get started in just a few minutes, you guys. The countdown is on. Coming up next after this very short break, we're going to bring you the national anthem. We're going to bring you the planes.
Yeah, it's time to lock your eyes on the skies. Thunder is on the way right here on WDRB.
Smaller size, too big,
This might be Sean Astin.
Next singer, all this Wednesday on Fox. It's Animal Control versus the Swan. It will be revenge for this.
Oh, so much. Really nice laser.
All new this Wednesday on Fox. The Clarksville View on WDRB Thunder is presented by Current 812 Luxury Apartments.
At Brownsboro Hardware and Paint, we are the only Trex furniture dealer in Kentucky. Browse a wide selection of Trex outdoor furniture options available in store. And let us handle assembly and delivery free. Brownsboro Hardware and Paint. People you know, products you trust.
LPX Group is made up of Louisville Paving and Construction, Pace Contracting, Bluegrass Testing, and Material Transfer. They all specialize in different aspects of the infrastructure world, but together they try to support each other through sophisticated projects. So whenever there's a specialty or a need, there's collaboration across the board to try and solve problems and provide the best solutions to our customers.
World War II, Korean, and Vietnam War veterans. Honor Flight Bluegrass coordinates all expense-paid trips to Washington, D.C., where veterans visit memorials, share stories, and remember those they served alongside. Together, let's show our heroes how grateful this nation is for their service. Donate at honorflightbluegrass.org. Honor Flight Bluegrass is supported by U of L Health, Kentucky Historical Society, and Architectural Window and Door.
At Brownsboro Hardware and Paint, we have the largest selection of big green eggs and accessories in Kentuckiana. We also assemble, deliver, and haul off your old grill free. Plus, you get our 1-year hassle-free guarantee. Brownsboro Hardware and Paint. People you know, products you trust.
From everyone at Coyle Chevrolet, Buick GMC, and Coyle Nissan, we would like to thank Kentuckiana for over 75 years of continued support. We hope you enjoyed this year's Thunder Over Louisville Air Show. Coyle Automotive in Clarksville, where the flag is flying and Kentuckiana is by.
14. Automatic transfer, most of the bills were learned part of the Hampton Anthem.
WDRB. There's a live look at the 2nd Street Bridge, where in a couple minutes we will have the national anthem to begin our air show. We are finally to the big kickoff to the Kentucky Derby Festival. It is time to go.
Now, Candace, get ready. They're going to fire off those howitzers, and it's going to be loud. They're not going to give us a warning. And I guarantee you one thing, I will jump. But we are just moments away from those airplanes taking to the sky.
Just don't squeal.
Don't squeal. I'll try not to, Rob, but I can't make any promises. Those things are loud.
This is retired Brigadier General Rob Gibbons. He is joining us through the air show today. The F-16s will come, or an F-16 will come screaming down over the Ohio River right after the anthem. You flew that plane.
I did, yes, and it'll be cool to see. They'll come by. They're gonna, we always try and do that type of flyby, and if they do things well, it'll be right at the end of the last note of the national anthem. They'll time it out, and they'll.
How do they do that? How do they time it?
It's skill. It's all skill.
Yeah. A little bit of luck?
No, maybe a little bit of luck. And it's not bad when it's a taped thing, but when it's somebody singing the national anthem, and they go a little long on a note or something along those lines, or a little fast on a note. So there'll actually be, in a lot of flyovers, like Super Bowl flyovers and things like that, there'll be somebody on the ground with a radio talking to the aircraft, and you know how long it takes you, and it depends on where you are, when you got to start turning in, but the gold standard is to that last note, and all of a sudden, over top. So hopefully we'll see that today.
If you're a little late, just hit those afterburners, right?
You got to do what you got to do. That's right. Yeah. So afterburner or late, you can speed up. It's when you're a little bit early and you've got all the throttles and idle, and you're putting out your speed brakes to try and slow down. That's harder.
Yeah, a little bit harder.
So when we see that F-16 come in to start this air show, is it just going to be a quick flyby?
Quick pass?
Yeah, so these guys will come by fast, and first off to show the aircraft, and then they'll probably spin around and come around and do some more. But later today, we're going to see the full F-16 demonstration, which is a completely different animal.
So this is the appetizer to start, huh?
Yeah, just a little bit of appetizer. Wet to whistle a little bit with the F-16. It'll be good.
Let's get to the bridge so we can see the national anthem with the color guard.
JFD-19, we're available.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we
if that doesn't get you excited, I don't know what does.
That's
The
a good
hair on my
sign.
arms standing up. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, now the air show is underway. The F-16 is our first act in the air show, and as you said, we'll get the demo later. So the demo really is trying to show off all the full capability of that aircraft.
That's right. And what you just saw was a 4-ship flyby and 4-ship fingertip formation. Every fighter pilot's got to learn it. You got to do it. That's where you got 4 airplanes, just like the fingertips of your hand, coming in over top. And these guys are from Ohio Air National Guard, which is great. You know, it's a strong partnership between the active duty Air Force, the reserves, and the Guard to form America's air power. And today in Louisville, Kentucky, that is what we're going to bring to you.
And you flew this airplane. We have some video of being in the cockpit. Explain to me what it is like being the pilot in command of this fighter jet.
Well, the cool thing about it is there is a whole theory that says I don't strap into the airplane, I strap the airplane onto me. And so you want to be able to form one unit with the aircraft and do the mission. And so the F-16, it's a tight cockpit. You're really kind of jammed in there. The seat is reclined back a little bit. Everybody thinks it's to help you with the G's, but it's not. It's because they couldn't fit the seat in there any other way. So you're reclined back a bit. It does help a little bit with the G's, but that's not why it's there. But the entire aircraft was designed for the pilot to be able to keep his hands or her hands on the throttle and stick and look outside, because it's one of the basics of flying and fighting is, you know, you want to keep your head outside of the cockpit. You lose sight, you lose the fight. So the F-16 was designed to help them be able to do that.
And we're expecting to see them come back. We're looking at them right now. The Stingers, led by Lieutenant Colonel Drew Hauber, a New Albany native and a UPS captain. How close are these guys flying?
So these guys are flying 3-tip fingertip formation, so they're 3 feet away from each other, and at the closest points of the aircraft. Everybody's following the lead airplane, and then you've got a second wingman and a third wingman that are flying off of him, and then a 4th guy off of the 3rd guy.
So who is calling the shots here? Who's the lead pilot in this formation?
Right, so as you're looking at the screen, the lead pilot is the second guy from the left, and that's normally the most experienced pilot who is able to lead the formation. He's making all the tactical decisions for the formation.
Like, what's he saying right now?
Well, right now he's giving directions, and he's saying, you know, a lot of times, like right now, they don't have to say anything. These guys are so well trained, they know what they're supposed to do. But so what happens is, in tactical direction, he is the quarterback for everyone. He will tell you, you hit that target, you hit that target, you watch this, you watch this. But there's such a contract between everybody in the formation. Wingmen know that you check your flight lead 6 o'clock. So everyone says, oh, be my wingman on something. Well, there's a whole contract that you got to do to be a good wingman. So if we're flying together, I am looking back behind you first to make sure you don't get shot down. And then I'm looking around, and then occasionally I look over my own shoulder in case you're not doing your job. But we're able to communicate that way. There are codes. You don't have a long time to talk on the radio when you're in the air. So you've got prearranged codes, prearranged signals, and they can do a lot of things. What we say is communications out. So the flight lead, when he wanted them to move apart, you see they've separated now. They're going to go back for individual passes. He will walk his rudder, and so that means spread out. And as they spread out, then he will give other signals, hand signals, to push the airplanes in a wider formation, and then he'll end up porpoising the airplane, pushing on for our show box that's coming in.
All right, so we should see him coming back this way pretty soon.
Yep, he's going to be coming in. They're going to be coming in a lot faster this time, trying to make a lot more noise.
Okay.
And as you're looking at the airplane on the screen, here he comes. You're going to hear him here in a second.
Oh, and he's going straight up.
And you can feel that
in your chest.
Yeah, that's right.
I love it.
He's got the afterburner in, giving him the most thrust that he can. The airplane will go straight up. The F-16 has got a greater than 1-to-1 thrust-to-weight ratio. So that means it can actually accelerate going straight up. Not in the configuration these guys are in today, but you'll see it go. And, you know, nothing says, hey, I'm here, more than an afterburning airplane, right?
You're saying, hey, Rob, how you doing, man?
Yeah, no, they're rubbing it in because somebody said, hey, are you flying today? I go, no, I'm sitting behind a desk. So pilots see those airplanes, they see the what looks like bombs on the wings. Those are actually not bombs. Those are fuel tanks.
Oh.
The F-16 has a limited amount of internal fuel, and so they got to put those external fuel tanks on to be able to help with combat range. And if you think about an F-16 and its full afterburner, when those guys go into full afterburner, they're burning 1,000 pounds a minute. So in the fighter world, we measure fuel in pounds. The F-16 carries about 11,000 pounds. So that means at full afterburner, he can only fly for 11 minutes before he's out of gas.
Oh, wow.
So that's another one of the things that the flight lead will do. Everybody's got to be responsible for their own fuel state. They let the flight lead know what's going on, but the flight lead is responsible for everybody. So if somebody runs out of gas, it's actually partially the flight lead's fault for not keeping track of that. So that's why they won't go into afterburner a lot, but they'll use it, and you have to plan that in a combat sortie. I'm going to be over the target for this amount of time, and I will need access to my afterburner for that amount of time. So that's much gas I need to be over top of the target.
All right. We'll take a quick break because the F-16s are heading out, at least for the moment, and we will come back with more of the Thunder Air Show here on WTSC.
I want to thank you all, and it's, joining my channel. And I was going to bring it up on StreamYard, but I couldn't figure out how to share it. Let you know a little bit about me, people. I'm 70 plus years old, on a fixed income between $800 to $900 a month. This is being held in Louisville, Kentucky. Motels usually book into advance. So you can see it from the Louisville, Kentucky side or the Jeffersonville, Indiana side. That's right there at the Kentucky-Indiana border. This is the start of the Kentucky Derby. You will see a lot during this Thunder over Louisville. That's good. Switzerland, that's a long place. No, Kathy, no. Kathy is one of my kitty cats. I'm a kitty cat person. Well, I try to be an ambulance chaser. I'm not like those people in Bakersfield, California, like R.D. on the Scene, Kern County Crime Watchers, and a bunch of them. In that state of California, you can carry a police scanner in your vehicle. But Indiana, they got a few things that you can't do, You got to be a news media person, fireman, ham radio operator. My scanner cost me about $1,000. It's one of them SDS 200. I wouldn't want to lose that. You can look the price up on it. And they make a SDS 100. It's a handheld unit. I would love to have something like that. That way I can carry it in my car. Let's get back to the show. And thank WDRB TV for doing
Boise for Frank. Dark blue, light blue, 2005 Chrysler to a
Side at Upland Brewing on the sunny side, the southern Indiana side of Thunder over Louisville.
We just saw it fly by here. You get such an appreciation for how big the 747 is. It is a takeoff capacity of more than 1 million pounds. I mean, it's huge. It can carry so much.
It's actually Boeing's largest aircraft.
It is the largest one manufactured in the United States, and there's just something iconic about that silhouette.
Right.
So many more large aircraft tend to have a relatively tubular fuselage, but that hump on the front.
I try to be, Charles. I try to be an amateur chaser, only if they're close to me, you know. I'm on a fixed income.
What an amazing
It's hard for this 70-year-old man.
UPS is part of the heartbeat of our city, and with that, I want to go to Monica Harkins and Julie Dolan, who is standing by with one of the integral parts of that heartbeat right now from the UPS team. Hey, guys.
Hey, Gil, you're not a kid, and UPS is the longest running sponsor here at Thunder Over Louisville, 34 years strong. So it is so exciting to see that plane pass so closely today. Yeah. Wow, and you weren't kidding, Lindsay, when you said, I mean, it is just powerful and massive. Huge flying through the air. But of course, the huge sponsor for UPS, they have the UPS flight deck viewing area, as well as the aircraft flying in the show. And joining us to talk all about it is First Officer Bethany Lemelson today. First Officer Lemelson, thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me. This is very exciting.
So tell us a little bit about what it's like flying a massive 747 and what it's like being
Well, I've been feeling too good.
Well, it doesn't feel like it is.
I didn't do my live show last night because I just didn't feel good. I cut my grass a while ago on my riding lawnmower.
You don't feel like it's a million
You know, it kind of.
Yeah, you've been doing it for so long that I'm sure it just feels natural. Easy.
Well, like I say, some days I feel good, other days I don't feel good. Yesterday I just didn't feel good. I've been upset, so I'm asking you YouTubers out there, like the DUI guy, Megan Fox Rider, Umbrella Guy, Expert, MG Law, because they use StreamYard. Any of you all use StreamYard? You know what I'm trying to do. I want to share things like this here. I tried to figure this out. I couldn't figure it out. So I'm kind of asking for y'all's help. I make between $800 to $900 a month. I haven't took my medicine today because I didn't want to fall asleep while this is going on. About 9:30 tonight, they have the fireworks. It's one of the biggest fireworks, I guess, is in the United States. Let's get back to the show.
Thunder on WDRB, sponsored by the Kentucky Lottery.
It's a natural connection between car and driver in a new Mazda from Oxmoor Mazda.
Lease a new 2024 Mazda CX-50 for $349 per month, or buy with 1.9% financing.
Feel the power in a new Mazda.
5875 Robert George.
Well, Cat was up on my dresser. And I guess he was going to knock my tripod over. And thanks to a YouTuber, I wouldn't have this tripod. And, because that person lives close to me. I live in southern Indiana, the county of Clark, where the ex-sheriff, Jamie Noe, got into trouble, which you saw some of the videos. I like to see me reach over 200. I'm about, I guess, 8 people away. No, I like him. What he did for public safety. I went to a website in Kentucky, and I found everything that he's put on the video when he talked to Chris. And it had his name, his address, driver's license number. It had everything. You know, I like Chris because he's an Indiana boy. I even dug up some old videos that I got that shows the court things on for public safety. And, you know, but, you know, my channel is to tell the truth. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm being honest. Yeah, okay, I get back to the ads.
Mazda CX-5 for $359 per month, or buy with 1.9 financing.
Feel the power of connection in a new Mazda from Oxmoor Mazda.
You're watching Thunder on WDRB, sponsored by the Kentucky Lottery.
Back to WDRB's special coverage of Thunder over Louisville 2024. I'm Julie Dolan alongside Monica Harkins. We're excited to be out here on the Belvedere. This is going to be a great air show. Oh, absolutely. We've already seen the UPS plane fly by, and joining us is Laura Holmberg with UPS Communications team. Good afternoon.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Good afternoon.
Yeah, and we've got a lot of philanthropy from UPS. You guys have been a staple in the community for a long time. Tell us how you guys continue to put out effort into this community.
Well, there's a lot of ways that we do that, but we've got over 24,000 employees in Louisville. Last year, donated almost $1 million, just the employees alone, to the Louisville community. Other ways that UPS makes an impact is through our Metro College program, bringing students in to our operations where they're able to go to school tuition free, and that helps bring our community up. It's huge. It's a huge impact that it brings back and helps our community grow.
Awesome. Thanks so much for being here. It was really cool to see the UPS plane fly over. And thank you for all the work you've done and for being a presenting sponsor here of Thunder over Louisville.
Thank you. We're glad to be here.
All right, that does it for us here at the Belvedere. We'll be back with more presenting sponsors, and we're looking forward to bringing you all the sights and sounds of Thunder over Louisville.
There's the 2nd Street Bridge. Okay, the 2nd Street Bridge, if you remember, last month, 18-wheeler was hanging over the bridge. She was one lucky truck driver. But the person that caused her to do that, they got arrested. I don't know if they was drunk, but the 2nd Street Bridge, when I was growing up, it was made for only 2 lanes. Later on, they made it into a 4-lane bridge. So, if it's your first time, maybe next year, you all can make it to Thunder over Louisville.
Hi, Hayden.
The command center. Man, it is getting exciting up here. Just got to tell you, when those F-16s came screaming by up here, it just made your heart race. It made you so excited. Take a look behind the scenes. This is where everyone that works so hard to make Thunder over Louisville happen works all day long. We've got the show producer, the show director, the co-director, our audio director, and out on the balcony, we have some of our pilots, actually, from the F-16 Fighting Falcon demo team. They're just scoping out the skies, getting ready to fly for their demo later this afternoon. We can't wait to keep showing you
about
all
6
of that
hours and 9 minutes until the fireworks start. You all gonna love it.
All right, thank you, Hayden. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
From sunrise,
the Kentucky Derby,
there's always a story to be told. Stories about recent
which is in May.
There are stories about protecting you and your family. There are stories about adventure, mystery, tragedy, weather, even stories about real life heroes. Around here.
See, I was talking about that wreck of the 18-wheeler. So you can download WDRB look up WDRB News app, and it might be on their app, but I hope you all enjoy it. You can donate through my post office box, which is Tom Cartwright 4375, post office box number 1, Charlestown, Indiana. If you know how to use the Cash App, it's the $, Tom Cartwright 4375, the Cash App. I like to get 1,000 subscribers. Then you all can donate through, YouTube, super chats and stuff like that. So I want to thank you all. And I know you all from Switzerland can't get over here. So I'm trying to bring it to you all. Make sure you subscribe to my channel. And you people it's on Switch, is go to YouTube, hit the notification bell. I always tell people, hit the bell again, that way you get all notifications. I love you all. I appreciate you all to subscribe. Since it's commercial time, I'm 70 plus years old. I live on a fixed income between $800 to $900. I had 4 heart attacks. I got high blood pressure. I'm a diabetic. I got arthritis so bad I can't stand up too long. I've lost a whole lot of weight on Ozempic. And you new people, maybe you haven't got any subscribers. I have subscribed to your channel. You can always talk about stuff. So let's get back.
3255 Industrial Parkway. Repeating for engine 43, New Chaplain.
Welcome back to our set on the Belvedere. We have 2 EA-18 Growlers in the sky. These are some awesome planes.
You're getting a good glimpse of U.S. air power right now. So these are EA-18, which is the F-18 platform.
Fireworks countdown. So exactly what it
they
is.
will escort fighters and other strike aircraft into enemy territory, suppress the radars, shoot the radars, and also be on hand to help out in a variety of other ways. So it's an excellent platform to be able to do close electronic escort into a target area.
So these planes would fly in with maybe some F-16s.
I hope YouTube don't get on me, but when I read about the copyright law,
yeah, absolutely, and it's it's a neat thing too about the United States is that
the
we have
EA-18
large military. Obviously, we're very well trained, but these
you
are
know,
Navy
copyright.
aircraft that
This
might be
is
flying to support
newsworthy.
Air Force airplanes,
And some of
with Marine
you
aircraft
can't make
involved
it
as well too,
to
target
Louisville,
the guys
Kentucky,
the Army
or
needs to
Southern
start.
Indiana.
It's going to be loud, right?
And maybe,
They're coming in. Yep.
I don't know if your local TV station has it or not. I'm going to quit talking.
And they're letting us know they're here. And you might ask, hey, is this F-18 louder than an F-16? And you would be correct. And why? Because there are 2 engines per airplane instead of 1. Well, why they need 2, I don't get, but
Did these things land and take off from an aircraft carrier?
They do. So this is, our Navy aircraft are designed to be able to take off and land from an aircraft carrier to allow U.S. power projection from the sea to the shore. And so these airplanes will do that. Therefore, they have the ability to land on, in very short distances with their tail hook. They've got really strong landing gear because, for those of you who've flown on passenger airplanes and the landing was very smooth, that was an Air Force pilot. If the landing was very hard, that was a Navy pilot. Because that's the way they learn to land, right? So they pick a spot on the ground, and landing on the aircraft carrier is not an easy thing to do, obviously. But they have to be able to survive the stress of that. And so that's why these airplanes are normally a little bit bigger. This aircraft is essentially the Navy equivalent of an F-16, but if you put the two airplanes together, the size difference is significant because of the requirements of shipboard operations.
So is there just one pilot in each plane?
There is, there is one pilot. There is another crew member in the aircraft who sits in the back, and that will be the person who will run the jamming equipment, will fire the radar homing missiles to try and help with the systems. And so in the Navy, it's called a naval flight, NFO, a naval flight officer who sits in the back, or a radar intercept officer, depending on the type of airplane. They're called weapon system operators, WISOs, in Air Force aircraft that are two-place.
I'm going to sound like the novice here, but what he just did looked like sort of in, if we're going to take it down to the people's level, if you watch Top Gun and they hit the brakes and you fly right by, right? Like he looked like he hit the brakes and shot that thing straight up. So how would he use that maneuver in real life? Not in Top Gun.
Well, how do I do this and not burst people's bubble? Well, it's not necessarily a combat maneuver, but it's demonstrating the high alpha that the airplane can do, the angle of attack, which is the angle where the nose is pointed and where the airplane's going. So it demonstrates the impressive flight control ability and these airplanes to do things to go from straight and level to going straight up and then bend back over.
When they pull that corner like that, what is the force on the pilot, and what is the pilot doing to control that aircraft?
Well, the pilots are just really studly, so nothing. When the pilot goes into that tight turn, you're pulling G's, right? So at all times of day, we're all at 1 G, which is 1 times the force of gravity. When they're pulling G's and repositioning their airplanes, as you can see, and then flying, they'll pull up to 9 G's in an F-16, about 7.5 in these aircraft. And interestingly, one of the reasons that you can only pull a certain amount of G's is the stuff that you're carrying underneath your airplane. The more stuff you put on there, the less G's you can pull.
Right.
So the pilot will set, he knows he's getting into the turn, he'll put the control input in, and he'll pull on the stick, and your body will just press down into the seat. And you'll have to rely on your G suit, which inflates, and also a breathing technique to help keep the blood up to the top part of your head so you don't lose eyesight.
Now, talk to me about the G-suits. Is it true that the G-suit just gets the blood up to your heart, and then you have to get the blood from your heart to your head, and that's where the breathing exercises come in, so these pilots don't pass out? Because, Billy's sitting at home going, man, if I did that, I might just pass out.
That's probably true.
And you just might.
Right?
Yeah, that's right. And unfortunately, we have a history of pilots breaking out.
Sure.
It's a thing, right? It can happen. So pilots are trained to do that. So yeah, the G-suit keeps the blood up towards the heart. The heart's got to work up. That's why you got to be in good shape. Lifting weights is actually better than running, because you want that good anaerobic strength to be able to close off the blood flow and keep the blood to your head. And everybody that's flown a fighter has gotten into what we call the tinglies, where you start to gray out a little bit.
I've had it happen. It's like a black and white TV turning on.
But that was Friday for you, so that's
it was in the back. It was in the back of an F-16, man.
You'll start to sit there, and your vision will start to go into television, and so they teach you and train you, like when that happens, you want to let off on the pressure and then it'll come back. But the biggest problem is if you pull on the stick too hard too fast, you can go from awake like we are to blacked out. And there's tons of videos you can see people do that in the centrifuge or in the back seat of airplanes. Maybe news people in the back of airplanes, whatever. And then, of course, the joke always is, that you'll see them flopping around and go, yeah, you're doing the funky chicken in the back. And everybody gets it on video. Now, check this out. This is a cool thing that the military started doing to demonstrate our heritage with our, to relive our past. This is an F-4U Corsair. That's the small airplane with the straight wings, and an F-18. So these are two of the Navy's historic aircraft. Navy flies F-18s aboard every carrier today, right? EA-18s and F-18s. And then the F-4U Corsairs from World War II. So it's neat to be able to put these things together to see what it must have looked like for World War II and what it looks like today.
Navy Corsair, one of the most beautiful airplanes in the sky. We'll talk more about it. We have to take a quick break. I don't want to, but we got to hear from our sponsors. We'll be right back.
You're watching Thunder on WDRB, sponsored by the Kentucky Lottery.
This year's Kentucky Derby Festival celebrates Derby 150. It all begins at the opening ceremonies. Thunder over Louisville, Saturday, April 20th, where aviation and speed take to the sky, and aerial formations take center stage before Thunder rolls. Presented by Caesars Southern Indiana, Humana, LG&E, Meyer, and UPS. For VIP experiences and more information, visit thunderoverlouisville.org. Your moment, your memories, your festival.
At Spalding University, I'll receive a private education and earn my college degree without debt. Since I graduated high school with a 3.8 GPA, my tuition is cut in half. 98% of students earn scholarships. You can too at spalding.edu.
Free parking. That's how they get you.
At Holiday World and Splash and Safari, sometimes free. It's a little convincing. Free drink!
Whoa. That's how they get you.
We get ya with our amazing rides and friendly service. You want the most family fun for your dollar. And at Holiday World, we get you. We're just not out to get you. Save on tickets at holidayworld.com, where there's always
Give back to World War II, Korean, and Vietnam War veterans. Honor Flight Bluegrass coordinates all expense-paid trips to Washington, D.C., where veterans visit memorials, share stories, and remember those they served alongside. Together, let's show our heroes how grateful this nation is for their service. Donate at honorflightbluegrass.org. Honor Flight Bluegrass is supported by Volunteers of America, Mike's Car Wash, and Domino's Pizza.
Each year, Honor Flight Bluegrass flies local veterans to visit their war memorials in Washington, D.C. Being retired from the United States Army and a longtime supporter of Honor Flight, I know the importance of honoring those who have served to protect our freedom. That's why the Carl Truman Law Office is sponsoring veterans this year, including Vietnam War veteran Jerry Sarver, United States Marine Corps, 1961 to 1966. Join me in supporting Honor Flight and our honored veterans.
At Spalding University, my books are free. With dual credit, I came to Spalding as a junior, so I can start my career in 2 years. The Career Design Center gave me the direction I needed to follow my dream. You can too at spalding.edu.
You're watching Thunder on WDRB, sponsored by the Kentucky Lottery.
Welcome back. A quick thank you to the Heiser Hearing Institute for providing our real-time closed captioning this afternoon. You are watching History in the Air right now. This is the Navy Legacy flight. You have the F-4U Corsair flanked by the EA-18 Growlers. The Corsair, nicknamed by the Japanese as Whistling Death because of the high-pitched sound it would make. This is from the World War II, Korean War era. And of course, flanked by the EA-18s.
So in the 1950s, the Corsairs were responsible for about 80% of the Marine and Navy ground strike operations. At the end of World War II, Japanese pilots, frankly, were afraid when they saw those planes coming.
Yeah. So, sometimes metrics actually do matter in warfare, and I believe the Corsair had a rate of losing one of its own for every 11 enemy aircraft that were shot down. Right now, you want to credit the pilot and cockpit for a lot of that, but if you have an 11-to-1 ratio, you have to give some amount of credit to the technology. And as we're watching the Legacy flight, 50 years from now, that EA-18 will be the old plane. Right, and it'll be something new and cool. But the idea that these aircraft are flying in formation is that blend of past and present pointing towards the future, because while the technology has changed, the professionalism of the aviators is what has been constant for decades.
Talking about the technology, Sean, because Rob mentioned just the technology with the flight suits, how they've evolved over time. So take me back to like when the Corsair was in action. What were those pilots wearing at the time?
They were probably dressed like bankers. They were wearing, slacks with sport coats, basically, and a bus driver cap. But nowadays, the integration between the man and the machine starts and ends at the flight suit. So when we would strap into the aircraft, we're connecting communication cables, oxygen hoses, night vision goggles are being dialed into the aircraft instruments. And where the plane stops and the pilot starts is a little bit fuzzier than when these guys, because when these guys were flying Corsairs, everything was analog. You had to visually acquire the adversary. You had to manually maneuver the aircraft. Now, the engineers that design these planes make it so that we can do a lot of what is called BVR, so beyond visual range engagement.
Let's talk, we talked about the Corsair. Let's switch gears now and get to the plane flanking on the outside, the EA-18G Growler. For those who were looking about the alphabet soup, EA, this is electronic warfare. This is scrambling signals on the ground to blind and deafen the enemy. Speaking of deafen, you don't fight thunder.
That's right, baby.
So we, again, this was to blind and deafen the enemy so you can go in, get your job done, and get out without getting hit.
So the aircraft, the 18, it looks like the same silhouette as the F-18, made famous recently with the Top Gun 2.0 that came out. The EA-18 is electronic attack. So rather than relying exclusively on a kinetic strike where you're putting munition onto a ground target, this thing can manipulate the electromagnetic spectrum.
Hello.
Wow.
If that doesn't get your heart moving,
that was awesome.
It's funny because I saw it coming behind your head, and that's where we see a plane that's moving faster than sound. It had already passed us by the time.
And the crowd is cheering.
Ripping through the air. Love it, love it, love it. Hey, let's check in with Julie Dolan and Monica Harkins. Hey, guys.
Hey, we're absolutely enjoying this air show. Coming right over.
Make sure you people hit the subscribe bell. I appreciate you. So hit the subscribe bell, thumbs up. You can donate if you want to, but that's okay. If you like me, you're on a fixed income, but I'm not a full-time YouTuber.
For me, for sure.
I don't have 1,000 subscribers, so I don't get nothing from YouTube. I'm in my 70s, on fixed income, between $800 to $900. I don't make anything from YouTube. I figured this will help you all
that is one of the things that I'm most proud of, to be a part of the
to learn about Thunder over Louisville. I know some of you love jets. You like fireworks. The fireworks will be about 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. And you, like I say, you all gonna be surprised. I want to thank WDRB TV for broadcasting this, but I can't figure out how to use StreamYard where I could share it. So I don't know anything about computers, copy paste, sharing things like that on StreamYard. I got the paid version. When it comes to computers and cell phone people, I don't know nothing. Oh, you are from Louisville. Okay.
Where we're going.
Oh, yeah. Okay, the Legacy's flight is headed out.
I'm on the Indiana side, on the Clark County side.
Another trivia question for you. So when was the largest crowd
I'm in Clark County.
For Thunder over Louisville? Look at your answers there. Ponder it. and come up with your answer?
I say C, people. C for Charlie. There's a 2nd Street Bridge, and if you people don't know it, is a 2nd Street Bridge is where 18 Growler went off. Make sure you all hit the subscribe bell. You know, if you can help me out, I got the Cash App. If you all know how to do the Cash App, it's the $, Tom Cartwright 4375 on the Cash App. The post office box is Tom Cartwright 4375, Post Office Box 1, Charlestown, Indiana 47111. You know, I love cats. You know, I got about 20 plus outside cats. And more to come, you know. And you live out in the country, people, you gotta have cats. Because of the mice you got. I got too many. I got about 10 cats in the house. You know, I love cats. If it wasn't for my cats, I'd probably be dead because they keep me company. They know when I feel bad.
But our work, the desire to be the best kind.
I'll let you watch the commercial.
Focused on doing the job right. That's something we can all share. We're 40 years strong and prepared to excel over the next 40. Behind all the certificates, awards, and successful projects.
Like I say, people, I like to get 1,000 subscribers by the time Thunder Over Louisville is over. But share this with your friends. You know, some of my video to me is junk. But people say, at least I'm trying. So I want to thank you all. Make sure you hit the subscribe bell, thumbs up. You can donate. But I don't have 1,000 subscribers. So if it tells you anything, because I know some of you on YouTube like to send super chats. But that's okay. I understand. So, you know, that's a little bit about me. 4 heart attacks, high blood pressure, diabetes, arthritis. You know, I'm sorry I didn't come live last night. It was Cat Foot Friday, but I just didn't feel good. I have good days and bad days. You know, when you have 4 heart attacks, strokes, high blood pressure, diabetes, you got good days and you got bad days. So, I live in Clark County. I live out in the country. I own my own house that I got through the USDA on my budget. So, you all see the computer I like, but on my cell phone, I'm using Prison Live. So,
wrapping up its run, the Growler in the air there. It was flanking both sides of Corsair. You're on the southern Indiana side of our sprawling broadcast
13
today.
years.
24 cameras, 2
That's
stages,
a
2
long
sets,
time,
about
my
a half dozen
friend.
field crews and 500,000 of our closest
That's
friends
a long
dotting both
time.
sides of Waterfront Park. Thanks for being here, friends.
And we should also say our...
I used to live in Charlestown, Indiana, which is kind of southeast of me. I lived there about 65 years. I'm adopted.
And so for you, okay, what was the largest crowd recorded for Thunder?
400,000.
I told you. I might be old, but I remember that.
What year it was? I'm going to try and find out that
So,
answer for you.
But I'm adopted, people. My mom was too young. I would consider her what they call a black market baby. She wasn't old enough legally to sign the papers, but think I had two people that couldn't have kids. So, they're up in heaven. My dad was a mason of Lodge 226 in Charlestown. My mom was an Eastern Star. She was the grand organist of Eastern Star. She was 101 when she passed away. But I want to thank you all. I know you all get tired of hearing my voice, but I wish I could figure out how to use StreamYard to share stuff. I'm not computer smart or anything like that. I was going to do a video, show you what I was doing, but I just didn't feel good last night. So let's get back to the show.
Where it's been a little heavy. That's 65 northbound as you're coming in near St. Catherine Street. And then over on 64 westbound, we've had a car that's been broken down over near Melwood, and that's been causing a little bit of a backup out near the tunnels at Grinstead Drive.
I have to laugh.
Yes?
How many times have people asked us, are you guys going up with them today?
They say, what are you all flying? And we're saying, what do you want us to fly?
Gilbert, Lindsay, we are staying grounded. We're not heading up. We'd like to,
yeah,
but we're just taking it all in from right here at the Belvedere. And the planes are going to be back here any second. We just gave you your quick weather and traffic update. Now let's get back to the real show.
The real show, baby.
Thank you so much, guys. Maybe you can make a paper airplane, and that'll suffice, because I don't think anybody's going.
Well, she was in the Eastern Star. She might knew my mother. Her name was Margaret Cartwright from Charlestown, Indiana. She, like I say, my mom was the grand organist for Eastern Star. And my dad, like I say, he was Mason. I believe it was Lodge 226. I think that's Charlestown. I guess he was a secretary and treasurer. He could have, probably, I call him the president, but that's not the right term. But he wanted to stay where he was at. Take the new guys and put them under his wing and teach them stuff. But
you flew this thing for many, many years.
I did. And what we're going to see today, before the 3 ships of C-130s come through as a formation, is they're going to do what's called a halo, high altitude, low opening jump. Members of the 123rd Special Tactics Squadron are going to be parachuting out. They're going to free fall for several thousand feet, then deploy their parachutes and land into the water. So if people are wondering, the reason you do a high altitude, low opening insertion is it allows the aircraft to stay above the weapon engagement zone of, enemy forces on the ground. And these guys can, under the cover of darkness, infiltrate into a denied or hostile area and then regroup on the ground and go do their mission. The Army has Delta, the Navy has SEALs, the Air Force has special tacticians. Half of them are combat controllers, the other half are pararescuemen. These are elite warriors capable to operate in the jungle, the Arctic, the desert. Very skilled. Not only can they parachute, they can scuba dive, they can operate a range of vehicles. These are not the type of men you trifle with, let's put it that way.
Right. And so we're getting some of the specs on the C-130. And now when they jump, is it always out of a C-130?
No, these guys are capable to jump from any number of platforms. Usually they are fixed wing, meaning airplanes. They can also parachute out of certain helicopters. They sometimes do low level. If they want to get just in and out close to the ground, they can jump with a static line. So when they leave the aircraft, it punches them out. But usually the C-130 is their entry vehicle of choice.
Okay, we want to go over to Joel Skipper because as I understand it, Joel is just standing by with some F-16 pilots who just flew above us here in Thunder.
Yes,
these four guys kicked off the show less than an hour ago. You definitely heard them as they went soaring over the Ohio River. Real quick, I want to run down the line. Your name, where you're from, and your title.
Captain Todd Kopic. I'm from Maumee, Ohio. Captain Joshua Utter from Toledo, Ohio.
Drew Hopper from New Albany.
Major Travis Dancer from Toledo, Ohio.
Goose, Maverick, Iceman, Hollywood. Okay, so you guys really kicked off the show. I gotta ask, what is that like? You guys are going 2,300 miles per hour?
We're probably going about 700 miles per hour.
700 is for show, okay.
That's, at times, but it's an excitement, it's a rush. We're happy to do it. Happy to be here.
It's someone who's from New Albany. What is it like flying in your hometown show? Goosebumps, huh?
That's pretty cool. Yeah. I've always grew up watching the planes, so that's kind of why I got into it. To be able to put the show on for everybody else, it's pretty cool. It's pretty special.
Well, congratulations, you guys. Thanks for serving. And now they're going to go and enjoy the festivities. What a fantastic way to kick off Thunder 2024. We'll send it back to Gil and Lindsay.
All right, Joel, thank you very much. The C-130 is in the airbox and at the desk with us, former C-130 pilot, retired Lieutenant Colonel from the Air National Guard, Sean Dolly. And Sean, earlier you let us know that this year in Thunder that the C-130 will be doing something it never has before.
That's right. And as much as I have teased that, so help me, if my source, Josh Ketterer, does not deliver, there will be heck to pay. I have written a pretty big check. I expect him to cash it.
Well, we know it's going to be great no matter what. So tell us about your years in flying it. What makes something flying this size different than flying like an F-16? Compare the two for us.
When you're actually in the air, because you're not close to the ground, speed and size is a very relative term. You don't necessarily feel that you're going fast. You don't feel that the plane behind you is big, because sitting in the cockpit, you're looking out.
Here's the jump.
And,
there's the halo jump.
There they go. So these gentlemen, they jump out of the back of the C-130. They free fall. They quickly reach what is called terminal velocity. So they accelerate to about 120, 130 miles per hour. And when they determine it's the right altitude, they deploy their chute. And having just one time, skydove myself, there is no doubt when that parachute opens up and you come not to a screeching halt, but you slow down real fast.
So when I was reading up on these high altitude, low opening dives, I found out that they jump from about 12,000 feet and basically free fall to about 2,500 feet.
Yeah.
That's terrifying to a civilian here.
Understandable. They can also go up, we've done them as high as 25,000 feet. And so you're talking about sometimes free falling for 3, 4, 5 minutes.
Wow.
Now, in the air show today, they're not going to those altitudes, but you can imagine jumping out of something and hurtling towards Earth for several minutes, but sometimes it feels like it goes by pretty quick.
And we're seeing the boats with the smoke on the water. Is that is that like a target? Like, hey, this is where we're trying to get to? Or?
Yes, it is both marking the objective area, and it is giving them a visual real-time indication of what is called the mean effective wind. Because when you're coming down on a parachute, you want to know which way the wind is coming from, and based on how far over that smoke is laid, it gives you a rough indication of the speed. And that way you can make sure that on that last 300, 400 feet, you're lined up exactly where you want to be.
We don't want you to miss any of the action, but we got to pay the bills for a little bit. So we are going to go picture in picture on WDRB. Thunder over Louisville.
At Liquor Barn, we celebrate the sounds of every Kentucky season. And springtime starts with a bang. Fireworks light up the river, the flame of hot air balloons, the bell of the starting gates, the cheers of victory, the thunder of thoroughbreds that leaves you breathless.
Hey, I can hear it too. Did you know we have delivery?
Okay, once again, you're seeing members of the 123rd Special Tactics Squadron. Sean Dolly side by side with us. Sean, these guys just don't jump out of the air for no reason. When they get on the ground, they do amazing things as well. Half of this crew, they're like parachuting EMTs. So they get on the ground and they are, you know, responding to trauma. Sure. And then the other half, they're setting up makeshift airfields and all other kind of tactical things.
Right. So in addition to being world-class athletes and exceptionally aggressive and intellectual people, they're skilled as trauma, battlefield, like EMT level care. And then the other half can do, like you said, air traffic control duties. They can set up a landing zone. And unlike the parachute that I had equipped with me when I was flying an ejection seat aircraft, the rectangular high-performance chutes allow them to steer and drive across the ground with a lot more maneuverability. So these guys are able to jump out in a certain piece of space above the ground and then drive that thing almost like a vehicle to exactly a pinpoint target, you know, where they want to go. And to your point, when they jump out of the plane, their day is just beginning. That's how they're getting to work. Yeah. Then they got to go get it done.
And not to mention, you said a lot of the times this is in the cloak of darkness when they do it.
Yeah, if they are doing this sort of an infiltration profile, they're probably going into the Badlands, and they want to do it covertly.
And you can hear an applause here from the crowd here on the southern Indiana waterfront. I'd imagine the same thing going on over on the Kentucky side as we see the first soldier hit the water there. Hey, and we want to again say this is the hometown crew. This is a Special Tactics Squadron that is part of the Louisville-based Kentucky Air National Guard, the Airlift Wing. And you talked about some of these guys are EMTs, right? And that this is the start of their day. That day, because this is the only special operations unit in the Air National Guard, that day looks so different, right? That day can be in Iraq, that day can be in Afghanistan. But after Hurricane Katrina, members of this squadron operated a helicopter landing zone on a highway overpass in New Orleans that helped evacuate 12,000 people.
Yeah, when I was a young captain, I think it was 2005, I worked hand in glove with Chief Master Sergeant John Rosa and Chief Master Sergeant Patrick Malone, who were on site working out of Belle Chase in New Orleans, and they were exfiltrating, I think, thousands of trapped, stranded citizens. Yeah. So they not only can bring violence to the enemy, they can turn around and use those skills to do great good for our citizens. So they're just such an accomplished group of people. We're truly blessed to have them.
When you were a C-130 pilot, how common was it for you to have to do a drop like this where you had to, you know, they were going to have to jump out of your airplane?
Yeah, so we were in a blended operations group. So at one point, I was the squadron commander of the aircraft, and there was a special tactics squadron. So we interoperated with them a lot. I lost count of how many times these braver men than me jumped out of the back of my plane.
Wow. And so now they're in the water and they're just kind of waiting to be picked up at this point. Is that the signal I'm seeing?
That's it. And so they have on the ground one of their drop zone control officers to say, okay, it's clear. You guys are cleared to infiltrate. And then they've got, like you see here, these folks got to scoop them up. These guys don't want to have to swim all the way to the shore. So now that they hit the deck, somebody would come along and scoop them out and let them get back to enjoying the rest of Thunder.
So obviously these parachutists have to be special trained before they're allowed to do these halo jumps. Kind of some of the hazards of this, hypoxia. You're free falling for so long at very high altitude where, in layman terms, the air is thin out there. It's easy to pass out.
No, that's right. That's right. So down here, close to sea level, about 20% of what we breathe is oxygen. The rest is nitrogen. As you go up in elevation and get above 10, 13,000 feet, you would begin to starve your brain of oxygen. You wouldn't necessarily know it. It's very insidious. So we go to the altitude chamber every 5 years. Really? They put us into a confined box and start to slowly suck the oxygen out and watch us get goofy. And they record us, and we look like idiots. Round peg, square hole.
Okay, let's move on to the C-130s because we've got a flank of 4 moving into the airbox, and this is just a versatile machine. It can carry cargo. It can carry troops. She is a little slower than the F-16, but she is mighty, and she serves a real purpose in our U.S. military.
This was your home away from home for 20 years.
I spent a lot of my formative years in this aircraft. But like I mentioned earlier in the show, I flew the H model, which was produced in the 90s. These men and women are flying the newest variant, the C-130J model, which still to this day rolls off the assembly line down in Georgia. They're going to be doing a slow speed pass. They've got the ramp and door in the back open, and this warship is coming in. It looks like the type of formation geometry they're in may or may not have rhyme or reason, but as tactical formation aviators, wherever we are in the sky is set by lead. Lead will tell the wingmen where to be, and we've got established brevity codes so that we're not up there just making it up as we go along.
So is the lead always in the middle? Is it always on one of the sides?
It's up front.
Out front.
Lead is out front. Lead is always out front.
How common is it to fly in like a fleet like this several at a time, or is it usually a single flight with one of you?
We start with the necessity of the mission and reverse engineer from there. Sometimes a single ship is the way to go, but sometimes, like we planned a 60 ship to invade Iraq in 2003.
Wow.
And here they come. Show center, 4th ship from the Kentucky Air National Guard.
Oh, and you can just appreciate the size.
Right overhead, right above us, at Upland Brewing on the southern Indiana side of the waterfront. It's almost competition. Do I watch the monitor in front of me? Do I watch my eyes of what's going on behind me? And let's talk now about, we've talked about the different roles that the C-130 plays. Let's talk about the humanitarian effort, because how many times have we seen those iconic pictures of aid drops into war-torn nations? I'm thinking about Gaza. I'm thinking about Ukraine. That's coming from a C-130 as well.
That's right. So this unit, the Kentucky Air National Guard, during the crises in Bosnia and Kosovo in the 90s, were airdropping essential food and other supplies to pin down Bosniaks. There was no air bridge. There was no other logistical way to get subsistence to them. So these 130s were doing like 15, 20 ship formations day after day after day to make sure that people were getting the things they needed. On the flip side, we've taken these planes down to Ecuador for earthquake response. We've done hurricane support. There's always some way to get this workhorse into those bright spots.
As I said, you can really appreciate the size. I mean, how much are we talking to fill up that tank of gas?
About 65,000 pounds of taxpayer fuel goes into these things. So it's we measure everything in pounds. You always want to know the gross weight of the aircraft. So jet fuel weighs about 6.5 pounds a gallon, so about 10,000 gallons of fuel to top off the tanks on one of these planes.
But they've got a long range of, what, 2,800 miles?
Yes, and these versions are not in-flight refueling capable. We have larger external tanks that can get us from A to B. Some C-130 variants can park up inside behind a KC-135 or KC-10 refueler and take fuel mid-flight and extend that range.
Strato tanker, is that what
There you go.
All right, so like the flying gas station. It's really interesting because when you said that the C-130 holds about 65,000 pounds, I immediately thought that the Strato tanker, like, that holds 200,000.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a lot of gas. That'll fill your car for its entire lifetime and then some.
We get a demonstration, by the way, from the 135 a little later on in the show.
They're coming up, and they're going to do what's called a pre-contact pass. There'll be a plane behind them as if they're refueling.
Okay. All right, so I'm told that one of the C-130s is en route back into the airbox right now, and you've been teasing something major. I'm told it's on the way too, so if it doesn't happen, it's going to make a liar out of both of us, Sean.
I'll tell you what, so I just had a nice meal here in Upland. I don't have enough room to eat crow right now. I'm already full, so I really hope that they come through for us.
Looks like, is that the Blackhawk?
Yeah, that's the MH-53.
MH-53. Okay, so here's still the C-130, but we see the MH-53 approaching as well.
What a massive machine.
Tell us how this one is used.
So this is a U.S. Navy version. The Air Force has an MH-53 itself, but in the Navy they could use this for resupply of provisions on ships. Lots of times the ships are out there operating far away from ports for long periods of time. This MH-53 can help both people and equipment get in and off of the ships, and they can also use it as a combat search and rescue platform. When somebody is down and needs to be rescued, the environment is still hostile. This is a great platform to get guys in.
It's called the Sea Dragon. It's the Navy's heavy hauler. The crew here is from Norfolk, Virginia. This is the largest helicopter in the entire U.S. military. And get this, guys, it is ready to deploy anywhere in the world within 72 hours.
Look at this.
Ain't that beautiful, people? Look at it.
Of a machine, of an aircraft that size.
Yeah. And, you know, you talk about the size, and we can list off the specifications, but for people that are watching, consider this. You're at a high school basketball game. This helicopter would go from one baseline across the entire length of the court to the other, and the rotors would be hanging into the 10th row on both sides of the gym. It is massive.
Well, look at it. You can see
It
them.
can produce a downwash equivalent to hurricane force winds.
Right.
This thing could pick up 25,000 pounds of cargo with a special hook and cable, too.
Yeah, and they can also pick up a 200-pound pilot. When I was going through survival school, we were in the water, and this thing set down over top of me and lowered a hoist, and then I had to hook myself up, and they pulled me out of the water, and it turned every bead of water into a needle. The amount of thrust to keep this thing aloft is measured in tens of thousands of pounds. When that's coming down on top of you, you realize those scenes in the movies when people are getting rescued and, like, talking, nope, no way.
That's something else, right? This fuel tank, by the way, holds 3,200 gallons of jet fuel. This can stay airborne for 8 hours, which is remarkable.
Oh, it really is, yeah.
So I was interested in learning about how these aircraft were developed, and as the story goes, the Navy had requested a version of the CH-53E for the airborne mine counterattack measures.
Yeah. So, you know, when the military-industrial complex really ramped up in World War II, so many patriotic companies were producing all kinds of aircraft. And then once the military received it, they figured out what to do with it. Well, by the 1950s and 60s, the military said, you know what, let's first define what we want some list of duty specifications. We want a helicopter that can do X, Y, Z, A, B, C, and this is what came out. Very versatile, very rugged, very durable.
Sean, as I see him kind of like hovering over the water, is it harder to fly hovering over the water like that, or does it make a difference?
So, it doesn't. Aerodynamically, that helicopter doesn't know if it's above terra firma or H2O, but I will tell you, having flown a helicopter a few times with an adult in the seat next to me, it is extremely hard just to hover an aircraft like that. You know, flying it forward wasn't too terribly difficult as a card-carrying pilot, but when he handed me the controls and said, okay, keep us still, that lasted about 1 potato, 2 potato, and then he had to take over.
So is it in your hands? Is the steering wheel, for lack of a better term, literally, are you gripping and trying to hold it
Here's
steady?
the analogy I would use. Imagine you make a paper airplane. If you fold it right and toss it, the thing wants to fly. Airplanes want to fly. Helicopters do not want to fly. They fight you the whole time. And so these guys are exceptionally skilled. The men and women who do this, very gifted aviators.
All right, the MH-53 in the air. We're going to press pause and come back with more Thunder on WDRB.
You're watching Thunder on WDRB, sponsored by El Nepal.
Now there's more to love at Derby City Gaming and Hotel. More sipping and savoring at Oliver's Chop House and Bourbon Bar. Book your hotel and dining reservations today at derbycitygaming.com.
Your projects just became easier with Team Boone, offering heavy equipment needs for any task with over 300 machines available to buy or rent today. Featuring our own product line like our Tiger Claws and Boone Hammers. Full service and parts department offering repairs and parts for all brands. Ask about our competitive in-house financing option. Low pricing for daily, weekly, and monthly rentals. Let Team Boone show you like our machines do. We simply get the job done. Call today or find us at teamboone.net.
Your Your time is important, so when air conditioning issues happen, you need help now, not next week. For the fastest response time in town, call Bryant.com. We'll fix your AC and get you back to what's important in life. Fast. Plumbing and electrical issues? Call Bryant.com. Easy to schedule, same-day installs, no overtime. With the fastest response time in town, we'll be there when you need us most. For all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electric needs, call Bryant.com.
Pan pizza is Domino's best kept secret. It's handmade with fresh, never frozen dough, has 2 layers of cheese, toppings to the edge, and a crust that's golden and crispy. Well, consider the secret out. Carry out any one-topping medium pan pizza for $7.99 at Domino's.
It's more rewarding than ever to join the Derby City Gaming and Hotel Players Club. Sign up and win up to $2,500 in free play. Plus, get 100 more guaranteed. Visit derbycitygaming.com for details.
Thunder on WDRB. We just saw the Navy's MH-53 helicopter doing a demonstration where it was spraying water everywhere. And
that thing was bad to the bone.
Yeah, it was.
That's a neat capability. You know, the Navy has got to use helicopters for all kinds of things like Sean was talking about. And one of the biggest things they do with it is anti-submarine warfare, believe it or not. Helicopters go out, dip a little sonar buoy down and listen, find subs, and can actually drop weapons to take them out.
I did not know that.
And, you know, you got to land on the back of those ships, you know, the destroyers and frigates that are capable of landing helicopters, so they've got their own little air power going on out there.
Now, this next act is from the Kentucky Air National Guard. This helicopter can carry up to 11 fully equipped soldiers. So what are we going to see from this?
Right, so this is, you know, the standard U.S. military helicopter platform. It's the UH-60 Blackhawk platform. And you're going to see these guys come in. I think they're going to do a little bit of a demonstration and actually broadcast for us maybe a little bit. But they're guys from the 123rd Special Tactics Squadron that Sean had talked about. But these gentlemen are commandos, right?
So you're saying this is really unique for a National Guard? This is very unique for a
National Guard unit to have. And they do incredible work. They're going to pick up down pilots. They're going to do reconnaissance behind enemy lines, call in airstrikes behind enemy lines. But the other thing that these guys do, and they did marvelously, is they did rescue in eastern Kentucky in the floods in August of 22. We saw that. Yeah, it was an amazing bit of work and cooperation between the air guys and the Army, and the Air National Guard and the Army National Guard, and the platforms.
We see them going into the water.
And, you know, anybody that's jumping into the Ohio River in April is brave right off the bat just because the water's fast and you know it's just freezing down there.
So these guys, they can go out of this helicopter and they sometimes will operate over to a boat, but they also have the ability to then get back in the helicopter from the water?
Oh, yeah, they can actually do that. You know, they can lower a hoist to bring them back up to get in, but in this case, they're going to go to the boat. But these guys are in such great shape. They are such professionals. They could swim to the bank and it would be okay. I mean, they'll swim for miles, run for miles, and they are your stereotypical commandos.
And like you said, the water is really moving in the Ohio River. I mean, the current is dangerous at this point. The water level is so high, but these guys train for that too.
Yeah, that's right. They, you know, they're trained to operate in all environments.
They are going to go
the ladder, they're going to go back up, which is great. Wow, and they were so close to the water there. But look at the downdraft, like, you know, Sean was talking about earlier too. Underneath one of these things in the water, you're getting sprayed like crazy. We would do water survival off the coast of South Carolina, and it was just, you know, you've got your eyes down, you're just looking down, and hopefully the jumper that comes in to get you is going to be able to connect you up because you're not wearing anything over your eyes.
You mentioned the rescue operations and the work they did in our state in Kentucky. Talk about some of the other places that this group has been deployed to and some of the things they've done.
So they've all done downrange time in the Middle East. So stuff that they've done, and when our Air Guard went into Africa to help with Ebola crisis, you know, several years ago, they would have gone in and helped set things up and make sure that the area was secure and so forth, and help deliver things throughout the region.
These are people who have a day job.
They do have day jobs.
This is not their full-time job for the most part.
For the most part, yeah. So they these guys are very specialized, so they have very heavy training requirements, and so they spend a little more time in uniform than traditional guardsmen necessarily, but yes, they do have day jobs. Or this is their day job and they have other jobs. How about that?
Right, yeah, maybe that's how it works.
And actually, maybe this is more their night job, because they normally prefer to work at night. It's always better to sneak in under the cover of darkness.
And this is the Blackhawk helicopter that we've known from the movie Blackhawk Down.
Yes, exactly. Let's hope one of them doesn't get shot down here.
Sure. But I mean, a lot of people are familiar with that.
It's
the Blackhawk in that movie.
So if you take a look, the Vietnam War is characterized by the UH-1 Huey. Everybody's seen a Huey, you know what it looks like.
Sound.
My wars in Iraq and Afghanistan are characterized by the Blackhawk. The Blackhawk transported our troops everywhere. There are Air Force versions, Army versions, and in the Kentucky National Guard, we fly Blackhawk helicopters, and I was fortunate enough to go with them on some of those helicopter relief missions out in eastern Kentucky in 22. And, they're delivering food and water and baby supplies and of course dog treats too, to people who are isolated because you couldn't get to them based off the water.
Now, so talk about how tough this helicopter is. You mentioned the Huey, but this is an improved version of the Huey to where this thing is pretty doggone tough if it's taking enemy fire.
It's got a lot of self-defensive stuff on it, so it has the ability to detect missile launches. So there are different versions of it, but detect missile launches, put out self-protection flares, put out chaff. It's maneuverable, it's fast. It's still a helicopter, so you don't want to hit it with, if you get hit by ground fire, it's going to be, a bad day for it if you hit it with the rotors or anything. But for the most part, it's pretty survivable. But our enemies are very adaptive. So we had in Afghanistan, we always had to be very careful about helicopter landing areas, so that the enemy hadn't planted IEDs, improvised explosive devices in that landing area to blow up and take the helicopter with it when they came in.
So now, correct me if I'm wrong here, the Blackhawk, from what I remember, was used to drop off special operations when we went after Osama bin Laden.
Well, a version of the Blackhawk that was, it's a specialized commando version. If you've seen the movie Zero Dark 30, it shows it in there, that was designed to be able to be more stealthy.
Right.
But there were Blackhawks in support of the operation, for sure.
Gotcha.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this thing has a fuel system that's crash resistant, self-sealing?
Yeah,
that's
so
interesting.
If you go back to the Corsair we saw earlier, right? So the American design philosophy on aircraft, either fixed wing or rotor wing, has always been for survivability. From the aircrew primarily, but then the system itself. So self-sealing fuel tanks, if you get a puncture in a fuel tank, it has some stuff in it that will allow it to seal, so you're not losing all your fuel, and you're not creating a fire hazard, or you're not running out of gas as much. And so even from World War II on, and that was the difference between Japanese aircraft and American aircraft, is the Japanese didn't have self-sealing fuel tanks. And it was a tactical thing that had a strategic impact, because they lost way more airplanes than we did with the same amount of damage.
All right, it looks like they are headed out, so we are going to take a quick break here. Thunder on WDRB. We'll be right back with the next act in the air show.
You're watching Thunder on WDRB, sponsored by El Nepal.
Welcome, my people. Make sure you hit the subscribe bell, thumbs up, share it, tell your friends about it since they can't make it to Thunder over Louisville. I'm going to try to stay on until the fireworks is over. It gives you an idea what Thunder over Louisville is. Since we got a guy here from Louisville, Kentucky. And I know he misses his home, especially this time of year. But I believe motels is a year in advance. So if you plan to come to Thunder over Louisville, you might want to start booking your hotel rooms for next year. But you're going to love the fireworks. And they're going to have those drones. If you go on the app or Thunder over Louisville, you see they had drones that look like American flag. I believe that takes a whole lot of people. So, hit the subscribe bell, thumbs up. I like to get over 200. I'm up to 193 subscribers. I like to get 1,000 before the night's out. I know that's impossible. But I used to go there to Thunder over Louisville when they first started it. It's way, way bigger than what it was when they first started. You know, they didn't have that many outhouses or portable outhouses. And, you know, when you have to go, you have to wait in line. Now they got plenty, but I ain't been for a few years. But to tell you a secret about Thunder over Louisville, you wait until everybody leaves, then you leave.
Special coverage of Thunder over Louisville 2024. We're glad you're with us today. I'm Julie Dolan alongside Monica Harkins. We are the hosts of WDRB Plus Live at 10. You'll want to catch us
That's
every
on the
weekday at
Kentucky
10 a.m.
side,
Let's
people.
get back to Thunder. The drone show powered by LG&E is a newer part of Thunder over Louisville, and it's really something that we look forward to every year. Oh, yeah, it takes a lot of work behind the scenes.
There's
Joining
the
us now
2nd
is
Street
LG&E's
Bridge,
Vice
in
President
case
of
you all
Communications,
don't know.
Chris Rayland. Thanks so
Wait
much for
till
doing that.
9:30
Thank you so much.
tonight.
Tell us a little bit about this drone show. What can people
And
expect?
you
Well,
see
it's a
the
great transition. We're
beautiful
watching the wonderful
fireworks.
planes
If you
right
like
now, and you know there's always
fireworks,
that long delay before we get
you
to the
won't
fireworks.
believe
We have
it.
400 drones that start at 9 o'clock.
400 drones, I thought it was 50. Well, they proved me wrong. I admit I was wrong.
Formations and just really light up the sky. We cannot wait for that.
So-
LG&E has been a sponsor, a presenting sponsor of Thunder over Louisville for 18 years going. Tell us why it's so important to give back.
It is. It's for us. It's all about the economic development it brings to this city. I mean, you think of all the people that are eating in our restaurants and are in our hotels, and then it's for our community alone. If you've got a Pegasus fan, you get in done free and take care of all this event as well as the other 70 events. So it's a fabulous time to be in Louisville and this state at this time.
It really is. All right, Chris, we appreciate you being here, and everybody look for those drones. Thanks so much for being with us, and we'll be back with Thunder on WDRB right after this.
I was uptight, wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my.
You're watching Thunder on WDRB, sponsored by El Nepal.
Make sure you go visit these people if you got one where you all live. So thank you for joining my channel today. It's a special treat for some of you people that don't know about Thunder over Louisville. That's the start of the Kentucky Derby, which is in May. They will have a steamboat race, and it's fun to watch. I might bring it live, you know, you just have to wait and see. I don't know. I'm asking you people out there that use StreamYard. I'm 70 plus years old, fixed income. I got the paid version. I'm having problems trying to share stuff. I like to share this on StreamYard, but I don't know. I guess I'm going to have to use my cell phone to do a video, show you what I'm doing. I like to stream, you know, like court TV cases like that. Because that seems like that's what you all want to do. I done a video on the ex-sheriff of Clark County, Indiana, which Jeffersonville is part of Clark County, Indiana. I live in the northern part of Clark County, close to Scott County, Indiana.
We're really excited about this opportunity for our students and us partnering with the Kentucky Derby Museum at Churchill Downs to offer this experiential learning opportunity for our students. Well, they'll meet here at the Derby Museum, and then they get to go and learn about the backside operations, the front side operations, and get a 360 view of how a racetrack runs.
Now tell us more about the equine industry program itself.
Well, we've been around since 1987. We're the only AACSB accredited college of business in the country to hold an equine major. So we really focus on the business side of the industry so that we can prepare.
So people, if you want to donate, you got the Cash App or know how to do the Cash App. It's the $, Tom Cartwright, 4375. That's the Cash App.
Service, trusted products, focused on perfection, exclusive professional auto detailing and window tinting, Louisville's best automotive boutique. Go where the dealerships go. Go exclusive.
Celebrate Cinco de Mayo at El Nopal. Experience our mouth-watering dishes bursting with authentic Mexican flavors. And to top it off,
I'm using Prison Live Studio on my cell phone to let you know you could download that to your cell
Thunder on
phone.
WDRB, sponsored by El Nopal.
Welcome back to the Kentucky side of the Ohio River. This is WDRB's coverage of Thunder over Louisville 2024. We welcome you. I'm Sterling Riggs.
I'm Candace Clint. This is retired Brigadier General Rob Gibbons, who is with us as our expert. We are about to see a refueling demo, so tell us how this works, Rob.
Sure. What we're going to see is the thing that sets the United States air power, so Air Force, Navy, Marine, and Army air power, apart from the rest of the world, is the ability to power project by air refueling. What we're seeing right now is the C-17 Globemaster. C-17 Globemaster is a strategic level transport that can take off from the United States, land, anywhere in Europe, the Middle East. It can carry vehicles, troops, paratroopers, the whole 9 yards. It gives us the ability to go from the continental United States and employ force anywhere. It's a great aircraft. It's very maneuverable, very survivable transport.
So we can go anywhere, anytime, and this is one of the planes to take us there.
It's a tenet of American Air Power Global Reach. Yes, this is one of those things. So they can outfit the inside of this as a flying hospital. They can do it for the web seats for, stick a lot of troops on board, or they can put the VIP pallets in the back to have really nice airline seats if they need to as well.
This thing can carry 170,000 pounds. That is one monster of an airplane.
It's, the United Kingdom flies them as well, too, sort of a couple of other countries, but to have this type of transport capability, it's one thing to have the fighters to go do the job, but it's another thing to have the air transport capability to supply the job and keep it supplied, which is what this thing can do.
And where are these based out of?
So we've got C-17s in Charleston. That's our big East Coast base. We have some in Ramstein, Germany as well, too, and then in various other parts of the globe. But basing them is also somewhat almost not important because these things are on the move so much that you'll be in a squadron with guys for a year.
I want to thank you, Fireman 17. Thank you for joining. Make sure you hit the subscribe bell. I miss going down there, but I'm 70 plus years old, but I like to bring it to your people. Some of you probably never heard Thunder over Louisville.
This thing can actually get on the ground.
This thing can
So
work
this
off of
helps you all
semi-austere
out.
fields. They've done tests with it landing on dry lake beds and that kind of thing. But it prefers to operate off of a fixed runway. The C-130 we saw earlier, that thing can land that thing can land at Bowman Field, actually.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Right? That's a whole other story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but this thing would prefer to off, fixed operating bases because that way you've got all the supply systems necessary to unload it. And so think about all the things that go into air transport. It's not just the airplane and the cargo capacity, but you have to have the equipment at the place where you're landing to unload and get the stuff out and supplies faster. So this is a great example of our strategic air mobility.
What?
But I'm 70 plus years old, people. On a fixed income, $800 to $900 a month, own my own house, but you have to watch the other videos. I don't want to interrupt this show.
Who is a major part of this show. This is Mandy Creed. She's the show director. Mandy, tell us a short bit about what you do here today.
Well, right now we're coordinating the KC-135 and C-17 coming through. We're getting ready to do a demo, so we're trying to let the public know what's going on.
And what's your favorite part of directing this show year after year?
The craziness.
I
I'm seeing that craziness firsthand today, guys. It has been absolutely amazing and mind-blowing to see all of the work that's been going on up here in the command center. Take a look at this. This is the command center data central board. It tells us which plane is in the show box, the C-17 Globemaster, what plane is coming up next, and of course it's where that Thundernator later on tonight will go ahead and turn the key to kick off the big fireworks show. We're going to have a lot more from up here in the command center throughout the rest of the night, giving you a behind-the-scenes look at all the action, but I'll send it back to you guys down outside on the Belvedere.
All right, I'll tell you what's coming up next. KC-135, this is the flying gas station, and it is kind of off. We're on the Belvedere over here close to the 2nd Street Bridge, and we can see it off in the distance. There it is.
Yeah, so what's going on here is a really
That must
neat
be
dance
this
that
one
happens
right there.
every day for U.S. military aircraft. You've got the KC-135, which is a 707 platform. It's over Indiana right now. It's over New Albany.
A little bit farther away.
Yeah, and the C-17 is going to track that thing down, and they're going to use angles to cut off so they can rejoin. And so this happens day and night over, our deployed locations and training and on trips. Fueling aircraft, the airplanes that need the gas, are going to rejoin off the airplanes that have the gas to get them.
And what are we seeing off the back of this airplane? Is that the boom?
That is the cannon. That is the that's the boom that comes off the back of the aircraft. What'll happen is the C-17 will drive up, and if they were going to actually pass gas, this airplane would fly up, rejoin, and get stuck by that boom and take the fuel.
While they're
There's the old
we're
Colgate clock
not leaving the air
in
show. We'll keep it in a
Jeffersonville.
box so you can see it, and then we'll come back with commentary in just a moment.
A spark turns into a dream, and your dreams fuel a love that will last a lifetime. Turn your passion into a career with experienced guidance, a thorough study of equine business, as well as opportunities to get your hands dirty and put your mind to work.
I hope you all enjoyed Thunder over Louisville. Some of you probably never heard Thunder over Louisville, but I've been mentioning it the last couple of days on my YouTube channel. And I want to thank you all for coming up here watching. God bless you all. Have a great weekend, what's left of it. And ladies, it's not your fault that you're getting abused. Let's get back to the air
airplanes that are
show.
rejoining off each other, which is no small feat. And, the first myth that everybody's got to realize is everybody thinks that this is done with instruments or the pilots are flying off instruments right now. Not at all. These guys are doing all this visually. So the guys in the C-17 are visually looking at that KC-135 and driving that airplane into a position where the boom operator laying down in the back of that KC-135 will be able to maneuver that boom into the refueling receptacle.
How much gas can that KC-135 carry?
It's over 100,000 pounds of fuel that it can pass, and it's not gas that's like separate. It's gas that it uses too, so the crew has to continually make adjustments about where they're going, how far they got to go to their base, and how much gas they can pass. All this
Lord,
is done and planned.
did you all
at
hear
the
that?
Operations Center, so you know how many tankers you need for whatever type of operation you're doing.
And you were talking earlier about, we see these formations, but this is why you learn to fly in formation, because this is the practical part of it, not an air show demo. This has to happen.
That's right. So the C-17 is that pilot is sitting there looking out the front of his windscreen, looking at that KC-135 and visually figuring out where he needs to be and how. And the neat thing about this, I can't say enough, there's a lot of rivalry amongst pilots, right? So we all know fighter pilots are the top of the food chain.
That's what they say, Rob.
That's what we say, yeah.
Right.
But you cannot say enough about the professionalism of transport crews, but also the tanker crews. And there have been a couple of times in my combat career where tanker crews have literally saved my life or saved me from having to jump out, because they provide the most valuable resource that you need in any type of air combat situation, which is fuel. And so if you are coming in, it's nighttime, you've stayed in the target area too long or had to use too much gas to defend yourself, you need one of these things, and they will do great work to help you find them.
I'm hoping you all enjoyed this live stream of Thunder over Louisville. Some of it maybe be your first time, second, third, but once you watch this, you want to come next year to Thunder over Louisville. That's okay. I appreciate it.
So you know which one to go to. You've got those in coordinates. You know which one you're closest to. So if all things work as they're supposed to, you know you fly to the track, you're able to find the tanker and rejoin. But sometimes you've just miscalculated, or the situation has taken too much fuel, and those tankers will fly out of those tracks, and you'll do an individual one-on-one rejoin.
So they'll come to you.
They will.
If you're in distress.
That's right. In an F-16, I've got a radar, and I can lock up that airplane, and I can fly my own intercept. It's it's relatively doable. In an A-10, you have no radar. And one night in the first Gulf War, I was very low on gas. We were helping guys on the ground. We waited to the last possible minute, and we were able to do great work on the ground. But we're coming out, and the weather's bad, and we're forced with the decision to either try and rest on air refueling or try and maybe make it to a base. And the base wasn't going to be an option, so the refuelers found us. They came below the weather at night and found the A-10s because they've got better intercept capability than we did.
Wow.
That's incredible.
That was incredible.
Yeah. Well, they're heading out. We're going to take a quick break while we have the opportunity to do so, and we will be right back with more of Thunder on WDRB. And we want to thank Kaiser Hearing, providing our real-time closed captioning today for the members of our audience who are deaf or hard of hearing.
Darling, you got to let me know. Should I stay or should I go? If you say that you are mine, I'll be until the end of time.
You're watching Thunder on WDRB, sponsored by El Naval.
How do you get your news? Is WDRB the soundtrack to your morning routine? Or you can scroll on the go with the WDRB News app.
I want to thank you, Moonlight. God bless you. God bless you, Moonlight. So I hope you enjoy this live stream of Thunder over in Louisville. If you like the air show, wait till about 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, you see fireworks. So, hope you all have a good time. So, I want to thank Moonlight. Thank you for subscribing. Thank all you people who has subscribed. It's a long ways from 1,000 subscribers, because I don't make nothing from YouTube until I get 1,000 subscribers. This is going to be about a 6-hour, 7-hour live stream. So, my Cash App. I love kitty cats. You can send me stuffed kitty cats or anything kitty cat likes. I know people get stuff in the mail like what the hells and stuff. I'm a diabetic, 4 heart attacks, diabetes, arthritis, 70 plus years old, on a fixed income between $800 and $900 a month. So any help, you can help me out by the Cash App, or you can look back and see my post office box. So I want to thank you all for coming up here. Tell your friends about it. They might like the air shows. They might watch like fireworks. If you all never seen Thunder over Louisville, you're going to be surprised about the fireworks at 9:30.
Thunder on WDRB.
God bless you all. Thank you for watching.
Yes, you are. This is Thunder on WDRB. In the air right now is the WDRB drone. We want to remind all of our viewers that we are
we're allowed to be up in the air because we have the FAA permission. But the Air Boss is kindly asking for all other drones to remain out of the sky here in downtown Louisville today. Huge thank you. Yeah, it's a no-fly zone. Huge thank you to Upland Brewery here in Southern Indiana for hosting us. We've got this awesome view on the banks of the Ohio with the view of the city behind us. It is so great. There's our drone.
Okay, Moonlight,
So
I
cool.
just
But yes,
subscribed
a
to
big
your
thank you to Upland
channel.
Brewery.
Lindsay Allen,
Thank you.
Corsi, and Sean Dolly joining you
You know,
from
don't
the
ever give up
Brewery and
on
the Southern Indiana side of the
streaming
Ohio
on
River for this
YouTube. You know, you can come up with anything.
Louisville. Look at the crowd that is
Oh.
beginning to swell.
So I want to
both
thank
sides
you.
Of the river here
Thank
now,
you all
and
very
this
much.
Thunder is also a celebration.
If you
and a
subscribe
thank
to
you
me,
and a salute to
I
our
will
heroes,
subscribe
our
to your
veterans.
channel.
So you see a QR code at the bottom right-hand side of your screen. That is for Honor Flight Bluegrass. It helps send veterans to Washington, D.C. every year, a couple of times every year, to see the memorials dedicated to their service. It is completely free.
Look at the
to
people
veterans
there.
who go on this trip. There's a lot of World War II veterans we're losing them. You know, time is taking this living history from us.
That looks like on the Louisville, Kentucky side.
Veterans get to go on these trips and see the memorials dedicated in their service.
You can tell the water's
to their
up a
service.
little bit.
It is powerful. And Lindsay, I know that you have been on one of those missions.
I have. I was fortunate enough to go, and I think it's really cathartic, too, for a lot of the veterans. We want to get over to the 2nd Street Bridge where we find our Keith Kaiser. Keith, how's the view up there? Kentucky waterfall at its finest.
All kind of shenanigans always with Keith Kaiser.
Oh, my goodness, yes. The wind started whipping through here. I said, I got to put that Kentucky waterfall back on and let it whip through my hair right here. Yeah, the 2nd Street Bridge is home to the howitzers. You can see these right here. They said they came with like 180 shells. I counted them off. There were 6 they used in practice. 1 for the national anthem. Math is hard. Yeah, a lot will be used during Thunder over Louisville, especially during the finale. The finale will be 100 plus of these things going off. It was a crazy boom. And we got a perfect view of the air show when the planes start to fly over the top here. And I saw the Blackhawk whipping up the water over here on the river. It was fantastic. So great view. Their guys are taking a break a little bit right now. They'll be back soon. And then I have the Kentucky waterfall on because I am anticipating. I have been campaigning, bringing back the waterfall, the thunder, fireworks going over the edge of 2nd Street. I'm hoping that happens. I've been trying to get everybody involved in my chant. Bring back the waterfall, or we won't go, y'all. Yeah. Oh, I found some folks here that will chant with me. Yeah. Okay. Bring back the waterfall, or we won't go. Y'all. Bring back the waterfall, we won't go. You gotta put the y'all in there because that rhymes. But I want to check and say, I want to see if these guys are a lot of Zambelli folks are going back and forth, making sure everything's ready to go. I want to check and make sure the fireworks are secure. Give me a ride. All right, give me a ride. Here we go. I'll see you guys later. I gotta go.
Oh, Keith Kaiser.
He feels my pain with that wig on. The wind is something up here. There he goes in all his glory. The wind is something up here. So there is a little bit of a wind and a nip in the air. So
but his choir, that chant needs it needs a little bit more rehearsal. Yes. Y'all. Stefan Johnson staking things out down the road from us here in Southern Indiana at Ashland Park. Hey, Stefan.
Guys, doing well over here in Ashland Park. I don't know if you can tell behind me, this crowd is starting to swell. The later it gets, the air show was amazing. That was just kind of a taste of thunder. I'm going to walk back here and grab some of my new friends I met recently. This guy, every time I walk past, he says my name. How you doing, buddy? What's your name?
Caden.
What do you think about the Thunder Show so far?
Pretty good.
What's your favorite part?
The Jets.
The Jets?
Yeah.
Were they loud?
Yeah. Sure.
All right. What time did you guys get out here, Mom and Dad?
About 8:30 this morning.
Was it worth it?
Oh yes, definitely worth it. We've been coming probably for the last 15, 20 years.
15 or 20 years?
Same spot.
What do you think about the air show so far?
Oh, it's awesome.
Are you guys going to stay for the fireworks?
Absolutely. We'll be here till the crowd rolls out.
Till the crowd rolls out. All right. Thanks a lot. What about you folks? What'd you think about it?
We love it. Can't get enough of it.
Where'd you come from?
We moved up here from Florida last year.
Now, you didn't move up here just for thunder, did you?
No, for the beauty of it.
For the beauty of Kentuckyana. Well, welcome to Kentuckyana. We're glad you're here. Folks, there's a lot going on over here. If you're still coming, people are parking on Riverside Drive and then walking in here. It's about a mile or so. It's not that bad, but it feels really great. We'll go ahead and send it back to you guys.
Stefan, thank you. So we've met somebody from Maine, Wisconsin, now Florida. I bet somewhere in this sea of people there's representation from all 50 states.
I bet you're right. I mean, this is an air show that's world-renowned. I mean, it's really something.
One of the largest in North America, they say, and it presses its way into the fireworks. We are now under 5 hours from boom time for Thunder over Louisville.
Okay, we're going to take a short break while the air show's taking a short break. Let's get to our trivia question. Has Thunder ever been canceled?
I say no, people. Thank you, Furman. You know, I want to do something different on my YouTube channel. Because, you know, like I say, I'm 70 plus years old. You know, I'm bored. You know, when you get old. You know, I want to bring stuff to your people. This is always in April of every year to start out.
Take center stage before Thunder rolls. Presented by Caesars Southern Indiana, Humana, LG&E, Meyer, and UPS. For VIP experiences and more information, visit thunderoverlouisville.org. Your moment, your memories, your festival.
Now there's more to love at Derby.
So I'm glad you all people enjoying Thunder over Louisville and the air shows. I appreciate you all that has subscribed. And the fireworks will be, I think, about $66,000 for a Jeep Gladiator. Oh, I can never afford it.
$1 off MSRP on the 2023 Jeep Compass Latitude Lux.
I would love to have a Jeep Gladiator blue with the standard transmission, but I got too many payments and I live on a budget. So God bless you all. If you want to make a donation, that's okay. The Cash App, if you all know the Cash App, is the $, Tom Cartwright, 4375. And if you want to send it to my post office box, it's Tom Cartwright, 4375 at Post Office Box number 1, Charlestown, Indiana, 47111. You can donate whatever you want, or send me stuff for my cats. You know, I love cats. Who don't love cats? So God bless you all. Thanks for watching. Thank you who all subscribe. I can't do it without you. People, don't give up on the YouTube channel. Keep trying different things. Car wrecks, house fires, or people getting beat up, or when you can your food, or growing the garden, you know, all kinds of things.
Hey guys, welcome back. Thanks so much for sticking with us here for Thunder on WDRB.
Well, that's the Kentucky side.
We're coming at you from the Belvedere today. We're so excited to be out here. Let's get you to that trivia answer. That question was, has Thunder ever been canceled? The answer is only once in 2020, and that was because of COVID. Thunder over Louisville.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Because of weather. How about that?
I didn't.
Rain or shine, we're all
I
here
never
having a good
thought
time.
of that.
Of course, we got to bring in one of our next sponsors.
Did you all think of it? I sure
Official
did.
healthcare provider for Thunder over Louisville. And Dr. Jeff Baker joins us now. Dr. Baker, thanks for being with us. Tell us a little bit about the partnership. You've got a lot of people on the ground out here today.
Yeah, that's right. This is our second year being involved with KDF and Thunder. We absolutely love it being out here with the community. We have a pretty good team put together. I have 2 ER docs, including myself. I have 9 ER and ICU nurses, so very skilled nurses if they're needed, and over 20 medical students manning tents basically from the Witherspoon Garage all the way down to the pedestrian bridge there. So, and we're stacked in 5 first aid tents, and we're really set up for the minor things, you know, the cuts and bruises, if you need a little hand, something that might ruin your day, but if we can patch you back up and keep you out here having a good time, that's our goal.
Still hang out.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Keeps people from having to go to the ER. You've got everyone you need right here.
Absolutely.
And this is called event medicine, but this is a really great way for students. You mentioned the medical students.
Right.
They're getting to learn in real time right here.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely amazing. So we have 20 medical students out here at various stages in their career and their learning. And anytime we can take them out of the classroom and put them to the bedside, it's a great thing. And today the bedside is out here at the waterfront, which is very cool. So
in the beautiful sunshine.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah.
Great day to be working.
Absolutely.
All right, well, we'll let you get back to work, Dr.
Fantastic.
Baker. Thank you for your time and thank you for your commitment to Thunder over Louisville.
All right,
It's
thank
fantastic.
You. All right, thank you guys.
All right, we want to get it back to Gil and Lindsay. What a fantastic day out here, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Julie, Monica, thank you guys so much.
It is awesome.
So we are waiting on the next act in the air show. I believe it is Matt Youngkin.
Some of the civilian acts, yes.
So, I mean, he's synonymous with Thunder. There's a day show, there's a night show. We're about to get to see the day act. But Scott Reynolds is standing by with the people who are we're moving into the more acrobatic part of the air show. And those planes tend to take off from Bowman Field. Scott, who do you have lined up for us?
I got Nick Coleman with me, Gil. And Nick, talk about this plane you're going to be flying today. What does it do and what kind of plane is it?
It's a highly modified 1939 Taylorcraft. It's old, but most of the parts are new on it. But it's bones. It's an old airplane. And so I do a lot of basic aerobatics and loops, rolls, spins, but then we'll do more advanced stuff. I'll do some stalls, do some snap rolls, and then do my favorite maneuver, go up and do tumble the airplane. And that's definitely something it never did back in 1939.
You lose control there for a while, right?
Just for a few seconds there, you're along for the ride.
Until it comes back out of that
comes back
spin.
around, horizon comes back.
When you're up there, I've always wondered this. As a pilot and you're going down the Ohio and there's hundreds of thousands of people, but you're thinking about your maneuvers. Do you see that crowd and think a little bit about who you're performing for, or are you laser focused and you can't see the audience?
When I first come in, I'm laser focused on getting lined up in the box right, but then when I start going, now I can start watching the crowd. And Thunder's great because most air shows, you have a crowd on one side. Thunder, you got the Indiana side, you got the Kentucky side, so there's folks on both sides. So that's kind of neat, knowing each direction there's somebody.
How many years have you done this show?
This is number 9.
Wow. And is it something you just don't want to miss?
I don't want to miss it, no. It's good. It's a tradition now for our family.
And what I love is you said you've got a place out there kind of not too far from Taylorsville where you can actually land the plane on your land.
Yeah, it's the runway's about 30 feet away from my house. I share the runway. It's a subdivision, but the runway's right there. So it's nice. I don't have to drive to the airport. I just have to walk out to the hangar.
All right. Well, we'll be looking forward to you coming down the box on the Ohio River.
All right. Rick, to be there in just a few minutes. It's going to be a good day.
He's had it warmed up already, so she's raring to go. Guys, that's the latest from here at Bowman Field. We'll be back with more, including some special planes, one from Romania. Much ahead here from Bowman Field.
Very cool, Scott Reynolds. Thanks so much. One of the reasons I love Thunder, it can be like a family reunion. So Sean Dolly knows Nick Coleman because he was your former commander.
So when I was the commander, he was the second in command.
Okay.
He was my director of operations. Wow. And I could not have been more blessed to have a man of his caliber watching my back. So not only is Nick a retired Air Force pilot, he's a UPS pilot who also owns
the Colonel 2066. I hope you subscribe and all of this. I want to thank you. If I'm still alive next year and I'm in good health, I would do my best. The only way you're going to know anything is if you subscribe to my channel and keep up. Somebody suggests I do the Kentucky Derby. Now, that I won't do. I might do the steamboat race, which is in a couple of weeks, I think. I don't know, but make sure you all subscribe. If you can help me out, I told you my Cash App, my post office box, but I need 1,000 subscribers, people. I don't make nothing from YouTube. I live on a fixed income. I'm 70 plus years old. I get between $800 to $900 a month. I live on a budget. Everybody who works got to have a budget. You know, if you get paid weekly, bi-weekly, a month, or monthly, you got to know how much money you have to pay your bills. So that's what you got to do. You got to make your budget up. But I want to thank you all. I appreciate you all coming up here watching it. Tell your friends about it. Okay, I check it after a while, and I can check it, but I'm using my cell phone to live stream it to you all. I use my computer to read the chats. But by the time 9:30 get here, people, I'm gonna be tired.
Try it for free today.
Funding more than $5 billion in grants.
I want to welcome you all to Tom Cartwright 4375 YouTube channel. God bless you all. Hit the subscribe bell. I hope you like the air show, and you're going to love the fireworks. Maybe next year you might make it over to Thunder over in Louisville. But if you're going to schedule you a motel room, you better do it today, because all these motels close by, they're scheduled in a year in advance. So that might be something you all have to look into. But I want to say thank you all for subscribing. Thank you all who has donated, which I can't check my Cash App because it's on my phone. And any of you people that does StreamYard. And like I say, I don't know how to share. You know, I guess I have to do a short video on that and show you what I'm doing. Oh, look at that beautiful old airplane.
You're watching WDRB's coverage. We're watching Matt Youngkin flying the Twin Beach 18 over the banks of the Ohio River, wowing the crowd. Man,
it's either his third or fourth year.
We want to get a quick update on our forecast for the evening as we start to figure out where the smoke's going to blow from the fireworks. And Rob, I'm going to let you toss to Jude Redfield in his flight suit. So, Rob.
So we have a weather front moving in. The weather is really good. You can see some light cirrus at about 20,000 feet, but you should have good temperatures for the rest of the day. So come on out.
Exactly.
He said, you know what, Jude, since you pretended to be a fighter pilot all day, our fighter pilot said he'd pretend to be a weatherman.
Rob Gibbons, who's the expert, you know, the aviation expert, he's given us his expertise with the weather forecast. But I know Rob is an aviation meteorologist, so that's a little trading. That's plenty of trading. It is.
Most pilots know.
Look at this, Mark. I mean, you got the smoke coming out of the planes right now. What a day. Look, one of the better than you could ever get.
Yeah, you know, we talked about this, but I feel like these high clouds have made it nice out here. There's a breeze, which we're going to continue with, and this is going to obviously be moving smoke as we go towards the evening. And that's really going to be our focus for Thunder over Louisville. Indiana side, I think, is going to get the better view. But so far for fireworks, your job has been awesome. Those jets earlier, the F-16 was unbelievable.
That's what I think people need to realize, how lucky we are today that we got every kind of view with the planes all over. You know, vertical gets canceled so often when we have these low clouds. But
And you're already set for Halloween this year. You've already got your first outfit now.
Halloween, I'm real, man. This is what I'm a real trained pilot. I'm going up. I'll be up in about 30 minutes. I'm going to wave as I eject.
So Jude's going to be one of the parachutists later.
Yeah, I'll leave this suit. My shift is over. I will leave this suit for you. We're the same size. Candace and Sterling, it'll fit him, won't it?
It's not happening.
Yeah, go for it.
No, I don't think it'll fit. You know, Mark, he does a lot of curls for the girls. It'll be a little tight in the bicep region. You know what I mean?
He's got the gun show.
Yeah.
So
A lot of fun, Jude.
I think Jude's flight is going to involve, sir, would you please put your tray table back up?
Oh, boy. My goodness.
He's doing, that's for sure.
All right, let's talk about what we're seeing here in the sky here.
So this is one of our first air show performers that we're going to see today. So we've seen military airplanes demonstrating that stuff.
Yeah.
But these are people that are just out there to perform for air shows. They're taking vintage aircraft, like the Beechcraft you see here, and doing things with it that you wouldn't normally do with one of these airplanes.
And this is a cargo plane, right?
It is, and it's a cargo plane, and it was built in the Second World War for light transport, but also to help train navigators and bombardiers, believe it or not. Think about the problem we had in 1941, where we had to expand our military. We had to do an incredible amount of training. Well, there's certain types of training that you only get in the plane you're gonna fly, but for other than that, then there's mass training that you need to do. And airplanes like this were built to compensate for not building 4-engine bombers to train people, but they trained them how to do stuff in these airplanes.
Matt Young has been flying since he was 14 years old.
I think he was actually born flying, yeah. So I've met Matt many times, here at Thunder and at other air events. And he's taken this transport airplane and doing acrobatics with it, which, is unheard of. And it's the first time today we also see an aircraft. You want to see the smoke trail to understand just how hard the pilots are having to work, because the winds are really whipping around. You'll see really varied smoke, and you also, besides seeing the aircraft easier, obviously by following the smoke trail, it tells you in formation how hard the guys are working too, because if the smoke's all over the place, they're working very hard.
We are going to take a quick break. Matt will be in the air for a little while, and we will come right back with more.
At Spalding University, I'll receive a private education and earn my college degree without debt. Since I graduated high school with a 3.8 GPA, my tuition is cut in half. 98% of students earn scholarships. You can too at spalding.edu.
Did you know that Oxmoor Ford has one of the largest certified pre-owned inventories in Kentuckyana? And we certify all makes and models. Plus, we'll buy your used car even if you don't buy from us at Oxmoor Ford and OxmoorFLM.com.
Volunteers of America Mid-States uplifts veterans in your community. In Kentucky, Tennessee, West Virginia, and Clark and Floyd counties in Indiana, supports veterans with stable housing, employment, health care, financial planning, and behavioral health care. Through these services, VOA creates positive change for veterans and their families. Visit voamid.org to learn more about VOA Mid-States and how you can support veterans in need. Give back to World War II, Korean, and Vietnam War veterans. Honor Flight Bluegrass coordinates all expense-paid trips to Washington, D.C., where veterans visit memorials, share stories, and remember those they served alongside. Together, let's show our heroes how grateful this nation is for their service. Donate at honorflightbluegrass.org.
Keep our honor clean.
Honor Flight Bluegrass is supported by Volunteers of America, Mike's Car Wash, and Domino's Pizza. Give back to World War II, Korean, and Vietnam War veterans. Honor Flight Bluegrass coordinates all expense-paid trips to Washington, D.C., where veterans visit memorials, share stories, and remember those they served alongside. Together, let's show our heroes how grateful this nation is for their service. Donate at honorflightbluegrass.org.
Keep our honor clean.
Honor Flight Bluegrass is supported by Furniture Fair, Team Boone, and Louisville Paving and Construction.
Built American strong. That's a new Ford. Find yours at Oxmoor Ford.
2024 NSE. Buy for just $37,999 with 0 APR for 48 months or 1,000 trade assist.
Find yours at Oxmoor Ford on Shelbyville Road and OxmoorFLM.com.
At Spalding University, my books are free. With dual credit, I came to Spalding as a junior, so I can start my career in 2 years. The Career Design Center gave me the direction I needed to follow my dreams. You can too at spalding.edu.
You're watching Thunder on WDRB, sponsored by Liquor Barn.
Welcome back to Thunder on WDRB. We are watching Matt Youngkin in a Twin Beach 18, putting smoke trails over the Ohio River. And Rob Gibbons, our expert, was saying that you're just not supposed to be able to do what Matt does in this plane. Like what he is doing, this plane was not really even designed to do.
That's correct. I mean, you don't take a twin-engine transport like that and roll it, loop it, and do aerobatic maneuvers with it. So, he's a great pilot and is able to do some wonderful things. And what's, also neat with this is the first time today that we're able to see somebody performing aerobatic maneuvers inside of the aerobatic box, right? People say stunts. There's no stunt to this. Everything is planned, calculated. The pilot knows exactly what airspeeds they need to be at and where they're going to end up in the maneuver. And he is maneuvering inside of this airspace because the FAA requires all maneuvers to be conducted inside of a sanitary airspace and ground space so that, no one gets hurt. Because all air shows are designed for safety in mind, right? Safety of the crowd, safety of the pilot / performer, safety of the aircraft in that order.
How hard is it to do what we just watched Matt Youngkin do?
Well, it's very hard, actually. I mean, it takes a lot of training and qualifications from the FAA to be able to do it. But so he is flying the airplane, which, think about that, right? A lot of people can't fly. So not only is he flying the airplane, but he's essentially dancing with the airplane, choreographing. And in this particular aircraft, he's got a yoke, which he's using, so it's not a stick. He's got to keep both engines synchronized and be able to do that, and then know his capabilities and limitations of the aircraft. As we've seen it, it's very graceful. We're going to see a performer come up in a little while that's going to be very violent in their maneuvers because the airplane is different than the Beechcraft.
We're going to take a really quick break. The air show is not going anywhere. We will keep the box up so you can see it, and we will be right back.
Ready for champions, and it's truck season, and it's raining SUVs and trucks. We have the best selection of HDs and discounts up to $8,500 on all the hard-to-find models. 2.9% for 72 months on Silverado and Sierra crew cabs is hard to beat, and we have a great selection. You can sign and drive an Encore GX for only $399 a month. Looking for Envision? We have them up to $6,250 off. And the all-new Blazer EV is here to make the short drive to LaGrange and find out why no beats the champion.
All right, welcome back to our coverage of Thunder over Louisville 2024. This is the official kickoff to the Kentucky Derby Festival in the Running for the Roses. Now, we had Matt Youngkin. He left the airbox, and we're looking at the U.S. Coast Guard Dolphin. This is a very integral part of what a lot of people in our military do with this helicopter. And they go and they save people in the water. You've probably seen these flying over the coast if you've been around the Gulf of Mexico. Destin, talk to us about this helicopter, Rob.
Yeah, Shark Patrol. They're out looking
I want to thank your 10 people that's watching. Make sure you all hit the subscribe bell.
The U.S. and what it does, but this is a Coast Guard asset, right? So Department of Homeland Security, right? As opposed to Department of Defense. But they are responsible for maritime safety in the United States. We all know this, right? And they will come out and rescue people off the coast that have had boating issues or, in our case, downed pilots in Myrtle Beach. When somebody went down in the water, it was the Coast Guard coming to pick them up. So you're always very happy to see that. And they're very capable of all types of operations, of even in terrible weather, to try to get people out of danger.
These things can be used for drug interdiction as well for Homeland Security, so you may have seen them in that type of scenario.
And right now, for all you boaters on the Ohio, they're looking for you, right? So if you're doing something you're not supposed to be doing, that is the Coast Guard. They can actually arrest you. They have that authority.
And talk about the weird tail on this. Normally, you don't see a rotor in the fin.
Right, so helicopters are pretty much, shouldn't fly, actually, at all. But somehow they do. They beat the air into submission and they fly. But so in this case, the aerodynamic, you got to have that tail rotor to counteract the torque of the main rotor. So if the tail rotor ever goes out, that thing's going down.
Right.
So different design philosophies have different types of tail rotors. Now, the Louisville Metro Police fly a helicopter without a tail rotor that's designed, but the blades are able to adjust to give it the ability to stay in the air without a tail rotor. This thing, however, that tail rotor goes, that thing's going down.
All right, we want to send the broadcast over to Julie and Monica for just a moment. Good morning, or good afternoon, ladies.
Hey, feels like
Sorry,
morning.
It's a habit. it.
I get it. All good. Hey, good morning or good afternoon to you guys, too. We're out here on the Belvedere. I'm Monica Harkins. This is Julie Dolan. We've got Caesars Southern Indiana joining us, one of our wonderful sponsors here for Thunder over Louisville. And Caesars has been a sponsor for 25 years. Joining us is General Manager Brad Siegel. Brad, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
What a commitment. 25 years going. Tell us a little bit about that partnership and what it means to you guys and how you like getting out there in the community.
Yeah, it's an honor really for Caesars to be able to give back and help to be a part of such a great event for all of Louisville and the Kentuckiana region. It means a lot to us and 1,000 team members at Caesars Southern Indiana, and it's something we take a lot of pride in.
Fantastic. Hey, you guys just opened the Gordon Ramsay Steakhouse. I know you said it's helping bring customers in. Quickly tell us about that.
Yeah, we did. We opened a year ago, and to have a steakhouse, Gordon Ramsay steak, with Gordon's name and recipes behind everything is really exciting. He's been involved in the restaurant, and it's really been a great addition for us.
Good deal. All right, we'll have to get out there and check out the restaurant and Caesars. Brad, thanks for joining us. Candace and Sterling, back over to you.
Thank you. Talk to us, Rob, about what we're seeing, this demonstration here from the Coast Guard.
So, let's say it's your worst day and you've gone down in the water or your boat's gone under and you're sitting there floating in the water and the Coast Guard comes to get you. What you've just seen is what they'll do. They'll come over top of you. They prefer to put a swimmer in the water to be able to assist you, to connect you. We're not all experts in how to get into survival gear that they drop from helicopters. So the diver will go in, they lower him by the hoist, sometimes they'll jump in depending, and they'll help call the helicopter back in. You can see the colored smoke there, but they'll find the person in distress, get them situated properly, and then have the harnesses dropped, connect them into the harness, and then hoist them up or sometimes go up with them. So they're incredible swimmers, and they're experts in all forms of water survival.
And they're good pilots too. Think about it. These men and women, they're flying in terrible conditions.
That's right. And another thing, for any type of at-sea rescue that people may or may not realize is that, the Ohio, it's pretty flat. I know it's choppy, but it's pretty flat. But now imagine you're in 30 to 40 foot seas and there's swells. Right. And that's like the ground rising and lowering, by 30 feet every cycle. So those guys have to be really good at timing it, understanding it, watching the water, watching the sea state, and figuring out when to get the divers in and when to get the people out.
They fly right into danger to help people in distress.
They're into that kind of thing, yeah. So, but we're very appreciative of it, obviously, and it's the whole philosophy, especially on the military side, is the United States is unique. We will go to incredible lengths to recover pilots who have been down, either through mechanical issues or in combat being shot down. And it's a great morale boost to be able to do that.
So they're about to pull him right back out of the water, right?
That's right. So there are all kinds of marking devices that you would do. So you're the down pilot in the water. You want them to find you. You've got sea dye you can put out. You've got smoke and flares you can get. And then they'll do that. You take a look. They'll hook you into a harness, and then they'll slowly bring you up. And as we saw with the other helicopters, we talked about the spray in the eye. You're a down pilot. You don't have goggles and things. That's another reason why the swimmer is so successful. But they'll connect you in and then bring you up and then hopefully take you home.
Amazing work that they can do. This helicopter carries a pilot, a co-pilot, a flight mechanic, and then the rescue swimmer. We are going to take a quick break, and we will be back with more of Thunder on WDRB.
Thunder on WDRB, sponsored by Liquor Barn.
From sunrise to late in the evening, there's always a story to be told. Stories about resilience and overcoming great odds. Maybe you'd like to hear stories about protecting you and your family. There are stories about adventure, mystery, tragedy, weather, even stories about real-life heroes. Around here, the stories never end, and we'll be here to tell them all. WDRB News, the source.
At Brownsboro Hardware and Paint, we have the largest selection of Weber grills, griddles, and accessories in Kentuckiana. We also assemble, deliver, and haul off your old grill free. Plus, you get our 1-year hassle-free guarantee. Brownsboro Hardware and Paint. People you know, products you trust.
The trucks may be ours and the building's yours, but our work, the desire to be the best contractors, and having expert technicians focused on doing the job right, that's something we can all share. We're 40 years strong and prepared to excel over the next 40. Behind all the certificates, awards, and successful projects is a team that takes pride in their work. And as we step into the future, we have confidence knowing that we are...
It all starts with a Chevy truck. Chevy Silverado with the Turbo Max engine and best-in-class standard torque. And Chevy Silverado HD with up to 14 available camera views. Do more in a Chevy truck. Get yours now. Get $5,000 total value on this Silverado High Country when you trade in an eligible vehicle. Or during Chevy truck season, get 2.9% financing for 72 months on all 2024 Silverado 1500 pickups. Kentucky drives Chevy.
At Brownsboro Hardware and Paint, we are the only Trex furniture dealer in Kentucky. Browse a wide selection of Trex outdoor furniture options available in store. And let us handle assembly and delivery free. Brownsboro Hardware and Paint. People you know, products you trust.
You're watching Thunder on WDRB, sponsored by Liquor Barn.
Welcome back to Thunder on WDRB. Gilbert Corsi, Lindsay Allen, Sean Dolly coming to you from Upland Brewing. Our thanks to Upland for giving us this perfect perch on the patio right between the 2nd Street Bridge and the Lincoln Bridge. You saw the Dolphin leaving the airbox and the United States Air Force Academy's Wings of Blue heading in next. Hey guys, you having a good time?
Oh my gosh, I'm having a ball. I think the show's been awesome this year.
Yeah,
really.
There were several moments where I was like, oh, and again, we have a monitor right in front of us, so I'm supposed to watch the monitor, but there are times when I'm turning around this way wanting to see what's happening behind my head.
But for Sean, this is just a day at the office.
I wouldn't say that. I don't know that you ever really acclimate fully to the magic of what's going on. So like you, Gil, all day long I'm split. I'm not sure whether to look into the screen or like catch what's happening behind me.
And we have cameras all over the place, perched atop the tallest buildings in Louisville. Crews fanned out from the 2nd Street Bridge to Waterfront Park to Ashland Park, into the Brain Trust and the Command Center. Hayden Rostevsky, Fallon Glick looking down over the Belvedere. 25 different cameras, 2 different states, really 3 different sets if you, including Monica and Julie Dolan talking with our sponsors there on the Belvedere as well. And Lindsay, we want to talk once again and remind people that they can donate to Bluegrass Honor Flight because this helps veterans get to Washington, D.C.
Yeah, so just a little bit about it while we're waiting for Wings of Blue to come into the airbox here. So the Honor Flight is such a cool thing if you're not familiar with it. What it does, it sends vets to Washington, D.C., and they get to see the memorials that are dedicated to their service. So these are, World War II guys, and there's not that many of them left, Gil. But also World War II guys, Korean vets, sending them to D.C. so we can honor them, and it doesn't cost them a dime. So if you go to that QR code, you can help donate to get another veteran on the Honor Flight.
All right, Wings of Blue is on deck, and we're going to take a short break. You're watching Thunder on WDRB.
At the Neil Huffman Auto Group, we have a huge selection of pre-owned inventory. Huffman has it.
At Liquor Barn, we celebrate the sounds of every Kentucky season. And springtime starts with a bang. Fireworks light up the river, the flame of hot air balloons, the bell of the starting gates, the cheers of victory, the thunder of thoroughbreds that leaves you breathless.
Hey, I can hear it too. Did you know we have delivery?
Current 812 is the newest riverfront luxury apartment complex in southern Clarksville with scenic views from your patio or balcony. Premium apartments and townhomes available in 1, 2, and 4 bedrooms. Enjoy our state-of-the-art fitness center with Peloton bikes and a yoga studio. Wind down in the resort-style heated pool. New residents can receive a free rent special for a limited time. Current 812, where coming home feels like a vacation.
When the Thompsons first bought their house, all they saw was their dream home. They didn't yet know that with a home equity line of credit from Commonwealth Credit Union, it would be their keys to epic cannonballs and the chance to see the world. As years went by, it allowed them to empower the next generation and make happily ever after come true. Which begs the question, what could your home be doing for you? Let's find out together. Commonwealth Credit Union. Here, we see you differently.
Meet Minnie and Max. Minnie likes a little treat now and then. Max likes living large. That's why they both love scratch offs, because they can play the way that fits their style. Win a little or a lot with these new scratch-off games from a retailer near you. Put a little play in your day with the Kentucky Lottery.
Funding more than $5 billion in grants and scholarships.
Free parking. That's how they get you.
At Holiday World and Splash and Safari, sometimes free takes a little convincing. Free.
Whoa. That's how they get you.
We get you with our amazing rides and friendly service. You want the most family fun for your dog. And at Holiday World, we get you. We're just not out to get you. Save on tickets at holidayworld.com, where there's always
Receive 3 years of certified maintenance with each purchase at the Neil Huffman Auto Group. Huffman has it.
You're watching Thunder on WDRB, sponsored by Liquor Barn.
Welcome back to Thunder on WDRB. Just starting to move into the airbox now is the United States Air Force Wings of Blue. This is the official parachute team of the Air Force. We're going to be showing you that in just a moment. Quick thank you to the Heiser Hearing Institute providing our real-time closed captioning today.
So Wings of Blue, there is a demo team and there is also a competition team. You may have seen the demo team if you ever watched like people parachuting in after the national anthem at a sporting event or a Veterans Day parade or celebration. That's a lot of times Wings of Blue.
It is, and that's who we have here today. What's a little bit different about this team is that of the 6-person composition, 2 of them are commissioned officers, but the other 4 are Air Force Academy cadets. Right. So these are 18 to 22-year-old undergraduate students who decided, you know what, as a side gig, I'd like to go ahead and jump out of an airplane. And they have to have accomplished 500 jumps before they are allowed to participate in an air show like this. So they know what they're doing.
And this could be men or women?
So last night at the annual air show reception, air crew reception, I had a chance to sit down at a table, and sure enough, it was a composition of young men, young women, the future of our national security professionals. And they were talking about how as seniors, they have just found out what they'll be doing next, but they still have a couple months left at the academy, and to get to go out like this, I'm sure is pretty special.
Describe what we're going to be seeing, because they do this formation. It's called the bomb burst, where they start in tight, and then they kind of fan out.
That's right. So they just made one pass, and they threw out what are called streamers, so that from their vantage point, they can look at where those streamers go, and it gives them a good idea of what the winds are going to be like from top to bottom. They're going to come back around, they're going to pick their spot, and they're going to exit as a combined unit, and then at some point, poof, they're going to burst, and I'll go off in different directions.
And as I understand it, they have a pretty narrow space in the river that they're trying to land in, correct? 100 yards? Now, that may seem like that's a football field to you, but when you're coming down from the sky,
so they told me last night it's actually 100 feet.
Oh, my gosh.
And at that altitude, that looks like a postage stamp. So again, these are precision aviators, right? We typically think of aviators as people flying the plane, but they are piloting those chutes to pinpoint accuracy.
So the mission, the primary mission of Wings of Blue is actually, like you mentioned, it's part of the Air Force Academy, but it's to teach the parachuting course, the basic freefall parachuting course known as Airmanship 490. This team serves primarily as jump masters and instructors. So there's 700 cadets that go through that course in a year.
That's right.
400 of those cadets earn their jump wings. 200 of them will try out for Wings of Blue, and 25 will be selected. So they're like the the 3%?
It is a very selective club. Not everybody gets in, right? And so to your point, there's a lot of cadets that might just do 5 jumps to earn their parachutist badge, and that's it. But again, these have done 100 times that minimum to be able to participate in the air show.
We just showed it here. We're going to see where they're going to land in just a second. But Sean, talk about like real life missions, why this is where they're going to be landing. So how would this be used really in theater?
So, again, I want to make sure I'm clear about this. This is a demonstration team, and as cadets, they do not yet have an operational role within the Department of Defense. For those special tacticians that we saw earlier from the Special Tactics Squadron here in Louisville, combat controllers, pararescuemen, this would be how they would get into an area if that was preferable to trying to navigate across long distances. You come in under the covert cloak of darkness, parachute out, hit the target, and then like we spoke about earlier, you start your mission.
You talked about the training and how much goes into it at the academy. For those on the demo team or on the competition team, it's a job. It's 40 hours a week.
Yeah, and so these, the ones I was speaking to last night, they are in STEM-filled degree programs. So these are people that during the day are taking a full course load of mechanical engineering, chemical engineering, and then they're doing this on top of it. So they are making the most use of their time at the academy.
While we're waiting for Wings of Blue, let's go over to Mark Weinberg, get a quick check of the forecast.
Mark, these guys were testing the wind just a few moments ago. It doesn't feel too windy out here right now. Still feels pretty good.
It does. You know, I thought we'd get that wind out of the north. That was during the fireworks time, or during the air show, and they're going to start to shift toward. I'm trying to decide which side for Thunder over Louisville for the fireworks. I will tell you that I think that the Indiana side is going to have the clearest skies. We'll see some of the smokes blowing towards Louisville, but it's probably going to be, for the most part, just off to the east of the 2nd Street Bridge. And if you're trying to decide where to go, I think I'm in a pretty perfect spot here on the Belvedere. Mike Marshall's here and been down here basically for a long time, Mike Marshall.
We got here about, I arrived here about 9 o'clock this morning.
The breeze is the only thing I think that's a negative here, but outside of that, I mean, this has been an incredible Thunder over Louisville.
Well, I noticed about 10 minutes ago you just had on a polo, and now he's put on the jacket. So, yeah, the winds increased a little bit. It's got a little bit chillier. And if you're coming down, I was looking at the maps here. As far as traffic, as far as the interstates, everything's been moving well. We're a little bit more busy like downtown, real close to like Main Street, 2nd, 3rd, 4th Street, and over in Jeffersonville, down next to the river around 10th Street. Anything south of 10th Street's been a little bit busy, but other than that.
Yeah, Mike and I can tell you what the traffic's going to be like after Thunder over Louisville. Gil and Lindsay, literally everywhere is going to be red.
Yes.
He's multi-talented. Multi-talented is Mark Weinberg. He's not only giving you the forecast, but he's also giving you a traffic report. Hey, but wait, Mark, are you still there? Oh, we took the shot. Okay, I'm just saying, I saw something on Twitter where people are trying to get you to wear Jude's, like, Top Gun jumpsuit. Is that going to be a thing?
He tried to leave it for me, the jumpsuit. But it looked like he had to get a spatula under there to get it off. So at that point, I was like, yeah, that's not a good idea.
Well, you know, that's what you get when you order from Amazon on a Wednesday, right? I mean,
you don't want to get another man's flight suit.
No, there's probably been a little sweating going on. Nobody wants to share that. All right, thank you both. We'll check back with you soon. You are watching Thunder on WDRB. Don't you go away. More after this.
Absolutely breathtaking. The Derby Festival is off to an incredible start.
That's what I like to hear. And for everyone at home, stick with the WDRB team for the rest of the show.
And join us every weekday for WDRB News to keep the latest updates on your radar. Hey, Fallon, let's sync up for a pass over the river.
Copy that. Over and out.
Celebrate Cinco de Mayo at El Nopal. Experience our mouth-watering dishes bursting with authentic Mexican flavors. And to top it off, free queso on Cinco de Mayo. That's right, free queso.
The prices fall at John Jones Auto Group. Put some spring in your step
and visit us at one of our 3 Southern Indiana locations in Salem, Corydon, or Scottsburg to get a great deal on a new car, truck, or SUV. And you can visit us online 24/7 at www.johnjonesautogroup.com. At John Jones Auto Group, you see so many because they pay so little.
The power of you is changing the game in record time. As the official orthopedic team for U of L Athletics, we help Cardinals soar again, grandmothers lift again, players score again, and moms cheer again. With robotic precision and custom procedures, we get you back in the game of life faster because we are the game-changing experts. That's the power of you.
Don't miss the primary election on May 21st. Register before April 22nd to ensure you are eligible to vote. Visit elections.jeffersoncountyclerk.org to register to vote, verify your voter record, and more.
Celebrate Cinco de Mayo at El Nopal. Experience our mouth-watering dishes bursting with authentic Mexican flavor. Free queso.
You're watching Thunder on WDRB, sponsored by Liquor Barn.
In the sky right now is Wings of Blue. This is the official parachute team for the Air Force, this demo team. 6 in the air right now. Sean Dolly, what altitude would they jump from in a demo like this?
Typically somewhere between 7,000, 8,000 feet.
There we see him landing.
You know, certainly not to make light of something, but when 6 paratroopers leave the aircraft, the first thing you want to count are 6 parachutes in the sky. Unlike the parachute on my ejection seat when I was flying a turbo trainer and pilot training, that was a one-shot deal. They jump out with a primary chute and an emergency chute just in case.
They are touching down on the South Great Lawn in downtown Louisville, and you said the target is basically 100 feet. It's like you're trying to throw a bullseye, except for that bullseye is coming from thousands of feet in the air.
Right. That's right. And, you know, you have to take into account the wind because as high performance and steerable as these chutes are, you can only overcome so much.
The last person who came down, he missed his target just a little bit, and emergency responders do seem to be checking on him. So we'll get to an update on that as.
But how hard is it to hit your target when you're trying to angle when there is any kind of wind like we've got right now?
Well, you have to account for the wind. So
there's another one who had a hard
to do that before it gets too late, because the higher you are, the more options you have. The closer you get to the ground means you're running out of time, and so as you get closer and closer, you need to start hitting tighter and tighter windows.
We saw them testing the wind before they jumped, and it seems almost that the wind's picked up a little bit in the time after that they have jumped. I think that's the last one. Yeah, that's number 6.
Yeah. Is it unusual to hit your target, or is this kind of what happens?
So right now, like the river behind us is moving at a steady, let's say 4 miles per hour. And so driving a boat across the river is a known quantity, but winds at the surface can gust. And so you could have done everything right, and if all of a sudden the winds drop off or pick up, you may not have been able to account for that. You don't have a crystal ball, so you make your best educated and informed judgment there, but shifty winds can definitely create a real math problem for you.
Sure. Again, the emergency crews looked at the folks who did not land necessarily in the box as planned, and we will get you an update on their condition when we know more. That C-130 is going to stay in the sky, and I almost am have a little bit of trepidation about telling you this because we thought it was coming a little bit earlier. Sean, this is the surprise that you thought you'd see. I'm told it is on the way right now.
They're the parachuters, and they look
up on their feet.
They look just fine up on their feet. As we said, the winds kind of shifted where they landed a little off target, but
again,
everybody's
these are the best of the best. I mean, they are of the 700 who go through this class, and the 25 who were selected doing demonstrations and competitions.
They're
all
the
over
Air Force
place.
Academy. Okay.
All right, so eyes back into the sky now on the C-130, and what is coming, Sean Dollar?
So as much as I have talked this up, this is the same C-130 that flew earlier today that dropped out our special tacticians and then came back around as part of a four-ship formation. Having just deployed the Wings of Blue parachute team, they've made the racetrack, they've come back around, and they're going to come down the river. And again, I have really oversold this. We're supposed to see something that we've never seen here at Thunder over Louisville before, so we've come this far without me giving it away. Let's just hold on just a few more seconds.
And I've just been told by our producers that all of the jumpers are okay.
Praise the Lord.
Rob on the other side of the river said they're 19 years old and their bones are still bending.
Let's talk a little bit more about the C-130, Sean, because you shared a little of this with us. How often would it be that you would take on enemy fire flying a C-130 in combat in Iraq and Afghanistan?
Yeah, so on any given day, you never knew, but fortunately, these planes are equipped with a full spectrum of missile warning system and radar warning receiver defense systems. So we've got pyrotechnic flares to decoy infrared heat seekers. We have chaff to deploy radar-guided missiles, and we even have lasers that can destroy the seeker head of incoming threats. So we flew with a fairly good blanket of protection around us, because you never knew on what given day the enemy had in store for you.
Hey, I don't know if it's just because it's a little bit darker outside now, but I'm noticing a light underneath the C-130 that's flashing. I didn't see that before. Can you at least tell us about it?
Yeah, so when we're flying stateside, we abide by all the same FAA lighting provisions that would govern the operation of any airplane. Now, when we're flying overseas, darkness is our best ally, so we wouldn't have that light on. But that is basically an anti-collision strobe. It just provides greater visibility from a distance. And certainly at night, it's going to have more of an impact. But even in the day, like you recognize, it gets your attention.
You talked about with us just in your career flying the C-130, you had taken on small arms fire. There had been an instance where there was a surface-to-air missile that was headed in your direction. I mean, these things can be really in danger at times.
And when you find yourself in a position at that moment, it is too late to say, I really wish I had prepared more for this. So we always train the way we fight. We make sure that we would go up and fly against simulated threats. Even up in Atterbury in Indiana, they have these things called Smoky Sams, and they launch and put out a smoke trail comparable to an infrared heat-seeking missile, and we practice counter maneuvers. We practice kicking out flares to decoy. I can't fully explain the classified nature of those counter maneuvers there, Lindsay, without I'd have to kill you, as they say in Top Gun.
Yes.
But let's just say that it is in your best interest when you take this weapon system into combat to be as capable as a pilot as the plane is as an aircraft.
It's interesting to me, A, how long we've been using the C-130, and B, how it is, really used by militaries all over the world.
Yeah, it has so much utility. Within the U.S. inventory, it's flown by not just the Air Force, but by also the Navy, the Marine Corps, and we use it as a rescue platform. We use it as a gunship.
I'm going to tell
you
one time.
On top of an enemy target and service it with
You
round
stay
after
up
round.
there or stay down.
We use it for air medical evacuation, airdrop, both in combat and humanitarian. And so the versatility and the utility of it make it for a pretty good aircraft for smaller nations that don't have as big of a budget. They can buy this one aircraft and then retrofit it to use it for any number of different roles.
Do a whole bunch of different things with it.
It's coming back around one more time.
Into the airbox, and I'm told it's got a special trick up its sleeve, and this is the C-130 from the Kentucky Air National Guard.
Right.
These are our hometown folks here. We have pilots who come from all over the country and the world, for that matter. But these folks, they're right here in Kentuckiana in their backyard.
C-130J model is the newest version of the fleet. Just entered the Air National Guard Kentucky inventory in the past year or so with a price tag of about $75 million, which As a frame of reference, $75 million is more money than I make in an entire year.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes.
You and everybody else.
Statement.
You and most of the folks watching from home right now.
What kind of fleet or how many C-130s do we have at the Kentucky International Guard Base?
There are eight C-130J models, which is a standard. That's a standard size squadron. Most squadrons of C-130s are typically 8 aircraft. There's a little over 500 total in the Air Force inventory across active duty, guard, reserve, different variations.
So we're watching it circle. We've watched it circle a couple of times here, and I guess what is the pilot looking for, lining up for? Give us some insight into the cockpit here, as he looks almost stalled. He looks like he's stopped in the air here.
Yeah, so for these air show passes, they're not going to be at max speed, but he's using visual references to maintain his spatial awareness, but he also is back with his instruments that are giving him a ground and terrain mapping function. Look at this, coming back into the airbox now.
Right behind us.
Talk about the size of the C-130, Sean. It's smaller than the C-17, but it's still a big boy.
So it's 132 foot.
That's what we were waiting on. That's what you were waiting on.
Those are 5,000 degree pyrotechnic magnesium flares that are meant to decoy the seeker head of an incoming infrared rocket. So a radar guided missile would not be decoyed by this, but when those flares come out, your everlasting hope is that the incoming seeker head of that threat picks up on that flare and decides, oh, that must be the target. So you're trying to decoy that incoming missile.
Did you ever have to deploy the flares?
Yes. Usually on purpose. Sometimes when you had it set to auto, if it picked up anything that looked like the ultraviolet signature of a rocket, it would kick them out. So more than a few times, you'd find yourself on short final into a hostile airfield, and all of a sudden,
So you're really excited about this because it took a lot of OKs to get that done at an air show with 100,000 people on both sides of the river.
Right, and so we are a very conservative military. We want to make sure that we don't do things unnecessarily without fully accounting for the risk. So I applaud the people that went through the administrative process to allow the people here at Thunder to see that for the first time.
It was very cool. Okay, we got to take a short break to get some of our sponsors in. We'll be right back. Don't go away. You're watching Thunder on WDRB.
You know that I would be alive. You're watching Thunder on WDRB, sponsored by Liquor Barn.
This year's Kentucky Derby Festival celebrates Derby 150. It all begins at the opening ceremonies. Thunder over Louisville, Saturday, April 20th, where aviation and speed take to the sky, and aerial formations take center stage before Thunder rolls. Presented by Caesars Southern Indiana, Humana, LG&E, Meyer, and UPS. For VIP experiences and more information, visit thunderoverlouisville.org. Your moment, your memories, your festival.
Exclusive auto detailing, cutting edge, skilled technicians, committed to excellence, exclusive professional auto detailing and window tinting, Louisville's best automotive boutique. Go where the dealerships go. Go exclusive.
At Liquor Barn, we celebrate the sounds of every Kentucky season. And springtime starts with a bang. Fireworks light up the river, the flame of hot air balloons, the bell of the starting gates, the cheers of victory, the thunder of thoroughbreds that leaves you breathless.
Hey, I can hear it too. Did you know we have delivery?
Each year, Honor Flight Bluegrass flies local veterans to visit their war memorials in Washington, D.C. Being retired from the United States Army and a longtime supporter of Honor Flight, I know the importance of honoring those who have served to protect our freedom. That's why the Carl Truman Law Office is sponsoring veterans this year, including Vietnam War veteran Jerry Sarver, United States Marine Corps, 1961 to 1966. Join me in supporting Honor Flight and our honored veterans.
The trucks may be ours and the building's yours, but our work
the desire to be the best contractors, and having expert technicians focused on doing the job right, that's something we can all share. We're 40 years strong and prepared to excel over the next 40. Behind all the certificates, awards, and successful projects is a team that takes pride in their work. And as we step into the future, we have confidence knowing that we are...
Exclusive auto detailing, quality service, trusted products, focused on perfection. Exclusive professional auto detailing and window tinting. Louisville's best automotive boutique. Go where the dealerships go. Go exclusive.
Replay of the C-130 dropping those flares just a few moments ago. Looked like fireworks starting early over the Ohio River.
Those are normally not the fireworks you want to see, however.
Right.
For sure.
These are basically to keep that plane from being hit by enemy fire.
Absolutely. And so, it's a neat capability that we put on our transports, but it also means we put our transports in places where they need them. So.
Right. They can be put in danger. We will have Nick Coleman in the airbox here in just a moment. He's going to do some aerobatic maneuvers.
Well, he's in the box right now.
Just showed up.
There he is.
Let's take a look at him.
Oh, now I can see a little loop-de-loops out there. Okay.
This is, tell us what kind of airplane he's flying, Rob.
So this is a Taylor craft, right? So this was, an airplane that, one of the earliest airplanes that was for public use. And it was, used by people to learn to fly and also to travel around a little bit, like Cessnas do today or Cirruses today, I suppose. And what Nick is out there doing with this is incredible work in this airplane. He's demonstrating the proficiency of the pilot as well as the combination of the capabilities of the aircraft. And Nick, he's a retired colonel from the Kentucky Air National Guard. Great guy. He's been doing this for forever. He is from the area, so it's fun to see him out here fly at Thunder.
He's a UPS captain.
He is, yeah, that's right. So he has multiple vacation houses. So the he's got this great love of aviation, and he's been just such a central point and part of the aviation community here in the Kentuckiana region. It's always good to hang out with him.
Another guy's been flying since he was a teenager.
I know. I mean, I was not doing things like that as a teenager.
You get bitten by this aviation bug, and it never goes away, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And as you see him doing a wing over, or he's doing the inverted flight, or doing the Cuban 8s, which is where you do half a loop and then you change direction again. Remember, he's doing all that, staying spatially oriented in 3 dimensions between, Indiana side and Kentucky side. So it's really a lot of work on his part to be able to do that and still fly the airplane.
Here's a little fun fact for you. The plane he's flying is the same one he bought back in high school. So there you go. More to come on that. What a cool demonstration of aviation in the air right now from a local. But let's get over to Monica and Julie, who are on the Belvedere as well. Ladies?
Hey guys, yeah, we can see it right here behind us doing loop-de-loops and all the great things. If you're coming out to Thunder, don't forget to download that free WDRB Plus app. You can stream that from anywhere in the world. You can also catch Julie Dolan and myself each weekday at 10 a.m. But Tark, Tark is also offering free rides out here. So if you guys are still needing your way out here, we've got that presented, thankfully, graciously by Humana.
Yeah, and Humana's Director of External Partnerships, Stuart Cotton, joins us now. A great deal, free Tark rides. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we just want everyone in the community to have a chance to enjoy Thunder and everything that the Kentucky Derby Festival brings to us this month before the most exciting 2 minutes in sports. So if you visit ridetark.org, you can find all the information about all the free rides and especially the special landing spots at the end of the event that will get you safely home.
Yeah, and you guys at Humana have really put forth the community first initiative called the Derby Equity Community Initiative. What is that all about?
So the Derby Equity Community Initiative, we launched that in 2021, and it was our way of kind of just reinvesting in the community. Our values are caring, curious, and committed. So we wanted to make sure the community knew that we cared about their investment and their involvement in the Derby Festival, as well as curious. We wanted to figure out what was it that we needed to make that fully felt. Transportation was one of those challenges. Events in different parts of the neighborhood were one of those challenges. So with the KDF Block Party and with our Tark sponsorship, that's one of the ways that we're committed to that sense of belonging.
Derby for everyone. Yes. Stuart, thank you so much for being here, and thanks for Humana's commitment to Thunder over Louisville. You don't want to keep it here on WDRB. We've got a lot more coming at you right here from the riverfront. All things Thunder over Louisville coming up right after this quick break.
And it sounds like
The world's biggest bourbon and music festival, Bourbon and Beyond 2024. A perfect blend of bourbon, culinary.
I want to say hi to Andy D and Bronx Fly. Thank you all for joining. Like I said, there's more to come. At 9:30 Eastern Standard David's time, you're going to see beautiful fireworks. And I'm glad you all's in here. Please share it with your friends. This goes on every year. That's the beginning of the Kentucky Derby deal. Somebody asked, will I do it again next year? People, I'm 70 plus years old. If God wants me to, I would do it. And I'm hoping I can get 1,000 subscribers by 9:30. I know I won't. But if you all know how to do the Cash App, it's the $ Tom Cartwright 4375. Or if you just want to send me something in the mail, it's Tom Cartwright 4375 at Post Office Box number 1, Charlestown, Indiana, 47111. So thank you all for watching. Let's get some of your friends on here to watch it. Cause man, you're gonna see. There's the 2nd Street Bridge.
Because I mean, you got the when that C-130 came over and those flares took off. It's right here. I could like reach out and grab them. It felt like. But the 2nd Street Bridge, it's kind of calm. You got the 138th Army National Guard here facilitating the howitzers. Captain Swanson right here, and it's got to be an honor for you guys to be out here and be a part of this.
Yes, it's always an honor. Like I said, when they go out here, go ahead and go along with the fire display. We get to walk around, meet with some of the people, and the children just love every second of it. They like to see the cannons go boom.
And you, I think you guys brought like 180 shells or so.
Yeah, I believe it's 170.
170, and then you already used 7 of them. So we're expecting a lot more throughout the night.
Correct, a little over 160 rounds.
160 rounds during the fireworks. Now we're talking about these right here, the 105mm rounds. So what are we looking at here? How do you make this happen?
Correct. Well, these are basically the blank shell casing rounds. These are what propels the munition forward. So we go ahead and put these in, just makes a big loud spark. But it's not going to fire anything, it's not going to hit anything, so it's just to give it a good little light show.
That's what we're looking at right here, the howitzer. These were developed like the end of World War II. These are kind of for ceremonial purposes, right?
Correct. Here for Thunder over Louisville and then for inaugurations and any other like special ceremonies, yes.
Now, I watched you guys do it. I think I could load one and then fire it away. Can I get a shot at that?
As much as I would love to let you do it, I probably should.
Well, how about this? I got a autographed picture. I wish I had my telescope signed by Mark Weinberg. What do you think? Will this give me a chance to do it?
Very tempting, but I can't let you do it.
Couldn't even do it with that. I might find a Mike Marshall or Jude Redfield in here a little bit later on. Candace Sterling, almost. I got close. Got close.
That was a good attempt.
I thought that was going to get it done.
No, I really did. I really did. Yeah.
All right, well, we see Nick Coleman leaving the box, and we're excited about the next plane to come up. We're going to take a quick break so that we can get you back in time to see the E-2 Hawkeye. It's a unique-looking airplane, and we'll see that in just a moment.
It has a satellite dish on top of it, looking thing. Rob's going to explain it all to us. But first, we have a little trivia for you. What is the largest annual pyrotechnic show in North America? Is it A, Thunder over Louisville? Is it B, July 4th fireworks in New York City? Or is it C, 4th of July fireworks in Washington, D.C.?
I'm going to say A.
The competitions are fierce. Box Monday.
Master Chef Junior.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Which small chef?
If I don't get this right, I could go home.
Will be crowned Master Chef Junior.
This is going to be a real fight to the finish.
It's all new, and So You Think You Can Dance is turning up the intensity.
You have to sell it.
Only one will walk away with the title.
America's favorite dancer is...
So You Think You Can Dance and Master Chef Junior are all new Mondays on Fox.
The Clarksville View on WDRB Thunder is presented by Current 812 Luxury Apartments.
The Toyota Spring Forward event is on now at Oxmoor Toyota.
Get 4.75% financing for up to 60 months on 4 different new Toyota models. Or get up to $6,000 off MSRP or 2.25% financing on in-stock 2024 Tundras.
Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, a 2-year no-cost maintenance plan and no-cost roadside assistance. Spring forward in a new ride from Oxmoor Toyota on Shelbyville Road and oxmoortoyota.com.
Furniture Fair has had some mighty big sales over the years, but this one is off the charts. It all starts with the area's lowest prices guaranteed. Then take an additional 10% off with no interest for 12 months and free curbside shipping. Get a 5-piece dining set for just $448 or a made-in-the-USA traditional sofa for only $691. The savings are off the charts. Don't miss it. Through Monday at Furniture Fair.
Give back to World War. Expense-paid trips to Washington, D.C., where veterans visit memorials, share stories, and remember those they served alongside. Together, let's show our heroes how grateful this nation is for their support. FlightBluegrass.org. Supported by Furniture Fair, Team Boone, and Louisville Paving and Construction.
The ride into spring sale means you can get exceptional
People,
deals on
here's
John Deere
my
lawnmowers,
sponsor.
gators, and compact utility
Pepsi
tractors, all
Zero
sold at
Sugar.
Right Implement with 0 down and 0% for
This
72
is being
months
brought
on
to you by
X7 lawn
Pepsi
tractors, select
Zero.
gators, and select 4 Series compact tractors. You'll save big money on the John Deere you've always wanted. And check out our huge selection of battery-powered leaf blowers, line trimmers, chainsaws, and more from top brands like Steel and Ego. Right Implement. Online at rightimp.com.
All right, welcome back to WDRB. The answer to our trivia question, the obvious, come on now. That would be A, Thunder over Louisville. Final answer. Hope you got that one right.
We want to show you the E-2 Hawkeye. It's already in the air, and this is a very important part of the naval fleet because this provides protection, right, Rob?
It provides surveillance and command and control. So, you know, there's a lot of elements to air power. We see the airplanes, we see their capabilities, and that's great. But what makes it great is much like the broadcast, right? You've got the fighter pilots, and then you've got the support and all the stuff that comes together to allow us to do that. The E-2 Hawkeye is a command and control aircraft. It's surveillance above the fleet. It will take the radar and look out in the distance, and it'll help control aircraft either from any service in the battle area. So think about a radar. Radars are blocked by terrain. So you've got a hill, the radar can't see beyond that. So somebody came up with the idea a long time ago about putting radars in the air where you don't have the line of sight problems. And so that's what
Look at all those people. That's on the Kentucky side.
For, their carrier aircraft so they can have that type of long look. So that round dish, actually the majority of it is just kind of hollow, right? It is aerodynamically designed for the radar, which looks more like a traditional radar, and the dish allows it to sit on top. It'll spin. You've got crews in the back that are watching monitors. All that stuff can be data linked and fed down to the aircraft carrier command centers. So all of that will allow them to control major strikes into enemy territory or airspace over top of the fleet.
So this is the eye in the sky protecting everybody. Now, I have a question for you. That's a funny-looking airplane. It doesn't look like it can defend itself. Whose job is it to make sure that that thing's taken care of and nobody gets to it?
Right, so the job to defend that would go to those F-18s that have taken off that are forward of that airplane. So everything is set in a set-piece battle in the air. You'll have your fighters forward, then you'll have your command and control aircraft more to the rear, and your tankers maybe to the rear of that. All of it designed to give defense in depth and the ability to command and control.
We're going to keep an eye on the E-2 Hawkeye while we take a quick break, but the air show's not going anywhere.
I can dance every day. These words that save my soul.
ready for champion, and it's truck season, and it's raining SUVs and trucks. We have the best selection of HDs and discounts up to $8,500 on all the hard-to-find models. 2.9% for 72 months on Silverado and Sierra crew cabs is hard to beat, and we have a great selection. You can sign and drive an Encore GX for only $399 a month. Looking for Envision? We have them up to $6,250 off. And the all-new Blazer EV is here to make the short drive to LaGrange and find out why no beats the champion.
You're watching Thunder on WDRB, and we've been showing you the E-2 Hawkeye, the eyes of the fleet, the U.S. Navy.
Now, okay, I'm gonna kind of nerd out on you here. I noticed these are not flying with jet engines; these are turboprop engines. Why is that? And is this plane slow, Rob?
It's slow by modern standards, yes, but it's a turboprop because it's the most fuel efficient.
Gotcha.
Because this thing needs to go up and loiter over top. And as they've gone out, now we've seen
this is what we've been waiting for.
That's right. So we've seen the extra 300 come in. This is a woman that we got to see earlier. We're blessed to have her here today. She is an aerobatic champion, and she's going out to demonstrate the aerobatic capabilities of a pilot in an incredibly capable aircraft.
Okay, her name is Britt Lincoln, and she is flying an airplane that was built to do some really, really cool stuff, and she is going to take this airplane to the max.
And she will, and this is something that if you've got any inclination of getting sick, you don't want to ride in one of these things, because she will spin that thing. She'll do rolls about an axis, rolls around an area, and loops and everything else possible.
Okay, she is a 2023 U.S. Advanced National Aerobatic Champion, and the first female to win the advanced category in 30 years. Now, cool back history that, Rob, you were telling us, is her father and grandfather, they were crop dusters, and that's how she learned to fly.
That's right, and her grandfather Roger and grandmother Mabel are actually watching today from Montana. Stunts. These are not stunts like we talked about a little bit earlier. These are very carefully calculated maneuvers. You saw her kind of practicing them out on the ramp for a bit.
Right, she was showing Scott Reynolds out at Bowman Field. She just walks out there with her arms. It's like she's doing a choreographed dance routine.
And she is absolutely, and she's thinking it through, and she will chair fly this again and again and again. But she's also, besides just knowing I'll be in this maneuver at this place, she's going, I will be at this altitude. I will be at this airspeed. If I'm not at this altitude, this is what I can do. If I'm too high, this is what I have to do. If I'm too slow, too fast, she'll have to do all that real time. And this is going on, obviously, in a very quick manner. So when an airplane's flying, there's something called an aileron roll. So if you imagine a line coming out of the nose and tail of the airplane, that is a roll around that. It's a roll around the central axis. Sometimes, though, they'll do a big maneuver where they're rolling the airplane upside down, but they're doing like a corkscrew through the sky. That's called a barrel roll. But these two maneuvers they're similar, but they're so different in the control forces that you have to apply. But they're essential to the basics of learning to advance and perform your aircraft. Then she'll do an over the top, which will be a loop, and everything else is a variation of a loop. So she'll go up, as she's doing now, she'll bend the airplane back over around, and she comes back around in a circle, it's a loop. Or she turns the airplane right side up on the back side of that loop, she's doing what they call a Cuban 8. And so she can do all kinds of maneuvers with it, and if you notice how precise she's moving the wings, that's the grading criteria in aerobatic competition.
They don't wiggle, they're stable.
Right. That's right, very stable. So she does a 4-point roll, very sharp. And again, think about, we've all seen, floor performances by gymnasts in the Olympics or whatever competition. She's doing that in the air.
And now it just looks like it's free falling.
And it is. It's exactly free falling. And so she's taking the airplane up, right? And she's gone to zero airspeed, and she falls like a leaf. And so she has to know when to jam a control input quickly to get enough airflow coming over the wing to get the airplane to maneuver back into a flyable position. So these things will do hammer and they bring it down. They'll do, the falling like a leaf thing that they've done, and it's just amazing to see as a pilot.
Can I be honest with you about something? We've seen the Strato tanker, and you're like, that's cool, very important to our military. There's a little twinkle in your eye when you're seeing these maneuvers.
She's G'ing her lips off right now. It's awesome.
On, man. I see excitement in your eyes, Rob.
We have to take a really quick break, and we will be right back. We can hear the crowd cheering right now.
Mouth-watering dishes bursting with authentic Mexican flavors. And to top it off, free queso on Cinco de Mayo. That's right, free queso.
Give back to World War II, Korean, and Vietnam War veterans. Honor Flight Bluegrass coordinates all expense-paid trips to Washington, D.C., where veterans visit memorials, share stories, and remember those they served alongside. Together, let's show our heroes how grateful this nation is for their service. Donate at honorflightbluegrass.org. Honor Flight Bluegrass is supported by U of L Health, Kentucky Historical Society, and Architectural Window and Door.
Free parking. That's how they get you.
At Holiday World and Splash and Safari, sometimes free takes a little convincing. Free drink!
Whoa. That's how they get you.
We get you with our amazing rides and friendly service. You want the most family fun for your dog. And at Holiday World, we get you. We're just not out to get you. Save on tickets at holidayworld.com, where there's always
At Liquor Barn, we celebrate the sounds of every Kentucky season. And springtime starts with a bang. Fireworks light up the river, the flame of hot air balloons, the bell of the starting gates, the cheers of victory, the thunder of thoroughbreds that leaves you breathless.
Hey, I can hear it too. Did you know we have delivery?
Chevy Equinox has been ranked #1 by J.D. Power for dependability and new vehicle quality among compact SUVs. In other words, it's really good right from the start. Chevy Equinox.
Do that again.
Connected by OnStar. Get 1.9% financing on all 2024 Equinox models. Or current Chevy owners, get $2,500 total cash allowance on this Equinox. Kentucky drives Chevy.
Celebrate Cinco de Mayo at El Nopal. Experience our mouth-watering dishes bursting with authentic Mexican flavors. And to top it off, free queso on Cinco de Mayo. That's right, free queso.
Welcome back. Brett Lincoln absolutely putting on a show for the crowd. Thunder over Louisville. I was reading a little bit about her bio. When she is not flying, she likes to dive with sharks. What? Yeah, backcountry skiing cook. That's what she said, Candace. And we were talking in the break.
She lives in the danger zone.
She can't get enough adrenaline. It's like,
oh man,
that's tornado chasing is probably next in her profile.
She said that's so boring. Let's go swim with some sharks.
Well, she used to have a finance career, and she dropped that.
Well, that is boring. So there's that.
She just said, nope, we're gonna.
She made enough money to buy this airplane, and here she is.
I mean, this is just some jaw-dropping stuff she's doing.
Yeah, she's doing such a fantastic job. You know, it's hard to really express to people who are watching this how much skill it takes to be able to precisely maneuver this airplane quite this way. And so, you know, she's working very hard in this to get it so precise. And, you know, such a great performer for the crowd. And, you know, the cool thing about this is, and it's something that we haven't talked a lot about today, but, you know, women in aviation, it's everywhere, and it's a thing. Half of the jumpers for the Air Force Academy team were female cadets, right? We said UPS captains, and now we have an aerobatic champion out here. So, you know, for any young women who are watching today, you've got a career in this if you want it.
All right, let's get to Fallon Glick. She's up at the command center with Mayor Craig Greenberg. Fallon, good afternoon.
Hey, Candace and Sterling. So I think we've all experienced thunder over Louisville from the ground level before, and it's pretty spectacular. But we are up on on the 24th floor of the Galt House in the Command Center. With me, I have Mayor Craig Greenberg, and it is a whole nother ball game up here. What has Thunder been like for you today?
Oh, it is just so amazing to see the crowds return and to see so many families having safe, fun time here for the air show. If you're not in downtown Louisville right now, get to downtown Louisville to see the end of the air show, to come back for the fireworks. Thunder is back, bigger and better than ever. It is very clear from walking around downtown, being here at the Galt House, everyone's having a blast in downtown Louisville today.
Yeah, you got to get your spot for the fireworks show, right? Okay, I got to ask you, what is your favorite part? The air show, the fireworks show, the food? Tell me.
It's all pretty darn awesome, although the finale of the fireworks show is pretty tough to top. I also love the new addition of the drones and seeing what they're going to come up with each year new. That's really fun as well.
It seems like it gets bigger and better every year. I don't know how they do it. So what does Thunder over Louisville, this event, mean for the city of Louisville?
Oh, it's absolutely huge, and it's so unique because Thunder is really a great event for our city, for our region, to come together, to have great family fun right here in downtown Louisville, in Banksby, Ohio, in a really unique way that you can't see anywhere else in the country. There's no other event like Thunder. And then 2 weeks later, we do it all again when we welcome the world to our city. So it's just really a special time here in Louisville.
It is so special, and I'm told when you're in the command center, it's family, and I have this tattoo to prove it. So we're going to have to get Mayor Greenberg a tattoo just like this. Candace Sterling?
Yeah, good luck on that.
I want to see the mayor get a tattoo. Hey, Mayor, it'd be great.
Tell him Rob's encouraging it.
It'll be fun.
Great idea.
It'll be fun.
All right, we're all clear.
All right, back to Brett Lincoln in the air. Rob, talk to us about how physically taxing this is. Yeah, I've seen some cockpit video of her flying. I saw it on social media and Instagram. Man, it looks violent up there.
It is violent. She is knocking herself from one side of that cockpit to another, you know, and not just side to side, but up and down too, hanging in the straps.
Right.
So when they get into this thing, you know, you get these harnesses that you want to strap in very tightly and securely because you're going to be moving all around.
Yeah, my goodness.
And so, yeah, it's a huge workout. And what's really cool, so we just saw perhaps the smallest aircraft. And now we're going to get ready to see one of the largest aircraft as it's coming in. The B-52, we got a glimpse of that.
Get out of the way. The B-52 is coming on in.
I got a really funny story about being in the way of B-52s. We can share that a little bit later, but this is B-52. It is the mainstay of our nuclear bomber arsenal, and it is capable of carrying atomic weapons. It's capable of conventional weapons. Initial part of the war there in 2001, and it has been flying literally since the 50s. Now, the airframe has gone through a lot of changes.
You get your wish, Andy. There's your B-52.
Right. But it's still out there flying and doing a great job.
Known affection.
We won't say what it really stands for.
Okay.
Big, ugly, fat, and then you can come up with whatever it is after that.
I know what you're saying there, Rob. I know what you're saying. Talk about the importance of this.
Well, it is an ugly plane.
I mean, these things can stay up a long, long time, and they can fly a long way.
Right, so it's a beautiful airplane. It's very historic, but it has a very, very deadly, serious purpose. This bomber was designed to deliver atomic weapons to the Soviet Union and was the mainstay of one of the legs of our triad, the manned bomber force, to provide strategic deterrence for nuclear-powered adversaries like the Soviet Union was, or Russia still is today. And B-52 still had that mission today. And so it was a critical piece of our defense, still is, and we'll see it around for a while to come.
On some of our stat sheets that we have for this air show, I found it fascinating. The last B-52 was built in 1962, but they plan to keep using these until 2040.
There are cases where a grandfather, a father, and a son have all flown a B-52.
Wow.
So it's been around for a while. Now, this airplane's capable of penetrating hostile air defense airspace, but it's also capable of carrying cruise missiles and other type of long-range weapons to fire from outside of hostile airspace, or to blow things up on the way in to build its own path into a target if it's going to drop atomic weapons inside of defended airspace.
All right, we're going to take a quick break from the action, and we're not going to take a break from the air show.
Don't you give up, nah, nah, nah. I won't
Andy, I got a question. Have they built any new B-52s?
At Liquor Barn, we celebrate the sounds of every Kentucky season. And springtime starts with a bang. Fireworks light up the river, the flame of hot air balloons, the bell of the...
People, make sure you hit the subscribe bell and get me over 200. But I know there's no way I get 1,000 subscribers by 9:30 tonight. You know, but I know it's impossible. But I got faith in you all. Let's help me get 1,000 subscribers. Boy, that's a beautiful plane.
Black, that dark gray.
If you're watching it at an air show, it's a cool-looking airplane.
Yeah.
It's headed towards your country, and you're in a military conflict. You do not want to see this thing flying over your country.
And Rob, you were saying this plane is uniquely the Air Force.
That's correct. And so, you know, the core mission of the United States Air Force, and from our founding as a service in 1947, from the Army Air Force before that, is strategic bombing, and that's the ability to project power over top of an enemy country to, force them to end a conflict early.
Was Jimmy Stewart one of the commanders or something of these B-52s? I know there was a movie.
That's a core capability.
Stewart was a commander or something of a B-52 group. I think. I could be wrong.
Let's listen to it real quick.
Thank you, Andy. That's a beautiful plane.
6 down to 5, and
people, if you want to know what's coming next in the air show, you can go to WDRB. They got a list of times and what's coming up next.
An A-10, and we're operating in an area, and I look below me and I see this large line of fire, and imagine, explosions going off for a mile. I mean, just they're going off. And I thought the Iraqis had lit a fire trench that they had planned on doing to stop our ground forces, or one of them had gone off, when actually it was a B-52. But then I realized that all those bombs that were going off below me came from above me, and it was a coordination error where they ended up dropping through our airspace. And luckily, obviously, nothing happened. But I can carry an incredible amount of conventional weapons. 500-pound bombs. It can do a lot of damage, and it is a crowd favorite for our ground forces.
Somebody screwed up.
For sure. I don't think that thing's ugly at all. They call it the Buff, big ugly flying fellow.
I love your optimism.
I think every year, Andy, I think a B-52 is in Louisville for the air show.
From Mark Weinberg about the forecast.
So April 25, you see him again. But people, you better hope I get 1,000 subscribers.
You kind of know that it is cool. It has been a comfortable day out here. I think the most important part at this point now is what direction the wind's going to be blowing. So what's happening is the winds are now slowly starting to veer towards the northwest. So what that's going to do is push the smoke from the Indiana side onto the Kentucky side, where specifically, so if you're east of 2nd Street Bridge,
would be
that's
my
where the
way.
smoke is going to be blowing. Indiana side's probably going to have the best view for thunder over Louisville, but I think if
That'd
you're
be
still
south.
east of the 2nd Street Bridge,
That'd
viewing's
be
going to be
south
pretty
of
good. Mike Marshall's here
Indiana.
as well, and Mike, you've been kind of here all day long. You have been the trooper, or one of the
Northwest.
troopers that have been here all day long. If you're trying to make your way down here, Mike, we're starting to get into that time frame where we know the roads are going to start to get slow.
Right, and looking downtown, Mark, I've seen a couple of spots. River Road between Zorn Avenue and Cox Park, and then into downtown. It's been a little bit heavier there. And then over in Jeffersonville, been keeping an eye. Anything south of 10th Street.
See, this is
Market
Jeff
Street,
right here.
of course, right there next to the river has also been a little bit heavy today.
But weather-wise, I've got to say, Candace Sterling, I think we've done a lot of these thunders together.
That's
Candace,
that 2nd Street Bridge. Last month, 18-wheeler was hanging over.
I think that the weather has just been perfect for the afternoon. You just weren't sweating out here. You just felt comfortable.
A little chilly where we are.
Okay, all right.
I mean, it's nice.
Not sweating, that's for sure.
The wind kicked up.
You just have to dress appropriately, right? You have to know to put on layers. I have on some layers. I have a battery power in the pocket of my vest to heat me up a little bit later. But if you dress right, it really is pleasant. You aren't going to sweat. Hopefully you brought some sunscreen.
Yeah, we don't have the rain and we don't have the clouds, so we get to see a fantastic air show.
And we don't have the cloud ceiling either to limit what the airplanes can do.
That's true. And, actually a little bit of the gray haze above there, the high cirrus, actually helps you spot the airplanes better too, so it all works. And, people don't think about it, but when you're an air show performer, so for the 2 years that I did air shows with the Thunderbirds, you wake up and the first thing you do is look outside because you want it to be a clear weather day. Because the better the weather is, the easier it is for you to do the work. The work's hard enough, but then you toss weather into it, and then you really got a lot to deal with. So the air crews are loving this. This is a great environment for them.
So talk to me about the B-52. I'm just curious about the range of this airplane, Rob.
It is an intercontinental bomber, right? So it's just like a big airliner. It can fly across the ocean. It can also aero refuel, and so that was always the plan that the bombers had to take off to go to Soviet Union. They would go up over the pole, over the Arctic, and they'd meet tankers, refuel, and be able to hit their targets and still come home. So, luckily that hadn't happened, and hopefully it never does happen. But
so in theory, these airplanes, they can be in the sky for days, need be.
Well, you know what? The biggest thing that's the problem, that yes, technically they could, but you're going to run out of oil because all airplanes burn oil. And at some point in time, you're going to need to put oil in the engines, right? And the neat thing about the B-52, it can fly high for a long way, but then they develop tactics to go on the deck. And to see a B-52 down at 500 feet is an impressive sight, an airplane that size to be able to come zipping in, because they were trying to go below radar as well, too, to penetrate into enemy airspace.
Where are these based?
The majority of them are based in Louisiana at Barksdale Air Force Base, but they will be deployed around the globe. We normally keep a couple in the Pacific and Guam as a deterrent to adversaries in the Pacific, and sometimes in Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean.
You forgot in the air. Always in the air, ready to go.
We will be right back with Thunder on WDRB.
You're watching Thunder on WDRB, sponsored by the Kentucky Lottery.
Come on, baby! Come on!
The Masked Singer, all new Wednesday on Fox.
Alpha to Bravo, do you copy? Loud and clear. I'm approaching from the left. Well, this sure is different than reporting from the studio, huh, Candace? Yeah, with WDRB being the official broadcast partner, we sure can show some unique perspectives of the show. Let's hit this last maneuver. Copy that. Let's punch it so we can catch the fireworks show.
The Clarksville View on WDRB Thunder is presented by Current 812 Luxury Apartments.
Hi, Shane Huffman with the Neil Huffman Automotive Group, where currently we have hundreds of pre-owned vehicles, all aggressively priced, coming with our 3-year certified maintenance. You can visit.
You got a Neil Huffman in your state, go visit them.
We're talking with Dr. Matthew Fox about saving lives through lung transplantation here at U of L Health's Traeger Transplant Center. Dr. Fox, tell us about the work you do.
I'm the surgical director of lung transplant here at Jewish Hospital, U of L Health. Unfortunately, respiratory diseases are the third leading cause of death for people in this country and Kentucky. For many of those patients, transplants are our only option.
What might lead someone to seek treatment here?
Anybody with end-stage lung disease like emphysema or pulmonary fibrosis who's not doing well might need a transplant. We offer patient-centered care with excellent outcomes and state-of-the-art techniques here right at your doorstep in Kentucky.
How can someone get involved?
The most important thing to do is sign up to be an organ donor. By doing that, you could save up to 7 lives. It's also important to share those wishes with your family so they know as well.
Use the QR code on your screen to learn more. I'm Lindsay Cox, and that's Talk of the Town.
Hi, Shane Huffman with the Neil Huffman Automotive Group, where currently we have hundreds of pre-owned vehicles, all aggressively priced, coming with our 3-year certified maintenance. You can visit us today at neilhuffman.com. Huffman has it.
You're watching Thunder on WDRB, sponsored by the Kentucky Lottery.
Welcome back to WDRB. You're watching Mr. Mulligan, which is a replica of a historic aircraft in the airbox right now. This aircraft was actually built to win a very famous race back in the 1930s. Talk about that in just a moment. First, we want to give a shout out to the Heiser Hearing Institute. Thank you so much for providing our real-time closed captioning today. Lindsay Allen alongside Gil Corsi and Sean Dolly.
We're going to let the roar go overhead right now as we come to you, back to you from southern Indiana. Yes, thank you to Upland Brewing for giving us this wonderful, perfect perch here on the patio for Thunder over Louisville. Yeah, Mr. Mulligan, really interesting story, Sean, because if you go back to the 1930s, racers were like the epitome of technology at the time.
That's right.
These,
Where's the P-51 Mustang?
Races were sport, and the world watched, and if you won, the purses were big.
Sure. So, you know, with the onset of World War II, that really kick-started mass production of different types of aircraft. But in the 20s and 30s, only a couple decades removed from the first flight at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, this was a pioneering age of aviation. So in 1935, when the original aircraft you're looking at was built, you're talking about time in America when slow-moving cars, if you even call them that, were sharing the road with horse-drawn buggies. And to think that there were people that had a pioneering spirit to strap themselves into a plane and go across the country is what set in motion the decades of American air superiority. It took people to take the risk and do these things. And we see a plane like that today. It reminds you, we didn't go straight to F-18s. There were some intermediate steps.
So as the story goes, the original Mr. Mulligan won the race from the West Coast to the side of the National Air Races in Cleveland, Ohio. And I'll pause occasionally as it's going behind us because you can't compete with that noise. And so that was the Benedict's Trophy. And again, it was prestigious of that time. The original Mr. Mulligan crashed. It was involved in a crash. It was the only one made of its time. This DGA-6. There were other models, other numbers to come, but there was only one DGA-6. This is a replica of that model. It was built by the grandfather of Thunder performer Matt Yonkin, and it's flown today by Doug Rosendat of Iowa. And I watched some interviews with Doug, and he just calls himself a Iowa farm boy, playing in the sky.
Sure. Well, I don't know at what age we boys stop wanting to play with toys.
Never.
I can tell you it's not 50. And so, we know from age like 5 to 10, we buy them at Mattel. When we get into later years, we make our own airplanes and do things like that with them. So it just, again, when it won that trophy in 1935, it crossed the country at an average rate of 238 miles an hour. That's essentially time traveling. You think about nearly 100 years ago, to go that far, that fast, that just ushered in that long history we ended up having, with more and more advances in aviation.
We're going to take a quick pause right here. You can still watch the action, but we're going to get a couple sponsorships in. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Thunder on WDRB.
A spark turns into a dream, and your dreams fuel a love that will last a lifetime. Turn your passion into a career with experienced guidance, a thorough study of equine business, as well as opportunities to get your hands dirty and put your mind to work. Located in the heart of horse country, let your passion fuel your profession at the U of L Equine Industry Program. Apply today.
Welcome back to Thunder on WDRB. Mr. Mulligan in the air, making his last pass, piloted by Doug Rosendahl of Iowa. We're going to check in at not Waterfront Park, Ashland Park, right down the road from us here in southern Indiana. That's where Stefan Johnson is staking things out.
Right, Ashland Park, it's great over here. There's so much going on. I've had a lot to eat. You can probably see that my shirts get a bit tighter. We came over to one of the most popular places in Ashland Park just to find out what all the fuss is about. This is Widow's Walk Ice Cream. Hey there, young lady, how you doing?
I'm good, how you doing?
So tell me about this. It's cold outside, it's getting cold, but why are people lining up here?
Because I got the best ice cream around.
Really? What kind do you have?
Well, I have 23 flavors. You don't have time to probably have me name them off, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Right. What's your name?
My name's Jill Dotson. I'm the owner of Widow's Walk Ice Cream.
You been busy today?
Been really busy today.
Have you enjoyed the air show?
I haven't seen much of it, but I've heard that it was great.
Okay, so I wanted to find out where everybody was getting that ice cream, and I'm glad I found out. It looks really good. I'm going to come back and see you in a minute. That's why I put my jacket on, guys, so hopefully I can get some ice cream before she runs out. And I'll bring you guys some if you want me to. I know you're down the street somewhere.
I'm going to hold you to it.
Hey, you know what's better than ice cream? An F-16 Viper demo, and that is coming your way on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Thunder on WDRB.
You're watching Thunder on WDRB, sponsored by the Kentucky Lottery.
I'm Lindsay Cox, and this is Foodie Town, presented by Kroger. Today, we'll show you how to create some sweet treats that your family and friends are sure to love. We'll be whipping up some quick icebox sandwiches and some delicious Buckeyes. With just a few ingredients, you'll be eating these treats before you know it.
People, you got about 3 hours until the fireworks. So hit the thumbs up, hit the bell, show me how much you love this live streaming. You know, so hit the subscribe bell. You know, show me I'm not wasting my time to make only a few of you happy. You know. Boy, it looks good. Man, I would love to have it, but my diabetes wouldn't like it.
I'll receive a private education and earn my college degree without debt. Since I graduated high school with a 3.8 GPA, my tuition is cut in half. 98% of students earn scholarships. You can too at spalding.edu.
At Liquor Barn, we celebrate the sounds of every Kentucky
Oh, look
season.
at those pretty
And
horses.
springtime starts with a bang. Fireworks light up the river, the flame of hot air balloons, the bell of the starting gates, the cheers of victory, the thunder of thoroughbreds that leaves you breathless.
Hey, I can hear it too. Did you know we have delivery?
Your time is important, so when air conditioning issues happen, you need help now, not next week. For the fastest response time in town, call Bryant.com. We'll fix your AC and get you back to what's important in life. Fast. Plumbing and electrical issues? Call Bryant.com. Easy to schedule, same-day installs, no overtime. With the fastest response time in town, we'll be there when you need us most. For all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electric needs, call Bryant.com.
Hey, Kentuckiana, the Coyle Chevrolet Buick GMC Spring Savings Event is going on now. With nearly 400 vehicles to choose from, our friendly and knowledgeable staff will help you find the perfect vehicle that fits your lifestyle and budget. And with our spring savings discounts, there's never been a better time to buy. Visit us at CoyleCBG.com or on Veterans Parkway in Clarksville to find your next car, truck, or SUV today. Coyle, where the flag is flying and Kentuckiana is buying.
At Spalding University, my books are free. With dual credit, I came to Spalding as a junior, so I can start my career in 2 years. The Career Design Center gave me the direction I needed to follow my dream. You can too at spalding.edu.
You're watching Thunder on WDRB, sponsored by the Kentucky Lottery.
It sounds like when the F-16 comes roaring through at Mach speed, it almost sounds like it's ripping apart the sky. That's the roar.
I can like feel it in my stomach. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We do want to pause for a moment. You see the QR code at the bottom of your screen. Thunder on WDRB, definitely as a tribute to our veterans. Now pause for this mamma jamma to go by, because when it gets going fast, it gets loud. Hello.
Straight up. Okay, we want to go over to the Kentucky side because Candace and Sterling are sitting with a guy who knows a thing or two about an F-16.
Knows more than a thing or two. Former Thunderbird, retired Brigadier General Rob Gibbons. Yeah, man, your bird is in the sky. Tell us about it.
I'm tearing up, actually. Yeah, so we're seeing the F-16, and we're seeing the F-16 demo pilot for the East Coast from Shaw Air Force Base. And the neat thing is that this pilot is taking this airplane out all over the country to do the demonstration of the incredible capability of the F-16 Fighting Falcon. And you know, you'll hear a lot of people call it the Fighting Falcon, but it's really, the nickname for it is the Viper, because when this thing came out in the 70s, it was so advanced and so almost science fiction-ish that the Battlestar Galactica thing it came out, the show had come out, and they were flying Vipers, so all the pilots said, man, it's a Viper. It's just like a Viper, and it's stuck ever since.
Talk about how this plane has evolved in its capabilities. What can this do other than go fast and make a lot of noise?
It can do a lot, but so it started off as a lightweight fighter that was designed to fill the gap between the F-15 and air defenses. So it'd be lightweight, pretty much an air-to-air dogfighter, very capable. And over the years, oh, people do that all the time. Over the years, it's developed into a premier multi-role fighter. So they've added additional avionics inside, additional missile capabilities, bomb capabilities, and sensor capabilities with a targeting pod. It's also capable of data linking with other airplanes, so you can get a display in your cockpit of where everybody is and where the targets are and where you need to be, which makes it an incredibly lethal aircraft. I flew combat in this airplane in 2003 in the invasion of Iraq. It took all my squadron members to the target and back and brought us all home safely.
Did you have any close calls in the military that you would like to share and talk about, Rob?
Well, or in this airplane particularly. There were a couple times when, and you know, my mom was listening to this, you guys. So sorry, Mom. Go ahead, Rob.
You're retired now. It's all okay. All's well that ends well.
Yeah, there were a couple times. There was one night striking a target in downtown Baghdad early in the war where we had 4 airplanes. We came in. We're dropping satellite-guided bombs. Everybody's bombs work. One of mine works. One doesn't. And so I thought it was hit at first because the airplane's not responding well. As powerful as this airplane is, you have a 2,000-pound bomb on one side and 2,000-pound on the other. If one of them drops, you have 2,000 pounds of dead weight on the other. But I came back around and was able to reset the bomb. You gotta listen to that and see the tight turning radius. This guy's pulling 9 Gs right now as he turns around inside the width of the Ohio. But
he's coming back around to do it again, I think.
He's gonna go up next. Watch this. He's gonna go straight from a 9G lateral turn straight up into the vertical to continue to show the power of the airplane. But so I was able to recycle my bomb and go back into the target area, and I went in alone, and there's all kinds of anti-aircraft artillery that was shooting at me that it got a little bit closer than I would have liked. But luckily, I was able to make it out of there okay and still get the bomb off the jet.
Where are we using these today, and how are we using them today?
We're using them globally, and we're using them for air superiority and air-to-ground attack and close air support. So we have these airplanes stationed in Korea, in Italy, all over the United States. We deploy them into the Middle East. We deploy them to the Pacific. And we also, it's one of the widest sold fighters amongst NATO countries. So our NATO allies, the Poles fly these airplanes, the Danes, the Dutch, the Norwegians all fly F-16s, that's right. And our Pacific partners as well, too. And Singapore and Taiwan actually flies F-16.
But Rob, is the United States still producing this particular aircraft, or have we stopped making these and started making the F-22s?
So we don't produce F-16s for the U.S. any longer. We still build F-16s to go to foreign partners. what this airplane fighters are today.
Gotcha.
The F-16 is small radar cross-section, but it's not low observable technology like an F-35.
So that would be able to evade radar better than...
That's right. And so all radar games is all about size, right? So a radar missile might have the kinematics, so the range to hit you, but if the target isn't big enough, it can't see it. So that's what the secret behind low observable technology is that it reduces your signature. So a radar missile, it's a lot harder for it to find you and hit you. The F-16 is pretty good with a small radar cross-section, but it's not like, an F-35 today.
What was the training like?
So what kind of training does it take to be able to do that, Rob? So that's a great question. So for all Air Force aircraft, you need a 4-year college degree and get commissioned as an officer in the United States Air Force. Then you go to pilot training, which is about a year long, that you got to do. And then you get assigned to your weapon system. And for fighter pilots, you're going to spend an extra couple of months learning how to fly the T-38. That you knew how to fly the T-38 for pilot training, but now you're going to learn to fly it as a fighter as opposed to a trainer. And then you come to F-16 training, which is between 6 and 8 months long, and it's out in Arizona and in New Mexico now as well too. And I had the opportunity to ironically be the commander, the group commander at Luke Air Force Base, the 56 Operations Group, and the colonel that flew the A-10 actually was an A-10 or an F-16 pilot before he went to the A-10. So we kind of reversed paths, but he was in my command back in the day. So small world for that.
We're going to take a quick break, but do not worry. The F-16 is going to be in the air for quite a while. We'll be right back. We will show you more of this incredible aircraft.
You're watching Thunder on WDRB, sponsored by the Kentucky Lottery.
Alpha to Bravo, do you copy?
Loud and clear.
I'm approaching from the left.
Wow, this is sure different than reporting from the studio, huh, Hayden?
Yeah, with WDRB being the official Thunder broadcast partner, we can show some pretty unique perspectives of the show.
And after all the flybys are grounded, set your course to WDRB News for all local news all day long.
Copy that. Let's punch it back to the studio.
Now there's more to love at Derby City Gaming and Hotel. More sipping and savoring at Oliver's Chop House and Bourbon Bar. Book your hotel and dining reservations today at derbycitygaming.com.
When the temperature rises, the prices fall at John Jones Auto Group. Put some spring in your step and visit us at one of our 3 Southern Indiana locations in Salem, Corydon, or Scottsburg to get a great deal on a new car, truck, or SUV. And you can visit us online 24/7 at www.johnjonesautogroup.com. At John Jones Auto Group, you see so many because they paid so little.
Furniture Fair has had some mighty big sales over the years, but this one is off the charts. It all starts with the area's lowest prices guaranteed. Then take an additional 10% off with no interest for 12 months and free curbside shipping. Get a 5-piece dining set for just $448 or a made-in-the-USA traditional sofa for only $691. The savings are off the charts. Don't miss it through Monday at Furniture Fair.
When the Thompsons first bought their house, all they saw was their dream home. They didn't yet know that with a home equity line of credit from Commonwealth Credit Union, it would be their keys to epic cannonballs and the chance to see the world. As years went by, it allowed them to empower the next generation and make happily ever after come true. Which begs the question, what could your home be doing for you? Let's find out together. Commonwealth Credit Union. Here, we see you differently.
The trucks may be ours and the building's yours, but our work, the desire to be the best contractors, and having expert technicians focused on doing the job right, that's something we can all share. We're 40 years strong and prepared to excel over the next 40. Behind all the certificates, awards, and successful projects is a team that takes pride in their work. And as we step into the future, we have confidence knowing that we are...
It's more rewarding than ever to join the Derby City Gaming and Hotel Players Club. Sign up and win up to $2,500 in free play. Plus, get 100 more guaranteed. Visit derbycitygaming.com for details.
You're watching Thunder on WDRB, sponsored by the Kentucky Lottery.
All right, welcome back to the banks of the Ohio River. Welcome back to watching the F-16 awesomeness in the sky, joined by retired Brigadier General Rob Gibbons. Let's listen to the airplane for a second. Incredible. Okay, Rob, you flew with the Thunderbirds for several years. Tell us about that experience.
Yeah, so the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds fly the F-16, Fighting Falcon, Viper, and, it was a great experience to be able to go out and demonstrate to the American public what air power can do. Mm-hmm. And you do that, you can't take everybody out to the bombing range to let them see that or watch a dogfight. So you say, we can fly these airplanes in these incredibly tight formations and these incredible violent maneuvers together for the crowd. Mm-hmm. If we can do this, we can do these other things that we tell you can do. And it's, it's very humbling to be able to represent the country and the United States Air Force by traveling around to big towns, small towns. We did Thunder over Louisville in 1997, which was great. And, hopefully it inspired a bunch of people to be a part of the service.
You say that the F-16 has some incredible abilities to fight all by itself. It doesn't need the support of other aircraft. It can do everything.
Single man, single engine, that's all we need. No, yeah, obviously we like to fight as a team, but sometimes that team can be made up entirely of F-16s. You can have F-16s to have missiles to shoot enemy radars, to knock out enemy radar missile sites. That can shoot enemy airplanes. They can actually drop the bombs as well too. So it's a great platform to be able to do a variety of things. And we were talking about defensive systems earlier. We saw the C-130 come and put out the flares. The F-16 carries flares and chaff as well too. But the other advantage that a fighter like an F-16 has is you can outfly the missiles, right? So we practice that all the time in real world too.
So once
we've done it.
Fire a missile at you, you can maneuver that plane to avoid being hit.
You can sit there and keep maneuvering the airplane, and if you can see the missile, it's like you're dogfighting the missile itself.
Wow.
But it's trying to impact you, not get to gun solution.
Interesting. All right, we are watching the Heritage Flight. We're going to take a quick break, not from the action, but we'll come back to you. You're watching Thunder on WDRB.
Furniture Champion, and it's truck season, and it's raining SUVs and trucks. We have the best selection of HDs and discounts up to $8,500 on all the hard-to-find models. 2.9% for 72 months on Silverado and Sierra crew cabs is hard to beat, and we have a great selection. You can sign and drive an Encore GX for only $399 a month. Looking for Envision? We have them up to $6,250 off. And the all-new Blazer EV is here to make the short...
Show me, people. Show me you appreciate this video by hitting that subscribe bell. Show me you appreciate this. I want to thank you all. Hit the thumbs up.
51 Mustang as well. Little fun fact, Tom Cruise.
I love them P-51 Mustang. I dream about it when I was young.
And flies a P-51 Mustang.
He does, and in that movie, Top Gun Maverick, he's actually flying that with Jennifer Connelly in the airplane.
He truly is flying it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, think about it. If you let Sterling fly you, I mean, think about that. I mean, or if you flew Sterling, one of the two, that'd be the equivalent of that.
I can fly you around in the Cessna 172. We're going nowhere fast, but it'll be a fun ride.
Anybody can fly it. It's landing. That's right.
The P-51, is that a trainer?
No, the P-51, there is no fighter pilot in the U.S. military today that doesn't have some affinity for the P-51 Mustang. This was the air supremacy fighter from the Second World War. It changed the dynamics of the skies over Europe. I mean, other airplanes did great things, but the Mustang is such a stereotype for the air war over Europe. People have seen it. It's been popularized in movies and things. There are movies about the Red Tails, the first, African-American fighter group that flew in World War II that did heroic service. and everybody's flying a P-51 Mustang.
Did the Tuskegee Airmen fly
They did.
the Mustang?
Okay, they did. They
That's another
eventually
story people are familiar with.
The 332nd Fighter Group, which still has a proud heritage in the Air Force today. I was actually a member of the 332nd.
Oh, wow.
Still called the Red Tails, still in honor of the Tuskegee Airmen. But the neat thing about that P-51 that helped change the dynamic of the air war over Europe is it could take off out of England and fly all the way to Berlin. And so there were German generals who had said, when we saw the fighters over Berlin, we knew the war was lost. Because they were able to escort our bomber forces all the way to any target in Germany and back. And that helped save American lives and allowed us to hit the targets that we needed to hit. And it's a neat program that the Air Force started doing. We saw the Navy do it a little bit earlier. I think we did it first, or the Air Force, I can't say we anymore, did it first. But it's designed to show how far we've come in aviation.
Sure.
And also just to tie us all together with the military heritage of aviation. You know, America's an air power country, right? We travel by air, we move goods and services by air, and we fight by air. And this is exactly showing, you know, the over 75 years of capability of fighters.
Yeah,
Both
what a
revolutionary.
what a beautiful airplane.
It is.
It's sexy, Rob. Come on now.
Can I say that on TV?
Yeah, well, I just did. sorry, Rob's mom. I got lost in the moment.
And the P-51, that Merlin engine. So they designed this airplane in virtually no time. It has laminar flow wings. It's got extended range. The later versions of it, like that, had the bubble canopy for better visibility for pilots. It was designed to shoot down German airplanes, and it was great at its job. And it's just so beautiful to see these two airplanes together. And the Mustang's fast, so, you know, the F-16's not having to work all that hard to stay in position with it. Obviously, the F-16 is capable of going 2 times the speed of sound. The Mustang is not capable of supersonic flight, but the F-16 is able to slow down and stay with it, because the Mustang is still a pretty fast aircraft.
And what's pretty cool is these are privately owned airplanes, your P-51 Mustang.
The other one we all own.
Right,
It's called our tax dollars.
Exactly. You know, but they'll go and they'll find these airplanes and they rebuild them and they restore them, and people take great pride in this history in the commemorative Air Force.
Absolutely, it's a love. And when you see it,
I wish to go back and still make the P-51 Mustang, because they're beautiful planes.
And it's not only seeing it, it's hearing it. You are hearing history.
We're going to take a quick break and Thunder on.
It's right, Andy. They are good planes. I love them. I had a thing about P-51 when I was a kid. Maybe I was reincarnated, you know, because I believe I used to fly a P-51 when in my other life. Maybe that's crazy, but I had a thing about P-51 Mustangs. I bought every magazine there was on P-51. There's that Jones show that'll be on about 9:30. So you all want to stay tuned. What the heck went boom, unless that was a 18-wheeler blowing the car or a transformer.
Mexican flavors. And to top it off, free queso on Cinco de Mayo. That's right, free queso.
Your projects just became easier with Gene Boone, offering heavy equipment needs for any task with over 300 machines available to buy or rent today. Featuring our own product line like our Tiger Claws and Boone Hammers. Full service and parts department offering repairs and parts for all brands. Ask about our competitive in-house financing options. Low pricing for daily, weekly, and monthly rentals. Let Team Boone show you like our machines do. We simply get the job done. Call today or find us at teamboone.net.
Enjoy classic simple fun with Pick 3 and Pick 4 from the
Kentucky Lottery.
Funding more than $5 billion in grants and scholarships.
Hey, Kentuckiana, the Coyle Chevrolet Buick GMC Spring Savings Event is going on now. With nearly 400 vehicles to choose from, our friendly and knowledgeable staff will help you find the perfect vehicle that fits your lifestyle and budget. And with our spring savings discounts, there's never been a better time to buy. Visit us at CoyleCVG.com or on Veterans Parkway in Clarksville to find your next car, truck, or SUV today. Coyle, where the flag is flying and Kentuckiana is buying.
Celebrate Cinco de Mayo at Elmo's Hall. Experience our mouth-watering dishes bursting with authentic Mexican flavors. And to top it off, free queso on Cinco de Mayo. That's right, free queso.
Welcome back to Thunder on WDRB. Here's another trivia question for you. How many people work behind the scenes for Thunder? Is it 1,000, 2,000, or 5,000? We'll have the answer coming up for you here in just another minute or so. We just saw the end of that Heritage flight, which was so special.
It was. It's the old school and it's the new school. And just a thing of beauty to see for everybody who's on the banks of the Ohio River, and especially military people as well. And for Rob Gibbons, our specialist here with us, retired Brigadier General. He flew the F-16, but he knows the history of that P-51 Mustang.
Yeah, the P-51 making one more pass by us now.
Yeah, he's doing a nice big barrel roll there as he comes along, showing us how beautiful of an airplane that is. Now so you saw the B-52?
Yeah.
That's beautiful right there on the screen. That Mustang, the sleek design, and incredibly high-performing fighter that helped out our cause in World War II so significantly, and still a great airplane today.
Talk about what it's like flying one of those compared to the F-16, because you're flying with just old school technology.
Right. It's that's an interesting thing, because you talk about the differences in technologies, and that's true. But the basic piloting things, and you can take a P-51 guy and teach him to fly an F-16, and vice versa. It's all still kind of the same principle.
Gotcha.
We are going to give you the answer to our trivia question. Take a quick break, and Thunder on WDRB will continue in just a moment. How many people work behind the scenes for Thunder? The answer is B, 2,000.
From sunrise to late in the evening, there's always a story to be told. Stories about resilience and overcoming great odds. Maybe you'd like to hear stories about protecting you and your family. There are stories about adventure, mystery, tragedy, weather, even stories about real-life heroes. Around here, the stories never end, and we'll be here to tell them all. WDRB News, the source.
The Clarksville View on WDRB Thunder is presented by Current 812 Luxury Apartments.
Exclusive auto detailing, cutting edge, skilled technicians, committed to excellence. Exclusive professional auto detailing and window tinting. Louisville's best automotive boutique. Go where the dealerships go. Go exclusive.
Decades now, Ford F-Series has given hard-working folks more of everything they want in a truck. More capability, more power, and more smart technology. That's why, for 47 years now, more people have chosen Ford F-Series than any other brand. To get a new 2023 F-150 with 1.9% financing for 72 months, visit your local Ford store today.
Exclusive auto detailing, quality service, trusted products, focused on perfection. Exclusive professional auto detailing and window tinting. Louisville's best automotive boutique. Go where the dealerships go. Go exclusive.
Welcome back to Thunder on WDRB. A live look here as from the Kentucky side out over the Ohio River as the crowd has swelled This is from our WDRB drone cam, one of 25 cameras that we have on both sides of the river, bringing you this Thunder Day action. Gilbert Corsi alongside Sean Dowley and the lovely Lindsay Allen coming to you from Uplift Brewery. I paused because we call this the sunny side, but as you see, I put on the heavyweight jacket, right? Like I got the mini jacket, I got the heavyweight jacket, because it's no longer the sunny side, friends. It's starting to get chilly out here.
But you know who has a buddy to nuzzle up next to? Chris Suter, Dalton Gombe, they're over on the Great Lawn. We hadn't checked in with the Bro Show for a while, so we said, what are those two characters up to?
There was so much beer here to drink, too, in that time, you know?
What the heck, man?
That's what I'm saying.
On the clock, we can't do it.
Not allowed, says Dale.
We thought you guys were annoyed with us.
I know. I thought the producers definitely were annoyed with us.
They probably were, to be fair.
That's the job out here today, you know? Hey, we've kind of moved closer and closer to the river over the course of the past couple of minutes, and let me tell you, the Great Lawn has really filled up.
Yes,
I don't know how many people are here, but man, I would have to think it's hundreds and thousands for sure.
Yeah, I think KDF's website said they expected 600,000. I wouldn't doubt it.
Right.
Between that side of the river and over here on the Great Lawn, I think that that's probably an accurate statement. Is this a VIP area?
Yeah, what's going on over here? Can we get in here? This caution tape.
All right.
I don't know. I don't know what that was, but
speak to someone more friendly.
Come on in here, buddy.
How you doing, bud?
How you doing?
What are you doing out here?
Waiting for the fireworks.
Yeah? Bored with the air show?
Yeah.
Seriously? You were bored with that? I thought that was awesome,
What do you think of the F-16, the fighters?
I liked it.
What, do you want to watch YouTube instead? You sound like my kid.
No.
Dad, can I watch YouTube?
He's not a YouTube kid. This is a cool dude.
I know. You were throwing the football with him earlier, were you?
No,
that was a different kid. All right.
I'd throw the football with you, though, man. Hey, what's your favorite part about Thunder over Louisville? I have one guess.
I like the fireworks.
There you go.
Thanks,
Very nice.
Have a good one.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, listen, real quick before we send it back to Gilbert and Lindsay, we saw the parachuters jump down there.
Yeah.
It was really cool to see. Some of them on target. The wind was a problem for some others.
And it was a little worrisome for a minute because you saw one of them land in a tree. They got the stretcher out. They ran over there. Everybody was perfectly fine, though. So that's some good news here as we keep the mood going, the spirits high here at Thunder over Louisville, guys.
That you have to have sunglasses on. What are these sunglasses on with these guys?
It's because their future is so bright. The spirits are high, but their spirits are also with other people, Dalton and Chris. That's just a friendly reminder from southern Indiana. But yeah, we got cameras all over the place. The Great Lawn Waterfront Park has started to fill up. Looks like there are still some spots over there, but as you get closer to the river, because the river was out of its banks earlier this week, may need some boots, may need a tarp to sit on, but still lots of great real estate as we get closer to the fireworks, the main event. I'm getting excited.
Hey, speaking of things that are going to excite you, coming up in our next hour, the Tank Buster, the Flying Gun, the Thunderbolt. It's the A-10 Warthog, and it's pretty darn cool. You don't want to miss it. You're watching Thunder on WDRB.
Follow me to Oxmoor Hyundai, where we welcome hundreds of you each month to the Hyundai family.
Drive home the new 2024 Hyundai Tucson with financing as low as 3.79%, or get up to $3,000 off MSRP on over 50 new Hyundai Palisades in stock. Save on over 400 new vehicles.
It all starts with a great deal and ends with a happy family. At Oxmoor Hyundai and OxmoorHyundai.com.
Celebrate Cinco de Mayo at El Nopal. Experience our mouth-watering dishes bursting with authentic Mexican flavors. And to top it off, free queso on Cinco de Mayo. That's right, free queso. Dine in only one per table with purchase. But wait, there's more. Introducing El Nopal Mexican-style lager. Locally crafted with passion and tradition. It's the perfect complement to your Cinco de Mayo celebration. Join us for Cinco de Mayo.
At Liquor Barn, we celebrate the sounds of every Kentucky season. And springtime starts with a bang. Fireworks light up the river, the flame of hot air balloons, The bell of the starting gates, the cheers of victory, the thunder of thoroughbreds that leaves you breathless.
Hey, I can hear it too. Did you know we have delivery?
Furniture Fair has had some mighty big sales over the years, but this one is off the charts. It all starts with the area's lowest prices. Additional 10% off with no interest for 12 months and free curbside shipping. Get a 5-piece dining set for just $448 or a made in the USA traditional sofa for only $691. The savings are off the charts. Don't miss it through Monday at Furniture Fair.
The trucks may be ours, and the building's yours, but our work, the desire to be the best contractors, and having expert technicians focused on doing the job right, that's something we can all share. We're 40 years strong and prepared to excel over the next 40. Behind all the certificates, awards, and successful projects is a team that takes pride in their work. And as we step into the future, we have confidence knowing that
we are...
Hey, Kentuckiana, the Coyle Chevrolet Buick GMC Spring Savings Event is going on now. With nearly 400 vehicles to choose from, our friendly and knowledgeable staff will help you find the perfect vehicle that fits your lifestyle and budget. And with our spring savings discounts, there's never been a better time to buy. Visit us at CoyleCVG.com or on Veterans Parkway in Clarksville to find your next car, truck, or SUV today. Coyle, where the flag is flying and Kentuckiana is buying.
Welcome back to Thunder on WDRV. Gilbert Corsi alongside Sean Daly and Lindsay Allen coming to you from Upland Brewing in southern Indiana. The air show has been spectacular today. I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Thunder over Louisville is when our community comes alive for spring. We are winding down on the air show now. Fireworks still to come. We are less than 2.5 hours away, 9:30 tonight. But as the sun goes down, the temperature starts to drop.
Yeah, you definitely need like a little bit of a layer action and a light jacket, especially as we do get closer to firework time. Mark Weinberg is standing by. He's layered up. Hey, Mark.
Hey, guys. Yeah, this afternoon I was in, the short sleeve shirt, had the coat off, and definitely you start to feel the chill coming in now. Sun hasn't set quite yet, but we come off that high of around 62, and we are now starting to see those temperatures dip downward. So we're going to talk about what to expect as we move through the evening and into the overnight hours. Let me briefly talk about what we're going to expect and what you should expect in terms of as we go outside by fireworks time. As noted here, the temperatures are now starting to come off a little bit versus where we were a little bit earlier. We've seen our temperatures move from around 62 as we now slide back into the upper 50s. And that's kind of where I think we're going to be going as we move through this fireworks show, is we're going to see these temperatures pulling back probably into the mid-50 range. I think one of the things that's really important when we talk about thunder over Louisville is what's going to be happening with the wind direction. And I think this is a big part of this. So as we stand now, we're sitting in the upper 50s to near about 60 degrees, depending on your location. And I think that one of the really nice things about this is we've seen that the ceiling height has basically been unlimited. While we do have some clouds out there, these are just generally high clouds. These are not the kind of clouds that caused any problems with the Thunder over Louisville air show. But the evening is really all about wind direction for Thunder over Louisville. And we can feel right now the winds are starting to turn more towards the northwesterly. This is crucially important. This is going to be blowing that smoke from the fireworks, and the fireworks are going to be, obviously you get a lot of smoke with them. It's going to be blowing that towards the southeast. So a northwesterly wind is going to be putting that smoke on the Kentucky side of the river, just off to the east of the 2nd Street Bridge. Mike Marshall has been with us here through the start of things, Mike. We're kind of getting into that point now where if you're coming to Thunder over Louisville, we probably got another hour, and then, you get it.
This is that time where if you're not here now and you kind of wait at home and you go, all right, let's get out there, because we're seeing a crowd here. And you know what else I'm seeing? You look around the crowd, I'm seeing a lot more sweatshirts and hoodies and blankets. So that's the dress if you're coming out tonight. Speaking of coming out, we've been looking at the roadways. The interstates are actually in pretty good shape. Our two slow spots, Jeffersonville, Market Street next to the river, and then over on the River Road, especially out around Eva Bandman Park, Frankfurt Avenue, that area, running a little slow.
And Lindsay and Gil, you know, as you guys said, I think the idea here is dress layers, put on a hat, and stay warm and enjoy Thunder over Louisville. It's going to be quite a show this evening. It always is.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I've got like a sweater and a long sleeve shirt underneath. I'm comfortable because I've layered up and was prepared.
I'm not a hat person, but I think I've got one back here. Next time I see you,
find it.
I'll have my head covered too. But there's a nucleus, there's a brain, an operation that makes all of tucked in the top of the golf house. That's where my co-anchor, WDRB's Fallon Glick, is this afternoon. Let's check in with her in the Thunder Command Center. Hey, Fallon.
Hey, Gilbert. Hey, Lindsay. It's such a unique experience being up here in the Command Center for Thunder over Louisville. And I know you said it's like the brains of the operation, kind of the nervous center of what's going on here. But I also like to think of it as the heart of Thunder over Louisville. A lot of people who put this show on are up here with me right now. And with me, I have Matt Gibson, President and CEO of the Kentucky Derby Festival. Thank you so much for being here. So what does it feel? We're finally here. The kickoff to Derby, the big party, Thunder over Louisville. We made it, right?
We did. I always say I have the best job on the planet. I mean, to be able to be a part of this, to be able to bring this to the community, and look what it's doing for the community. I think they're all here. You said it was the traffic report. I believe there's some traffic out there, but it is fantastic to know that most of the community is here today.
And everyone's rushing to get here for the big fireworks show. Are you fired up for that show too? I mean, there's so much work that goes into this. It's such a choreography.
It really is. We always call it an organized ballet of chaos. And I think I started getting fired up about 364 days ago, knowing that it's just like Christmas. It takes so long for it to get here, and it's just so exciting. We really do have a good time putting this show on.
Oh, we absolutely do. And guys, we are waiting for that ballet of chaos, the fireworks show. If you look behind us, 2 hours and 21 minutes. Gil, Lindsay, we are ready for that. Oh, it's going to be awesome. We can't wait for it either, Fallon. Thanks so much. Okay, don't go anywhere. Coming up next with our hats on, we're talking the A-10 Warthog. That's going to be moving into the air box. So much of the air show is still left to talk to you about. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Thunder on WDRB.
Thunder on WDRB, sponsored by El Nepal.
How do you get your news? Is WDRB the soundtrack to your morning routine?
Or you can scroll on the go with the WDRB News app.
If you've already cut the cord, start streaming our news on WDRB Plus.
Maybe you like to read a more in-depth story. You use WDRB.com.
When weather's the biggest story of your day, the WDRB Weather app has video forecasts and radar.
However you choose to get your news, WDRB is the source.
Hi, Shane Huffman with the Neil Huffman Automotive Group, where currently we have hundreds of pre-owned vehicles, all aggressively priced, coming with our 3-year certified maintenance. You can visit us today at neilhuffman.com. Huffman has it.
Here at Heiser Hearing Institute, we provide speech, balance, and hearing services. And what we love about our nonprofit model is that all the revenue that we generate from those services goes toward providing funding for our scholarship program at Heiser Hearing and Language Academy.
For 30 years, Arbor Homes has been a leading new home construction builder, creating opportunity and stability for hardworking Midwest families like yours. Choose from affordable single and 2-story floor plans available to build in Louisville and Southern Indiana's desirable school districts. At Arbor Homes, we believe you can build your home. Call us today to learn more.
Current 812 is the newest riverfront luxury apartment complex in southern Clarksville with scenic views from your patio or balcony. Premium apartments and townhomes available in 1, 2, and 4 bedrooms. Enjoy our state-of-the-art fitness center with Peloton bikes and a yoga studio. Wind down in the resort-style heated pool. New residents can receive a free rent special for a limited time. Current 812, where coming home feels like a vacation.
Help give the gift of sound to the children of Heiser Hearing and Language Academy. Please scan your QR code to help those children who have hearing, speech, and language barriers. Help us overcome those. I heard it.
Hi, Shane Huffman with the Neil Huffman Automotive Group, where currently we have hundreds of pre-owned vehicles, all aggressively priced, coming with our 3-year certified maintenance. You can visit us today at neilhuffman.com.
I want to give a big shout out to Rhythm. He can't be at the air show, but his girlfriend is. But tell her you was there by courtesy of Tom Cartwright 4375 on YouTube. You know. So you could tell her you was there. I guess something happened to 41.
You're watching Thunder on
So,
WDRB.
Really, make sure you subscribe to my channel. I appreciate it. You could tell your sweetheart, or you could text her and say, hey, I'm watching it on YouTube. And so how you watching it on YouTube? So tell Tom Cartwright 4375, it's in Indiana, about 19 miles north of Louisville. He's live streaming it on his channel. I'm watching it. At least one thing, Rhythm, you don't have to fight that traffic. You don't have to pay that much for food. You can sit there at your house, wherever you're at, eat your popcorn, your hot dogs, hamburgers, or whatever, pizza. You can sit right there at home and watch it without getting out your recliner. You know, I wouldn't want to fight that traffic. Let's get back to the A-10s.
A stands for attack. That's excellent. You'd be surprised how many people, they've talked about airplanes a long time and they never figured out that A is for attack, F is for fighter, B is for bomber. But it's really a great airplane. It was designed completely for air to ground, you know, to help the guys on the ground, to kill tanks, knock out targets, artillery sites, and things along the way. And it's done an incredible job. If you look at the wings, they're long, straight wings, so it's not a very fast aircraft by fighter standards today. The engines are high bypass turbofan engines. They set up high like that because it helps defeat the radar or the infrared signature of the engine. It diffuses the heat, so it's harder to hit this airplane with a heat-seeking missile from the ground.
Talk about the damage this can do.
Well, it can do a lot of damage. Obviously, it can carry 11,000 pounds of external ordnance. So laser-guided bombs, regular bombs, cluster weapons, Maverick missiles. But the thing that really gives it its unique killing power is the 30-millimeter cannon that the pilot sits on top of. The ammunition drum is behind him, and the barrels go underneath him all the way out to the nose of the airplane.
And the sound of this thing is distinct when you turn that gun loose.
It is. I mean, our adversaries in Iraq and Afghanistan learned to really fear this aircraft. It was really feared by the Iraqis in the first Gulf War because they said that the A-10s would just loiter around over top looking for targets to hit, and they would see it, and there's nothing they could do about it. They couldn't hit it. And they would just be dreading when it would roll in, and then the sound the gun makes when it goes off just was terrifying for them.
This thing is called a tank buster.
It is, because it was designed to stop Soviet armor in the inner German border in the 80s. And it's just developed into a much more capable system. These are actually called A-10Cs. It's the C model. The airplane that I flew was the A model. And there's no difference to the airframe at all. It still works exactly the same, but the avionics are so much more advanced in this airplane now. Pilots have helmet-mounted sights. They can have targeting pods on the wings. All of it's integrated, fully night capable, and just a wonderful airplane to fly.
Talk about how tough it is. This thing is built to take a licking and keep on ticking.
That is true, but But you know what's funny is you sit there and go, wow, that plane, I want to fly that because it's built to take damage. Well, it's built to take damage because it's going to take damage, right?
Because you're flying low and slow.
You're flying low, you're slower, and the pilot sits in a titanium bathtub. So it's a titanium shell around the cockpit underneath it. And it's great if the bullets are coming from below you, but if the bullets are coming in from the other way, then it's the titanium catcher's mitt, because the bullet won't exit the cockpit. But the airplane has got full hydraulic systems, but it's capable of flying without hydraulics, and it's called manual reversion flight, but the pilot really has to use muscles then to maneuver those big, giant control surfaces, because he'll be doing it just with cables at that point in time.
We're going to take a break from our commentary, but you will still be able to see the air show, and we will be right back in just a few seconds.
The loudest weekend of the year is back. Louder than live in Louisville, Kentucky, with Slayer, Slipknot, Motley Crue, Korn, Judas Priest, Disturbed, Five Finger Death Punch, Breaking Benjamin, Evanescence, Falling in Reverse, The Offspring, and so many more. September 26th through 29th in Louisville, Kentucky. Passes on sale now at louderthanlivefestival.com.
All right, welcome back to Thunder on WDRB. We also should point out,
You're 15 people that's watching. Please hit the subscribe bell. Just hit the subscribe bell. Give me some more subscribers. I'm doing this on my own. I don't make any money from YouTube or anything. I decided to do that to help you all that can't make it to Thunder over Louisville. That, I've been talking about it on my YouTube channel, so I appreciate your people subscribe to my channel. This gave me an idea to do for today. But I want to do it on StreamYard, but I'm 70 plus years old and I don't know what I'm doing to share it. But I guess I do a video maybe tomorrow and show you what I'm trying to do and upload it to YouTube. That way you all can tell me what I'm doing wrong. Okay, let's get back to the audio of the A-10.
but this is really neat.
Nothing
Boy, I wish I was young.
Camera pointed
I would love to be in the
Absolutely. So
A-10.
the camera is looking at the pilot as opposed to looking at the other stuff, because we're pilots, we like it.
Now, look, I'm surprised he's not looking at his avionics. I mean, he's looking out of the cockpit. What's he looking at?
Yeah, so you don't want to fly with your head inside the cockpit. But if you notice, he's got a really big visor, and there's a device above the visor that's a helmet-mounted sight. And that helmet-mounted sight can project his airspeed and his flight conditions and his weapons information at infinity in front of his...
So he sees that in his helmet.
If he's got it turned on, yeah, you can see, because he turn it on or turn it off. And the neat thing about that is it used to be, well, in World War II, you had to look all that stuff inside. And then F-16s and F-15s and A-10s, they'd have a heads-up display, which, as long as you're looking straight forward, you get that information. But now, with the helmet, you can look in all directions and see it. And it's just an excellent way to be able to find targets.
How do I get one of those helmets, Rob? I need one of those for driving my Honda Accord down Interstate 71.
Yeah, we need that for our carpool, that's for sure.
Right.
At the breakneck speed of 45 miles an hour. That's right.
Something like that, yeah. As we go to break, we're going to give you a little more Thunder trivia. When was the coldest Thunder
Algorithm, thank you.
38 degrees. Was it 1993, 2005, or 2018?
38 degrees. I want to say 2005. Let's go with B. What do you all say?
You're watching Thunder on WDRB, sponsored by El Nopal Mexican Lager.
Celebrate Cinco de Mayo at El Nopal. Experience our mouth-watering dishes bursting with authentic Mexican
Oh,
flavors.
that looks so good, but my diabetes wouldn't like it.
Free queso.
It all starts with a Chevy
Oh,
truck.
I wish I could afford a new pickup truck, but I can't. when you make $800 to $900 a month, and you got your house payment and car insurance and cell phone bill coming out of it, you know, there ain't much left.
2024 Silverado 1500 pickups. Kentucky drives Chevy.
Let the fun shine wherever you are with online instant play games from the Kentucky Lottery. Win up to $200,000 with big money spin and win. Try it for free today.
If I was to win $200,000, time they take taxes out, I have $100,000.
Association (K&A)
You know, I might take $30,000 of it and pay on my house.
Short, and that is very scary.
And maybe buy me a Kubota tractor with a backhoe on it and a bucket with a quick connect on the front of it. The Kubota, I don't know what size the tractor. It's kind of like the 1025R. But I love orange. But I'll give you all my post office box. It's Tom Cartwright, 4375, post office box number 1, Charlestown, Indiana, 47111. You can send me stuff like that to my post office box. To donate, if you got the Cash App or know how to do it, it's the $, Tom Cartwright, 4375. Coral Chevrolet.
GMC Spring Savings Event is going on now. With nearly 400 vehicles to choose from, our friendly and knowledgeable staff will help you find the perfect vehicle that fits your lifestyle and
Not
budget.
me.
And
I
with our
won't
Spring
go to
Savings
Carl.
discounts,
They screwed me years ago.
Visit us at coilcvg.com or on Veterans
I
Parkway
never
in
go to
Clarksville find
Coral
your next car,
Chevrolet.
truck, or SUV today. Coil, where the flag is flying and Kentuckiana is buying.
When they screwed me, the salesman, they called him Sarge. But I got screwed.
And to top it off, free queso on Cinco de Mayo. That's right, free queso.
I hope you all enjoy Thunder over Louisville 2024. That's the beginning of Kentucky Derby.
It's the coldest Thunder over Louisville, just 38 degrees. It was 2000.
I got another one right.
Tonight, but it's nothing compared to that. We can handle it.
Look, when I found the answer to that question, I took my hat off because I said other people have, you know, braved more frigid temperatures.
Look at that beautiful plane.
Loadmaster 3 in the airbox now. I want to bring in Sean Dolly. C-17 right in the middle of the C-5, the C-130. I know you flew the C-130, but kind of give us some insight. They're all cargo planes. In what situation, when do you call on each aircraft?
Thank you. So the C-130 is great for those short tactical profiles, you know, dirt landings, airdrops, low levels. The C-17 can do some of that, but the C-130 does not have the legs or the capacity. The first time that I parked my C-130 next to a C-17 on a flight line at Charleston Air Base, it looked like my plane was a toy compared to that literally 500,000+ pound aircraft. And just quick frame of reference, we talk about sizes and dimensions. A C-17, if you're at the local high school football game, would go from the 20-yard line at one end of the field to the 20-yard line at the other, and both wings would hang over the sidelines.
That's a big old daddy.
Massive aircraft, and with a unfuelable range of 2,800 miles, it can be refueled in flight to get just about anywhere on the planet within a 24-hour period. So that gives the United States this amazing, what we call direct delivery capacity. You can take off stateside and put a payload, people or cargo, onto another piece of real estate anywhere in the world.
Interesting factoid we learned here that the longest airdrop mission in history happened in a C-17. It was from the U.S. to Central Asia, 9,200 miles, 19 hours in the air.
Yeah, and so between keeping yourself adequately caffeinated
and
Right.
bringing maybe an extra crew member. You can, with the extra space on board, you can cycle pilots through the seats. That just extends the physiological range of the aircraft.
So where do you sleep on one of these?
So with a plane this size, there is a fairly luxurious crew comfort cabin that they can makeshift, let guys get some shut-eye in. And then Rob mentioned, I think earlier, that there's this pallet that you can put onto the aircraft that essentially converts it into somewhat of a first-class airliner. Now, they don't do that for Sean when he flies on it, but for the VIPs, the important people.
So the C-17 has moved its way out. The GAF A400M, the German Air Force Atlas, has moved its way in. This is a 4-engine turboprop military transport aircraft. The Atlas can be used for tactical airlift missions, strategic airlift missions, and air-to-air refueling missions as well. So the refueling, that's like the KC-135.
That's right. And if you talk about a hybrid model, if you look at the silhouette and body of a C-17, and then you retrofit it with turboprops from a C-130, this is what you get. If a C-17 and C-130 met and fell in love, 9 months later, this thing's going to pop out.
Okay. So what's the purpose of the propellers there so prominently on the front?
Yeah, so with a relatively straight wing, if you are at 0 miles per hour, let's say in your car, and you put your hand out the window, nothing happens. I don't advise this, but if you're going down the highway and you put your hand out, you're going to catch wind, right? So with those propellers, when you're sitting there ready to take off, as soon as you push that power up, those propellers generate some degree of relative wind across the wing and begin to create lift. So it has an aerodynamic functionality to it that allows it to take off and land in shorter airfields than it otherwise could if it was a more traditional jet engine.
And not just carrying necessarily people, but also this is the plane you use when you're trying to get other aircraft to places, right? So if you're trying to transport a heavy helicopter, you throw it onto one of these gas.
That's right. So even though a helicopter, of course, can fly under its own power, it's a long haul across the Pacific or Atlantic.
Sure.
These planes are so big and so capable of carrying heavy loads, you can fold the rotors of a helicopter in and basically load it onto this aircraft and let it do that long haul mission to get it into the theater.
And we should say this is currently in use. It's being used by the French and Turkish air forces in Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Africa, very much in use today.
Yeah, and the fact that this is a German crew. There's always some international element to Thunder over Louisville, right? There's always some other nation state or nation states that are represented. So this is just this year's installment. I think we're seeing this plane for the first time, and it's good to see our NATO partners coming all the way to Louisville to show us what they bring to the fight.
All right.
Diplomacy.
We are going to press pause here. You're watching Thunder on DRB. Much more action to come, and we are 2 hours and counting from the fireworks. We'll be right back.
You're watching Thunder on WTRB, sponsored by El Nopal Mexican Lager.
Let's kick off the Kentucky Derby Festival. I hope you're enjoying the amazing air show, and stick with WDRB for the rest of the show. And wait, here's the shoot. Mark, come in. Can you believe this view from up here? Everybody, for everyone at home, during clear skies or turbulent weather, let WDRB be your co-pilot as you navigate your day. All right, Jude, let's do one more climb and get back to the station. Over and out.
Exclusive auto detailing, cutting edge, skilled technicians, committed to excellence, exclusive professional auto detailing and window tinting, Louisville's best automotive boutique. Go where the dealerships go. Go exclusive.
Toyota Camry has been America's best-selling car for over 20 years.
Hey, everybody knows that. But here's something you may not know. It's now available.
Andy, I believe that is a German aircraft from what I thought I heard on the TV, but it's okay. But man, it don't look bad if that was from Germany. That's not bad, coming all the way over to Louisville, Kentucky, and show me what Germans had, but that's pretty keen. So I hope everybody's having a good time. Make sure you hit the subscribe bell and all this. give me the thumbs up and share it with your friends. 'Cause you don't want to miss the fireworks. And after the fireworks, you're going to see a heck of a traffic jam. You know, I'm too old to fight that traffic jam. But if you're young, you know, if you ever go to Thunder over Louisville, just sit where you're at and wait till everybody leaves. Because you're going to be set in the traffic jam. And make sure you got a full tank of gas. You know, but it's good. Thunder over Louisville, good. There's a 37 flood they showing. But I want to thank you all. Been on here 4 hours and 56 minutes. I've never been that long live, but I want to show you all about Thunder over in Louisville. And probably pick up a few subscribers. You know, it's something I've been thinking about doing. But I wanted to do it on StreamYard, but I'm not smart enough, people, to share it on StreamYard. Let's get back.
Sponsored by El Nopal Mexican Lager.
Okay, in the air right now, we have the T1 Jayhawk, Lindsay Allen alongside Phil Corsi and Sean Dolly. So, Sean, talk about what makes a good trainer. What does that mean?
You want a forgivable airframe. You want something that, under the tutelage of an instructor pilot, you know, a young man or young woman can acclimate to flying bigger, more advanced aircraft. So the T1 is used in the second half of Air Force pilot training. In the first, 6-month phase, you're flying the T-34 as a smaller, little aerobatic. The T1 is used for about 6 months before guys and gals go on.
Okay, Andy, if you're thinking about getting a motel, you probably have to do that a year in advance because, man, these motels get filled up quick. You'll love it, you know, on the Louisville side or the Indiana side, you know. They got security, you got police, city, county, state, their DNR, you got your ambulance, fire department. You'll love it. You know, by watching this, Andy, and show you what you'd be missing. The next time it'll come around to be in 2025.
This was actually, the T1 was derived from a civilian aircraft.
I'm hoping I'm still alive, but man, if I had 1,000 subscribers, I'd be making money now.
$75 million, and how that wasn't a big price tag. Oh, hi, Candace and Sterling over there. But earlier you mentioned that $75 million wasn't a big price tag, so clearly,
well, $75 million here, $75 million there. Before you know it, it starts to add up and it turns into real money. But
hey, there's also the thing about the T1 is that is coming to us out of the Columbus Air Force Base in Mississippi. That is where you started your pilot training.
It was.
Not with that plane, though.
Believe it or not, once upon a time, I was a young man. And in Columbus Air Force Base, Mississippi, I showed up as a brand new wet behind the ears lieutenant and went through the most grueling months of my life. Every day in pilot training is basically an evaluation, self-study program. You have instructors that are there to keep you from hurting yourself, but most of the heavy lifting, you just got to do it yourself. And I look back, it's basically the funnest time I never want to have again.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, you're seeing the 2nd Street Bridge. We want to check in with Keith Kaiser, who is there. They're getting ready for those fire.
Hey, that's the 2nd Street Bridge. You're going to love it when they shoot the fireworks off.
Sidewalks here. They got the howitzers ready to go from the 138th Army National Guard FAB Field Artillery Brigade. We got Sergeant Gay right here. Private First Class Thompson over here, and we got to teach her something about Thunder, right? Because we've seen it, we've been in person. What do you think? How do you describe it to her?
It's just a great song. It's beautiful.
Well, what about Thunder over Louisville?
Oh, Thunder over Louisville.
You said you walked down from Market down
all
this
the way down the Riverwalk, all the way to the walk.
Yeah. So what is that experience like when you're there in person?
Oh, it's a great experience. Like everybody's loving the show.
Yeah.
It's super loud. And nobody hates fireworks.
That's right. Everybody loves fireworks. And you guys are operating the howitzers during the show. It's going to be amazing. So Sergeant Gay, Lexington, that's where you are right now, right? And so you haven't seen thunder. You haven't experienced it.
I'm excited.
You are excited. So what do you think? What have they described it to you? How have they described it?
No one's described anything to me. This is all new.
Okay.
And then when I got here, I saw the jets. They actually sound like thunder.
That's
like
right.
Really, like when you're under there, it sounds like thunder.
But you ain't seen nothing yet.
I know. I'm so excited.
But I thought we'd get everybody really excited. AC/DC's Thunderstruck. I don't know if you've heard the song.
No, just what you told me about it.
Yeah. Look, we're going to go out on that right now. Ready? Thunder. Thunder. I was caught in the middle of a railroad track. Thunder.
Thunder.
We'll go out on that. We'll go on that. There we go.
I do love that song, and I think there is a lot of military training that happens to that song. Let me just say that.
Hey, speaking of training, we just saw the T-1 in the air. The Yaks are getting ready to take off from Bowman Field. That was a Soviet trainer way back in the 1970s. So we're going back in time on the other side of this break.
That looks like over at Bowman Field.
We'll be on Showcase from Thunder over Louisville.
They're firing up. Local pilots, too. Don't go away.
Yeah, that's Bowman Field.
Thanks for staying on the down plane and guiding us through the dangerous storms. There's so many different kinds of severe weather, from tornadoes.
Well, thank you for coming from the UK to my YouTube channel. Thank you very much, Andy. You know, I used to go to the air show when they first started it. They didn't have those many portable outhouses. And you waiting in line, you decide, am I going to make it into the outhouse, or I'm going to have to put on my other pair of breeches, you know. Sometimes, you know, you couldn't wait, you know, but they got more portable outhouses, but you might not seen a fireworks show like this. They're going to have drones, you know. You all people, I love them drones. And you have the best fireworks people probably in the United States, or maybe the world. I don't know. I'll leave it up to you. But I'm going to stay live even after the fireworks, where I can show you the traffic jam. You ain't going to believe it. That's how come if you ever go to Thunder over Louisville, you park somewhere, the best thing to do is wait and not leave, because you're going to be stuck in the traffic jam. So I appreciate you all hitting the thumbs up. You know, and subscribe and all that. You all know where to donate. I want to thank you all for watching. Hope you have, Jeep Gladiator. I love having a Jeep Gladiator. A blue one with a standard transmission. Blue. But I never get rich, so that's okay. God will help me if that's what he wants me to have. So I want to thank you people. Make sure you hit the subscribe bell. You might not like some of my videos, but sometimes I get lucky. So this might be my lucky day. Let me get, I like to have 1,000 subscribers by 9:30. But I know that's impossible.
So much more air show to go. And we've got a group entering the airbox right now.
Yeah, take a look at that. So I think you guys are doing like, this is your life, Rob Givens.
I was about to say, hey, guess what, everybody? Rob Givens has flown this plane.
Yeah, woo! and we've done it in chronological order too. So we had the A-10 and early in the show, then the F-16, and then now the Yaks are here. So this is the Yak-52, and Yak is short for Yakolev, not what you do when you're in it. And it's an old Soviet design that these aircraft were built in Romania actually, and they are the initial training aircraft for Soviet fighter pilots, and it's still used in Eastern Bloc countries to some degree, more in the old Soviet countries, not the ones that are part of NATO now. But these are great airplanes to fly. They are the four-wheeler of airplanes, and it's a neat testament to the aviation community in Louisville on how these guys are here. So
you were telling me these guys are based out of Bowman Field. Did you tell me Hangar 5?
That's right, yeah. So Hangar 5 was an organization started by a Navy captain, Jeff Dowse, who is a UPS captain as well, too. And he got a bunch of us military guys together, and we've all partnered in some way on owning parts of these airplanes, and we'll go out and fly these things. And, Gil across the river actually flew with me back in 2016 in a Yak. And they're just... They're a very capable airplane, even though they're old, Soviet designs. They're capable of 7 positive Gs or -5 negative
Hey,
Gs.
Nate,
And currently,
I'm in Southern Indiana. I'm in Southern Indiana, Nate.
The way, and he's a retired Navy and a UPS captain. And then the second aircraft is being flown by Todd Reifert, who is the only non-military guy in our group. But Todd's got over 24,000 hours of flight time. Ooh. He's a captain at UPS. Is one of the most senior guys, and he's flown virtually everything. And you talked about, how do you guys work on airplanes? Todd is one of those guys that's not only qualified to fly them, but to sign them off and work on them. And he's pretty much our head mechanic as well.
But you do a lot of the work on the plane yourself.
It is maddening, yes. And I'm telling you, these things break all the time. You're always tinkering around with something on these things.
But big picture, they're built in Romania, so it's not like there are a lot of A&P mechanics in the United States who know these things through and through, like you would a former military mechanic.
True, but if you can work on a 2-stroke lawnmower, you can probably do this.
I gotcha. Okay.
What do you like about this plane?
Well, it's fun to fly, and you can do all the fundamentals, and it's great because you can take people in the back seat and expose them to what aviation's like. And we do the same types of things. You fly formation like you do in the military. You can do advanced handling like you do in the military. Aerobatic championships have been flown by Yak aircraft as well too. So you give everybody a chance to see something. But we'll often fly young people who are interested in the military or interested in aviation. You take them in the back seat of this, and they get a chance to see what it's like, and then they're all in, or they go, nope, not for me.
Yeah. So these things are built to do some really cool stuff. So if you were a pilot and you started flying the Yak, what would be the next step? A jet?
Yeah, so you'd go through different stages of training. So we talked about the T1 Hawk, a minute ago, which was a training aircraft. But you start off in this, and you would learn the basics about how to operate an aircraft, right? How to take off, how to land, how to build air sense, right? The ability to have situational awareness, and that's what you do in a Yak.
All right, we're going to take a quick break from the commentary, but not from the air show. You'll continue to see that. We'll be right back.
At Liquor Barn, we celebrate the sounds of every Kentucky season. And springtime starts with a bang. Fireworks light up the river, the flame of hot air balloons, the bell of the starting gates, the cheers of victory, the thunder of thoroughbreds that leaves you breathless.
Hey, 43. I can hear it too. Did you know we have delivery?
All right, we're looking at the Yak-52s. While we were taking a quick break, Candace and Rob were having an interesting conversation. Let's get a little personal here, Rob.
Well, first I said, okay, this guy's nickname or his call sign is Trash. And I said, Rob, would you be comfortable telling us how people get those names and what yours is? And
okay, so I hope everybody that's viewing is paying attention right now, because we're going to get the biggest, darkest secret about military aviation that's ever been out there. If anybody comes and says that the name is Maverick or Goose or Hangman or any of these other cool names, they're lying, right? Everybody gets their name by doing something incredibly stupid in one way or the other.
Okay.
Oh, great, and it's a wrap. So, hey, what do we do?
What is yours, Rob?
She said wrap. I heard that. I heard
I think she said, what is yours,
We're
Rob?
not going to listen to the producers. We're listening to you, Rob.
Helicopters.
You're on the hot seat. Now you're on the hot seat, Rob. Come on.
Are you willing to share yours?
I don't.
Okay. All right, it must be pretty embarrassing then.
Okay, it was Snort.
Snort?
Yeah, they're
not that bad.
Yeah, well, no.
He's not going to elaborate.
We're going to end it right.
Okay, we won't ask you to elaborate. Tell us what we're looking at now.
We're looking at helicopters, right? These are U.S. Marine Corps helicopters. Those are, it's a UH-1 in front, and then the two behind it are AH-1s, the Marine variants of these. So you have a transport helicopter and two gunships. Very powerful systems still used by the Marine Corps today. I, of course, am very fond of these aircraft because my youngest son is a Marine First Lieutenant and is assigned to the 3rd Marine Air Wing in San Diego, where they have these helicopters.
Sigma 5 there, Marines.
How does the U.S. military and the Marines, how do we use these?
So we'll use the transports to transport
Nate, I'm
people
close
around,
to the
obviously,
junkyard.
for rescue and so forth, and guns and rockets can be hung on those as well. But the two back, the gunships, these are designed to take out ground targets. So, you know, fighters
they're
zip in
beautiful.
fast, hit targets and leave. Helicopters are able to hover, stay longer, obviously, and be more selective in the things they do in a closer coordination with the guys on the ground, which is one of the reasons why the Marines love these things. And I've had a chance to see Marine helicopters at work in both 2003 and in 1991. And then the Army version would be, since they used to fly the AH-1, but now they fly the AH-64 Apache helicopter. You can see the long cannon.
It kind of looks like
the
the Apache.
Hellfire anti-tank guided missiles, and they can defend themselves, and they were used with really good effect in the wars over the past 20 years.
I did have sort of an apocalypse now kind of moment when you saw them flying against the sunset there.
Well, I see the barges. That means they're getting the fireworks ready, people.
Just about see the pilot's face and see that gun pointed at you.
The fireworks will be 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, which you're seeing on here live. You're lovers, people.
Several years ago, and they brought in Apaches at the time, and they flew them in low. They pointed the nose of that thing down at us. I could see the pilot's face. It's terribly intimidating.
So I was looking at the nose of that Apache, or not Apache, I'm sorry, the Cobra. He's got rockets on one side, he's got racks for missiles on the other, he's got the cannon up in the front, and they have sensors up in the nose of that system to be able to see at night, and
they're flying right over us.
That is so beautiful, people.
One of the unique things about the Marine Corps, of course, is they like to form what they call the Marine Air-to-Ground Task Force, the MAG.
Sigma
Task Force.
5.
That is the ability to deploy small groups of Marines
Sigma
with
5,
the
brothers
support necessary and fire
sisters.
support necessary. Because if you look at Marine history, right, it's to deploy to places like Guadalcanal in World War II where they had to take care of themselves.
Yeah.
And so the Marines still have that type of capability. That's why they enjoy aviation. And helicopters are obviously capable of landing at very austere locations and operating out of austere locations.
Talk about the armor that these helicopters have, because if you're flying close to the ground, you need protection to get those troops out.
There is some armor in it, but helicopters are a bit vulnerable, so that's why, but they're able to do things that fighters can't. So they can hide, they can go down behind tree lines, they can go behind hills, they can hide, and they don't have to run at the target, they can slowly creep up on the target by flying slowly. And it depends on the type of shot philosophy they're going to do. They'll either stay in hovered positions, rise up above the trees, shoot targets, and then go back down, or they can do a running gun type target too, depending on what the threat is.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break here, and our coverage of Thunder on WDRB will continue in just a couple minutes.
Nate, I'm around about 23. You know, that means you're up at Scottsburg. I was up there today at the JC store, the Family Dollar store this morning. We're kind of close neighbors. Plus, I went to the sale barn.
With the Neil Huffman Automotive Group, where currently we have hundreds of pre-owned vehicles, all aggressively priced.
I went to the sale barn this morning, saw my neighbor Kenny. Kenny was there next to Herman, got the, vegetables and stuff like that. Kenny's my neighbor. He's there every Saturday, so. But I live close to the junkyard, if that tells you anything. I want to thank you, Frank. I thank you very much. I hope you subscribe, That way I can get to 1,000 subscribers. Because I don't talk much on my YouTube channel. I'm 70 plus years old with 4 heart attacks, high blood pressure, sugar, arthritis. And I live in Clark County, in the boondocks. I love kitty cats. And I hope you all enjoy it. Because I was trying to do it on StreamYard. You could, but I don't know how to share it. I couldn't download this whole thing on my computer and do it that way. But I'm not smart enough, people, to use StreamYard. So I'm using my iPhone, and it's on my big screen TV and all this. So that's how I'm doing it. But like I say, I'm not smart enough. Thank you, Frank. After this over, I subscribe to your channel because, there's people that don't have any subscribers. I subscribe to them hoping they would subscribe to my channel. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. I tell people, they don't know what to talk about. I said, well, if you got a family, you got kids or grandkids, you and your husband talk about family medical history. Because your children and grandkids okay, I live across from it. Yeah, I usually go to the dollar store right there at Leota Road. I drive a Toyota. Let me show you that notification get off of my phone. Okay, there's what I look like, Nate. You pass that car lot there, right there at the county line. You pass that car lot. I'm close to the car lot. But I'm closer to the junkyard. Look at those planes, aren't they beautiful? I talked to a lady this morning at the Family Dollar store across from the JC store. She's from Georgia. She was talking about going down to Thundover, Louisville. I said, it's best if you just stay home and turn your TV to channel 41. You can watch it there. That way you don't have to fight all that traffic. And since that be your first time, so I don't know if she's going to watch it on TV or fight all that traffic. I don't want to fight that traffic. The only thing bad about coming through Henryville and County Line Road, you got to watch for the weather, rain, windstorm, because there's always trees blowing down between Henryville and County Line Road, always. And every time the light goes out, it's south of Underwood, you know. That's where it always, the problem is there by, what is it, Beagle Club Road, I think it is. That's where it was the last time the lights went out. Okay, let's get back to the show.
They're placing into the hands of the lead pilot.
But you people, if you live in my area, Clark County, Scottsburg, Louisville, probably Salem, or you probably can watch it on Channel 41 if you got a good outside antenna.
For people who think, gosh, are these just like extraordinarily special people?
If you got internet.
But these guys have been doing this for so long. Think about the first time you drove a car.
You got internet, got your smart TV.
You kind of smooth it out. Same thing. These
You
guys
don't,
get here,
you don't need cable TV. All you need is the internet and a smart TV.
Hey, I love it. Those planes are beautiful. What is that called? Like, is that the smoke trail that we see behind them? I really like that. I wanted to check in again with the mayor of Thunder over Louisville, and this is
also, Nate, I want to say you got a good sheriff up there. I don't like what the county council doing to him, but you probably saw my video about Jerry Goodwin. You all got a good sheriff.
I've got some.
Well, I'm watching it with my kitty cat.
Here's my petition.
You know, I got about 20 plus outside cats, mama and grandma, and their babies.
These people are unsolicited
and
they love me as their mayor.
Mama Blackie, her babies, which was born in 21, 22. She brought them over here, and they got babies. And now one of their babies is having
Are you looking forward to the fireworks the most, or are you enjoying the air show?
I like the air show, but I like the fireworks better.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for talking to us. I really appreciate it. I think this is awesome. You guys have made a connection here with this young man, and
thank you, Kelly.
Cleveland Browns.
Kelso.
You came here 18 years ago, and you met some lifelong friends.
Yes, I have.
Make sure
you keep coming back.
You hit the subscribe bell there.
I love the fireworks show.
You know,
can we get you some IU, UK, or UofL?
Maybe it get me over 200, but there's no way I'm going to get 1,000 subscribers by 9:30 tonight. But, you know, like I said, people, I'm 70 plus years old. I'm on a fixed income, $800 to $900 a month. I own my own house. 4 heart attacks, high blood pressure, sugar, arthritis. There's not too much I can do. Oh, there's a Colgate clock on the Indiana side.
Paraffin, biodegradable oil that's injected into the hot exhaust gas, and you know, for an air show,
I use
effect because it just gives you a good trail of like where they've been, and then you add this chemical additive to it to give it some color, and it just makes for a spectacular display.
Yeah, roaring through the sunset again. It's absolutely majestic. So the story behind Smoke On is it initially started to support builders and operators of experimental aircraft. Well, it's since grown into community engagement and community events. These volunteer pilots want to inspire people to take up aviation, both young and old. And so now you may see them at field days, you may see them at weddings, you may see them at veterans flyovers or after the national anthem. In fact, you may have seen Smoke On.
Like I say, I want to thank you all.
That's right. And so
you all keep me going. The more subscribers I get, you know, it makes me proud. You know, I talk about everything, but you all don't want to hear me talk.
And so these really
so
are not just patriots, but
I'll let you all watch the video.
To do this to inspire the next generation. And in 30, 40 years, it'll be planes like this flown by kids who are at Thunder today.
How common is it to have these home-built planes? These are the vans, RVs.
Yeah, so, you know, unlike some of the modern fighters we've seen that have a billion moving pieces, these are relatively straightforward aircraft that can be designed. I don't want to minimize the technical proficiency you do need, but you buy the kit, you take your time, you measure twice, cut once. Now, personally, you would not want to fly a plane built by Sean Riley. I could fly them, don't trust me to build them.
That's not your department.
These guys I have more confidence in, but it's a labor of love. They go into their barn, their garage, and they do something that they love to do. An hour here, an hour there, and before you know it, voila, you got an airplane.
Smoke on, wrapping up in the airbox here. Go nowhere. We are an hour and a half and counting from the fireworks. You are watching Thunder over Louisville on WDRB.
This is Fallon. How's the view up there?
It's absolutely breathtaking. The Derby Festival's off to an incredible start.
That's what I like to hear. And for everyone at home, stick with the WDRB team for the rest of the show.
And join us every weekday for WDRB News. Keep the latest updates on your resources. Hey, Fallon, let's sync up for a pass over the river.
Copy that. Over and out.
The Clarksville View on WDRB Thunder is presented by Current 812 Luxury Apartments.
Celebrate Cinco de Mayo at El Nopal. Experience our mouth-watering dishes bursting with authentic Mexican flavors. And to top it off, free queso on Cinco de Mayo. That's right, free queso.
Give back to World War II, Korean, and Vietnam War veterans. Honor Flight Bluegrass coordinates all expense-paid trips to Washington, D.C., where veterans visit memorials, share stories, and remember those they served alongside. Together, let's show our heroes how grateful this nation is for their service. Donate at honorflightbluegrass.org.
Thank you, Buzz. Thank you.
E-Drive Chevy. See your local Chevy dealers. Honor Flight Bluegrass coordinates
thank you all.
trips to Washington, D.C., where veterans visit
I
memorials,
will
share
go to
stories,
your
and
page
remember those
until
they
after
served
it's over because I don't want to
Together,
mess
let's show
that
our
up on
heroes
my
how grateful
computer.
this nation is for their service. Donate at honorflightbluegrass.org. Honor Flight Bluegrass is supported by U of L Health, Kentucky Historical Society, and Architectural Window and Door.
Kentucky history is rich with the stories of those who have served to protect our country. The Kentucky Historical Society honors veterans and their families today and every day. We preserve and share the history of the men and women who served America over the last 250 years.
Mr. Buzz, I just subscribed to your channel.
Destination for families to experience and remember Kentucky history together. Visit our website to learn more at history.ky.gov.
Celebrate Cinco de Mayo at El Nopal. Experience our mouth-watering dishes bursting with authentic Mexican flavors. And to top it off, free queso on Cinco de Mayo. That's right, free queso.
Welcome back to Thunder over Louisville on WDRB. We're on the Belvedere, just on the banks of the Ohio River, enjoying the spectacular air show. And one of the cool things about it is a lot of local pilots fly in this, and it just means a lot to our city. And it's so cool to see the locals up there in the skies putting on a show.
We want to talk to one of them, but that's the fireworks barge. It's moved into place, and you saw our fireworks countdown there on the screen. Let's get out to Joel Skipper. He is at the Kentucky Air National Guard with one of the local pilots who just flew the A-10 in the air show. Joel?
This is really now the quiet before the storm, I guess you could say, when it comes to actually the rumble of the fireworks. But first, we're going to talk to Colonel Aaron Weidman. You just flew the A-10. I just got you as you walked off the plane, and you said what to me?
I said it was a great show, and it was a great feeling to be back here at Thunder over Louisville.
You loved it. You said it was awesome. How many times have you participated in an event like this?
In an event like this, probably about 5 or 6 times, but nothing like this because it's my hometown. So
talk about that pride. You're a local guy. You live in Arizona right now, but talk about that pride of flying over 500,000 people.
Well, it's 500,000 Louisvillians, right? And so that's actually special to me for growing up here and being inspired and mentored by so many people here in the local community, and then being a UPS employee as well.
What goes through your mind when you're in that moment flying over? It's a short flight, but what goes through your mind? Do you have time to actually enjoy it and take it all in?
I tried to come in just to the west of the city there as we looked down on the ground and saw all of those people, and I thought maybe there's a young Aaron Weidman out there that came to this air show when I was 11 years old and saw the airplanes and motivated me to be a pilot. So maybe there's a young Aaron Weidman out there, and that's pretty special. Yeah.
Last question: what does Thunder mean to you?
Thunder means to me a lot, just because it inspired me to become a pilot. So it's really special to be here. I thank you guys for having me.
Thank you for talking to us. We appreciate it. I got to bring it over here. Josh, come on in. This is Joshua Horton, real quick. This is Kentucky Air National Guard. Joshua, you are a WDRB photojournalist. We love him. We thank you for your service, and he's been around with us all day. You have anything to say real quick?
I don't.
Okay, all right. Always a man, lots of words. All right, toss it back to you, Candace and Sterling.
That's why Josh prefers to be behind the camera. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
That was really cool to see Aaron's face, because you could see how excited he was to be part of the show.
And it definitely dates me, because I was one of those pilots flying when he was that 11-year-old kid seeing Thunder.
Yes.
So,
you inspired.
Great to see you do that. Yeah.
Well, we are watching Jeff Gordon right now in a Carbon Cub. This is one of the more elegant performances that you will see. This is not a fast airplane, but I tell you what, he does some really cool stuff. You're going to see him fly close to the Ohio River.
Really close.
Really, and maybe under one of the bridges, Rob. What do you think?
He will not fly under the bridge, but he might land on the water, taxi under the bridge, because those things on the bottom of that thing are floats, right? So this airplane's designed to land on water. It's very popular in Alaska, up in Canada, where you're going fly fishing at places.
Seattle, yeah.
The only way to get in is by airplane, and so they'll fly people in, land, and let them, get out and hunt, camp, fish, or do whatever they want.
It's a very light plane, but it's been cool to see him fly so low and close to the water, and then he'll pull up and go over the bridge.
Jeff Gordon also grew up in Louisville, watching his father fly in Thunder over Louisville. So
here he is. He's coming in low near the bridge. I think he's going to put it down on the water.
He's going to set it down.
Yeah. This thing weighs about as much as a car, right? It's a really light plane.
Very lightweight, very maneuverable airplane designed to operate in very austere locations. So,
is that a little crosswind? Is that what we're seeing there?
No, I think he's just kind of keeping it up, kind of doing that on purpose.
Okay. Right under the bridge.
Are you telling me he's showing off, Rob?
The pilots? No. No, he's just keeping control of the aircraft. There he goes. He's under the bridge. He's back
How cool
up.
is that?
And you mentioned his father, Jay Gordon, who was such a key person in Thunder and in the air show development. Used to fly the L-39 Albatross. Unfortunately, tragically lost his life in an air show down in Tennessee, actually, I think. Great man.
I want to thank you all very much for showing up, sharing this with your friends. Hit the subscribe bell.
So there are a couple of things about this.
I'm very proud of you all. Thank you all.
Right? And so you don't have the same visual references as the.
You see the barges out there on the water. About 9:30, you see a heck of a fireworks show.
Done under instruments. It's all done visually.
We want to take a quick break
So,
from this. We'll keep
you all
an eye on it.
gonna
Talk
love
Mark
this.
Weinberg
If
and
you
our
like
temperature. It's definitely dropping, and
fireworks,
it is windy down here. So
you
if
are
you're still
going
making
to
plans
see
come,
a
you need to
good
bring extra
fireworks
layers and maybe some
show.
blankets, right, Mark?
Some coffee. I'm
And
going to
some coffee.
finally admit it. Cool.
It's cold.
It's not cool. It is cold outside. Mike Marshall was kind of on me, said, hey, it's not cool anymore. True story. We're definitely seeing the winds now out of the northwest. And this really is going to be important as we move towards thunder over Louisville. Barges are in place. You're starting
Nice to meet you, BB.
90 minutes or under 90 minutes away.
I'm
from
glad
fireworks
you're
time.
here.
So let's talk about what we have for weather as we move forward here. For 55 degrees right
Since
now.
you
and this
knew
is
I'm
really
in my
important. We knew that we needed those ceiling
70s,
heights to be
4
right
heart
up there
attacks,
so we could get
high
that full
blood
vertical
pressure,
air show and
diabetes,
but with the temperature sitting at
arthritis.
55, I think we can all agree
Well,
it is cool outside. Mike Marshall would say it's chilly outside. As we move forward, though, those winds are so important because this plays a big role as we start
I
to get
took
that
a ride
smoke.
in the
Where is
helicopter
that smoke
years
gonna be
and
going?
years
So I've
ago
got that wind coming out of the
down to
northwest.
4H,
This is gonna be
down to
pushing the
4H
smoke
Fair
towards the Kentucky side
in
of the
Clark
river.
County.
Using
That
River
was
Park.
years
If you're
ago.
west of the
I
Second
think maybe
Street
it
Bridge,
was
you're gonna be getting less
$5, I
smoke. If
think.
you're east of the Second
Back
Street
there
Bridge,
then
you're gonna
was
be getting
more.
more
It probably
smoke.
cost you
But thunder
more
over
now.
Louisville about 80 minutes away. Again, it's cool out here. The breeze is enough. I think
I
that's gonna
hope
probably
you all
push the smoke
enjoy
off of the
this
fireworks.
video.
This is
It's
important
live.
because if the smoke stays
I've
right
been
on top
trying
of
to
the river, it
figure
becomes a
out
little bit more difficult to
StreamYard
see. Mike Marshall's going to join
where
me
I
because
can
know for a
share
lot
it,
of
but
people,
people,
like, this
I'm
is
not
kind of a
smart
time
enough.
where people start to move in towards the Ohio River. You got something you've been watching. They can't hear you without the mic.
Oh, that guy was. I was watching the guy back there behind us doing his air show. It's incredible. Speaking of smoke, there he goes right there, right over top of the Second
I
Street
don't
Bridge.
know. Have you ever seen somebody go under the bridge? I know he was touching the water.
Yeah,
but
he went under the bridge, and one of his pontoons was in the water, and the other.
I
was
think
kind of out. It was
I
like
think
a
he's
low
there
rider
every year.
with only 3 wheels. Incredible, but yes, if you are coming in here the next couple of moments, a couple of spots to watch out for. Jeffersonville, we've been very heavy anything south of Court Avenue, and then over the Kentucky side, River Road's been
Ohio is a good place to be from.
Eva Bandman Park.
I watched a video from another guy in Ohio. What the hell? You know, he does, he buys storage lockers all over.
There he goes.
So, I watch him.
Everybody going one direction out of downtown. So many of the one-way streets will be. There we go. There he is listing on the on that pontoon again. But they're going to be taking.
After this is over, rethink,
follow their direction.
I'll go to your place.
I have not seen
No, it's 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. It's about.
bridges before. This is the first for me.
I haven't seen that before either. You know what's really cool to me? The aesthetic of all of it. We've got blue and yellow in the sky. The plane is blue and yellow.
I got 812 here where I'm at. So it'd be.
Looks like a painting. And it's all planned that way. Yeah.
There went my notes.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. We got
That's 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. Like I say, just watch this bridge here, where you see the Houster, you know, you're going to see the fireworks on the bridge there.
And it's not very fast, right? So you can do about 70 miles an hour, maybe even.
So I want to thank you all
but
so much.
So low, and even beyond the float planes, you know, you can do this with the wheeled version, and you're almost down into the beam fields when you're flying if you want to, because it's just such a.
You're
great,
the
fun,
best
flexible
of the
airplane flying.
best,
Is he looking at
people.
line of sight to figure out how low he is right now? Is he looking at the water?
Oh, absolutely. Now he's not looking at the water; he's looking at the horizon.
The
And
horizon, gotcha.
He's judging how high he is off the horizon.
Okay.
But as he comes
Boy,
to the land, as he puts the
1:30
floats
in
down
the
in the water, he's got to
morning.
take current and
Northern, I got family that lives over in the UK. I got a classmate that lives over in the UK.
So he has to be able to be very careful.
My classmate is Butch Givens,
On water than it would be
Oh,
on a typical
that I went to school with, and my nieces is
never landed on one.
Brandy
If
D.
I land on
Root.
water, then we're having
She's
a sonic
somewhere in
moment.
the
Yeah, something
UK.
that, didn't go right.
And her
Yeah, it
sister.
does, because it's not a uniform surface, and it's moving as well too. You know, there's a current. If you look out at the river now, you see how much that current's going.
It's really moving.
And he's having to adjust for the winds, the current of the river, and everything else as he comes down in.
It's really been fun to watch. I mean, we just never see planes get that close to the bridge and, you know, down this low.
And it's a special qualification you have to get to be able to, you know, do float planes. So it's and there he is. He's just barely flying that thing. I mean,
This is probably the slowest airplane to fly in thunder over Louisville, but it is just, the crowd is just in awe of what he's doing.
Well, that slow flight capability is what gives it the chance to be able to land in cow pastures. You know, I mean, to be able to set that thing down. But it's a great airplane to fly.
We're going to take a quick break, and Thunder on WDRB will continue in just a few minutes.
I want to thank you all very much.
And your dreams fuel a love that will last.
You are the best of the best. So I want to thank you all.
As well as opportunities to get your hands dirty and put your mind to work.
And make sure you all hit the bell and all that. Show me how you appreciate it. You don't have to watch any more videos if you don't want to. But sometimes I do come up with stuff. So let's get back to the air show.
Welcome back to Thunder over Louisville on WDRB. We are watching Jeff Gordon and Carbon Cub put on an absolutely spectacular show. So elegant, so beautiful here on this Saturday evening. And joined by retired Brigadier General Rob Gibbons. He grew up in Louisville, went to high school here, has flown in this show. What does it mean for a local to put on a performance like this?
Thank you, Macho Man. Thank you, my friend.
And then the F-16 here at Thunder, coming here as a Thunderbird in 1997 was one of the greatest shows that I had a chance to do as a Thunderbird. Because you're able to, you're with your hometown, you're with your family, your friends, and you know it's Louisville, we're a close-knit community, so your friends are still here, it's all good stuff. But you're hoping to inspire others because there's a little you that's out there somewhere. Sure. And you want to be able to inspire them to come do this great line of work.
But also, I mean, as an Air Force Thunderbird, it's not like your family can just show up to your work either and see exactly what you do and see you push an airplane to the max, and to get to do that in front of your family and your friends and really show off, that's got to be a great experience.
It is. It's a great experience. And when I, later on, I was a commander in Luke Air Force Base at the Operations Group commander, and we had Kentuckians there.
Rethink. Don't never give up, my friend. Don't give up. Rethink, Incorporate. Keep trying. You make it there one day. God has something planned for everybody on here. Don't give up. Keep trying. Because there's people that tell me, Tom, don't give up. I'm not giving up. And I just found out the guy that I've talked to all the time, I'm going to say he's a younger guy. I'm going to say he's a kid. Anybody younger than 50 is a kid in my book. Don't never give up, people. Keep on doing your YouTube thing.
Wow, this is sure different than
like I say, people, you might get lucky one day on your YouTube. You might come across, you got your cell phone, you might come across a bad wreck where there's no news stations. And you put that on there and you'd be surprised. Or a nice house fire. Don't never give up. I ain't gonna forget you, Mucko man, Mucko bro man. See, I'll get your name right one of these days. Like I said, I want to thank you. You know, like I say, I don't make nothing off of YouTube because I don't have 1,000 subscribers. I tell you all, I just started this about 2 weeks before Christmas. And I was bored. You know, I'm 70 plus years old. I talk about everything, my medical history, because I got kids probably scattered out everywhere from my younger days. You know, you could do stuff on your medical history.
You can show us back in service, patient refused EMS as soon as we got on scene.
You know, because your kids or grandkids needs to know about your family history. So God bless you all. Back Cobra, man, you good, my friend. And this young man, I'm going to call him Mr. Maine. He's a very smart young kid. You know, you're a kid at 18 years old. So you're all very smart people. You know, algorithm, your children probably love this video if they're there watching it. Especially when the fireworks goes off at 9:30, my time.
Our thank you to Upland for this pristine, perfect location as we take another look at that Cub.
The Carbon Cub going through the bridge again.
Landing on the water. I'm telling you guys, it has been a remarkable day.
Okay, we want to now go to the Great Lawn where we find...
After this goes off, people, I check everything and I hit to your subscribe channel.
Keep it loose.
Getting the blood flowing. Lost my jacket. I'm trying to stay away, buddy.
Where'd you lose that jacket?
Hey, get in here close. Let's see these tan lines you got going.
I'm not going to do it tonight, Mr. Maine.
You see the tan lines?
You know, after this goes off, I'm going to be tired. I've been doing this since, I guess, 2:30 this afternoon. I'm tired now. You know, I fed my kitty cats and all this.
Well, this is getting weird. Got real weird real quick. Who's the big spoon? Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any weirder here on the Great Lawn, it somehow has. Do you even know his name?
No. We just had a connection. We did have a connection. Other than that, what's been your favorite part of today's air show? I guess just laying here watching airplanes fly by.
He looks familiar.
Probably the jet. Oh, yeah. The faster, the better, the loudest. That's right, baby. That's right. This one said, "We gonna be on the news?" Well, of course you are. We're just on live. Is that your husband?
Well, I'm glad your kids will love him, but wait until the fireworks start and let me see what time it is.
Thank you for your approval. Oh, man. Yeah. We like to have a good time. I have enjoyed
I got 8:22 here, if I looked at it right, but the fireworks will be at 9:30.
You can show me 10-8-10-24. Get checked out by your manager refused.
It's still that way, Nate. It's still that way, shoulder to shoulder.
So one of the pilots is named Jeff Gordon, and one of our photographers also happens to be named Jeff Gordon. It is good to see, though, we should say in all seriousness, so many families out here today just having a good time.
Never
There's
know.
so much what's going to divide us, but this is such an event that brings us all together, and that is great to see.
Never know when you're going to be run up on by Dalton Godby, jumps into your blanket, or whatever other kind of shenanigans that those two are going to come up with. They call it the Bro Show at the beginning of our broadcast at noon today. I said, no, those are the goofballs. But that is Jeff Gordon in his Carbon Cub from a few moments ago. He had moved out of the airbox. Some people like the power, some people like the speed. I kind of like these.
Oh yeah, some of these civilian flights,
that are majestic and stunning. A backdrop. I mean, you have the sun setting in the background, the skyline, just a glow of blue and purple. I mean, it's breathtaking to me. This is when I lean in. This is lean in TV to me.
They are here to put on a show.
Yeah.
You know, that's their sole purpose, that they do it. This bit where he came underneath the bridge, I mean, that was something to see. Landed on the water.
I think that all flying anything, it takes a lot of precision and a lot of focus, but to land on the water, basically on floats, with your eyes instead of your instruments. Like, there's no margin for error there. That wouldn't take, that plane is so light, it wouldn't take very much to flip it. Am I correct here, Sean?
Yeah, and so, you've used some great words, majestic, graceful. And when we see a plane like this, I would almost compare it to, let's say, a figure skater who's doing this, wonderfully articulated, maneuvers like out on the ice.
Thank you. God bless you, 216 people. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Is something that's hard to appreciate not being in the aircraft. But to your point, Gil, taking off and landing on the water is so unlike taking off and landing on a runway. You don't have all of the
216 subscribers. God bless you all.
It's not something that you just
you make me
Let me try this.
very proud that I've done this live stream of Thunder over Louisville. God bless you all.
The big grand finale of it all, the fireworks. We are counting down. Don't go away. You're watching Thunder.
Because one day, one of your people might decide to come to Louisville and watch Thunder over in Louisville. That gives you all something to plan for the future. Thank you, Algorithm. Thank you.
Kentucky Derby Festival celebrates Derby 150. It all begins at the opening.
See, that tells me what you all like. But like I say, I'm on a fixed income. I can't get out and do that many live streams out of my automobile. I'm on a fixed income. I'm trying my best to make you all happy. Because you're 70 plus years old, you live in the boondocks in the country. Learn to be a country boy. So you all, like I say, I hope you all enjoy this. You all are really making me happy.
That's how they get you.
We get you with our amazing rides and friendly service.
Oh, there's a couple pizza places up in Scottsburg. You got, I think, Pizza Hut and Papa John's. I would love to have a pizza, but it's not on my diet. I don't want to pick up, about 65 pounds that I've lost because of my diabetes. I don't want to put that on. I feel so much better.
The next generation, you make happily ever after come true. Which begs the question, what could your home be doing for you? Let's find out together. Commonwealth Credit Union.
But I want to tell you people, do not give up on your YouTube channel. Keep going. You can talk about abused women, help them out. Or people who abuse children. Or your crooked politician. Or if you come up on a car wreck, you can do that. Don't give up, people. God don't want you to give up. There's a few times that I want to give up. If it wasn't you people here on YouTube, I gave up. But you all keep me going. Hello, Birdcage. How you doing? Captain Birdcage. Yeah, what I do, algorithm, is I take Ozempic because of my diabetes. But also, I think doctors give that Ozempic to people to lose weight. I was 44 around the waist and about 250 pounds. I'm down about 185 pounds and 36 around the waist. Hello, Captain Birdcage. I guess you love cats like I do. I got a tomcat and probably 5 female cats in my bedroom. He's #1 tomcat. I got 4 tomcats in the living room. Hey, rethink. Don't never give up on your children. Do videos, you know. Do some videos there. Talk about your family medical history. Your kids need to know about the family history. Also, they can watch your videos, or if something happens to you, they always got a memory of you. You know, people, you can do that.
That is up there in the tower, right? And so he's kind of listening to music, kind of coordinating things with you guys, and then you call the shots down here, right?
Yes.
Go ahead and do some practicing. Make sure it happens. Make sure everybody's in sync. And of course, when you're loading up the shells like this, they got a whole routine. I've learned that these shells, a live round, can go like 12 kilometers, and they can load these things every 2 seconds. These howitzers were developed at the end of World War II, and I think they're still used today. These are just ceremonial howitzers, but of course they make a big boom, especially during thunder over Louisville, and so we're going to hear that during the show. And what they say is, if they don't expend their rounds during the fireworks, they happen at the end of the fireworks, and they just rattle them off. They can't take any of these home. They gotta use them here. So it's gonna be a big show. And I wonder if these howitzers put off any wind to get this mullet going.
Yeah, it looked like he has a wig on, people.
The sunset and everything.
Oh, yeah, it's a moment. You have a whole look going on.
Earlier I talked about how majestic the shot was on the air show, but just drink that air from King Kaiser right now.
I'm speechless.
It is something. It is a sight for, well, sore.
Like Zoolander.
Sore eyes. Keith, thank you.
Okay, we got to take a quick break. There's more ahead. We're just an hour away from fireworks time. We're the Air Show 2. You're watching Thunder on WDRB. We're so glad you're with us tonight.
Rethink.
You're watching Thunder on.
Always tell your kids you love them, and still tell them you love their mother. They know there's something wrong, but you tell your kids you love them no matter what, and you tell them you still love their mother. They know everything. Don't give up on your kids. You know, always tell them you love them. And do videos, you know, about your life, your medical family history. You know, your wife or ex-wife probably don't know your medical background.
1974.
You know, you could do that. You know, that's funny. When you go to a doctor, they ask you about your family history. You don't know it. You know, that's something you can put on your YouTube. Because your children can always go back and look at it. You know, tell your kids, you know, when you got them, you know, you can tell your kids you love them. And tell them, I still love your mama. You know, they sense that stuff. But, you know, that's only my opinion. But I've been through the same thing. I raised 2 kids by myself for quite a number of years. I always told them, I love you. I love your mama. You know, they appreciate it. Never talk bad in front of your kids, because they got ears that you don't think they got. They can hear you if they're in the bedroom. So never talk bad about a parent in front of them, man or a woman. Be honest with them. Tell them you love them. So I'll be there for you. And say you love their mama or their daddy. You know, they can sense it. Maybe one of the other parents says, I hate him or her. That's the wrong thing to say. You know, be honest with your kid. Tell them you love them. Don't never give up. But you might not have to be in front of your kid. They got ears more than you think they got. They hear stuff. You know, mama could be talking on the telephone. He can be in another part of the house. I guarantee you, kids will listen to everything. You know, always tell them, I love your mama or I love you, daddy. You know, when you got them, you know, maybe take them to church. You know, if you don't go to church, that's okay. It's up to you.
But a little break in the action right now, so we want to get over to Ashland Park and check in with Stefan Johnson.
Hey guys, it's getting cold over here. I don't know about your side. Is it cold over there too? Yeah. So that's why I put on the jacket. I noticed you guys all had your jackets on. So I was trying to figure out what people are doing to stay warm. I met this family over here. What's your name, sir?
Phil Cunningham.
Phil Cunningham. Who's with you?
My dad, my uncle, my brothers, and we've got my nephew in here. He's staying warm inside this tent.
Right. I don't know if you guys can see. Can you see down in that tent? There's actually a family down in there. There's no space heater, but they said it's warm in there. So there's only room for 3 people?
Yeah, you got to be a child to be in here, or the mom or grandma. That's the rules.
All right. Is it worth it, though?
It's worth it. I enjoy being out here. I've actually been here every year of my life, and I'm 34 now. So
wow, because you're from New Albany, right?
I'm from New Albany, from Louisville. We moved to New Albany when I was like 5 years old, so from the area.
And you've been here every year?
Every single year.
And then this is Dad with you?
Yes.
Yeah,
Mark.
Yeah, Mark. Hello there, Louisville. Oh, it's fantastic. You know, good show.
Rethink. Never give up on each other. You all got a son together. Don't never give up. Think what is the best interest of the child. So, you know, think, you know, try to work it out, go to therapy. You got to think what's good for the child. You know, it's up to you.
I'll send it back to you guys.
You can tell those people have done this for a long time. They know exactly what they're doing. They are doing it right. The tent is warm.
Okay.
They parked in the right place. They
Fireworks will be 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. That's about, let me see my clock, maybe an hour away.
That's it, right?
That's it.
Stay outside.
Like a lifeboat.
It is like a lifeboat.
They're professionals. They're professionals for sure.
We're going to take a quick break, and as we do,
I got
we'll give you a little more
8:38
trivia.
here,
How many
people.
military members members will get to
about
see
19
Thunder
miles.
over Louisville. 100,000, 200,000, or 500,000? The answer.
I want to say C, because I think it comes out on military TV, I think.
Derby 150. It all begins at the opening ceremonies. Thunder over Louisville, Saturday, April 20th, where aviation and speed take to the sky.
I'd say the fireworks, they said, starts at 9:30.
Presented by Caesar Southern Indiana.
So behave yourself, people.
For VIP experiences and more information, visit.
Don't give up on YouTube.
Your moment, your memories.
Do videos about your family history with your children and grandkids and all. That way, if something ever happens to you, your children or grandkids will remember what you look like.
The trucks may be ours and the building's yours, but our work, the desire to be the best contractors, and having expert technicians focused on doing the job right, that's something we can all share. We're 40 years strong and prepared to excel over the next 40. Behind all the certificates, awards, and successful projects,
but like I said, don't give up.
Step into the future. We have
Keep
confidence
fighting.
knowing that we are.
No, I'm talking not with words or your fist.
Celebrate
Ask God to help you. God to help you. When you got your kids, take them to church. Show them what church is about. When you got your children, get your children a Bible and read to your kids. That'll help out. That's only my opinion.
But it's not extraditable. Mr. Gay is suspended prior. He's signaled.
Going to be worth it.
Wait, where are we going?
I'm telling you, it's going to be worth it. All right, we're here. Believe me, it's going to be good.
You were right. It was worth it. Friends don't let friends go anywhere else. Coil, where the flag is flying and Kentuckiana is buying.
It's more rewarding than ever to join the Derby City Gaming and Hotel Players Club. Sign up and win up to $2,500 in free play. Plus, get 100 more guaranteed. Visit derbycitygaming.com for details.
Look at that picture. Hello, everyone, and thanks for being here. You're watching Thunder on WDRB. We're back checking in from the Southern Indiana side at Upland Brewing. Gilbert Corsi alongside Lindsay Allen and Sean Dolly.
Looks like a postcard. Okay, let's get to our trivia question. How many military members will see Thunder over Louisville? The answer is 500,000, because did you know this? The Armed Forces Network airs Thunder on July 4th to our U.S. military men and women all over the world on July 4th. So this is not the end. This show will live on for another couple of months.
When you were on deployment, did you ever get to watch Thunder from somewhere else in the world via the Armed Forces Network?
Yeah, bittersweet. Unfortunately, yes, because there was a few times that I was deployed overseas on July 4th. And so when you're that far away from home, but a little bit of home is brought to you, it reminds you that's why we're here.
We're happy to be able to provide that connection, and we thank each and every one of you who are watching for your service. All right, let's go into the brain, the nervous system of Thunder over Louisville, the command center at the Gall House with WDRB's Fallon Gregg. Hey, Fallon.
Hey, Gil. Hey, Lindsay. The excitement is building up here in the command center because we are now officially less than an hour away from the big fireworks show, and we have the man of the hour with us right now, Leslie Lyon Sr. You are the Thundernator this year. How exciting is that?
All right.
Now, you told me this was the opportunity of a lifetime. Tell me why this is such a special moment for you.
I would never do it again.
Are you a big Thunder fan?
I watch it every year.
Well, then we are so happy to have you here. I mean, who can say they're the Thundernator? Only a select few people. Let's bring in Mandy now. Mandy, what is this job entail for Leslie?
Well, there's a few things. Wayne's gonna be up here with you and arm the system. Gonna turn that first key that's over there. And then when that countdown starts, well, you'll hear 10, 9, and then when it gets to 1, you'll turn that launch key, and off we go.
And there we go. Are you going to be nervous at all? Are you going to be nervous?
I don't reckon.
Well, we have you to thank then to start this fireworks show off. And guys, we are ready for it. It'll only be 45 more minutes now.
45 minutes and counting, Fallon Glick, and thank you to the
You hear that? 45 minutes, people.
The barges are in place. Fireworks are going to launch off at and light up the night sky over the Ohio River as we see Kentuckiana at its best.
Let's talk about Honor Flight Bluegrass for just a moment, because this is a unique opportunity. You're wondering, like, how can I give back to our U.S. men and women service members? Well, this is a great way for our veterans. Honor Flight Bluegrass takes our veterans to Washington, D.C. to see the memorials dedicated in their honor. And this is a lot of our World War II veterans, our Korean War veterans, Vietnam veterans. And as we know, our World War II veterans are numbered at this point, and so just to have that opportunity is amazing. So you see that QR code right there on your screen? This is a way for you to scan that on your phone, and you can donate. We will be providing, or you will be providing, enabling donations, your monetary donations, to allow another member on the Honor Flight Bluegrass.
Because there is no charge.
There's no
completely
charge.
free for these service members, and they're often escorted by a member of their family as well. You know, I've talked to several.
It's such a moving thing.
Vietnam era veterans who have gone on honor flights, and that return home is so emotional. They get this huge hero's welcome that they're so deserving of at the airport. And the Vietnam veterans say that, you know, when they came back from serving, that wasn't a popular award. They did not come back to the hero's welcome. So getting it now when they come back, it's
really
well
emotional. Yeah.
And touching. Lindsay, I know several years ago that you went on an honor flight. You did some incredible reporting on it. A half-an-hour special that we aired on WTRB.
Yeah.
Tell me about that experience.
Okay, it was watching grown, burly military men, right? Becoming just overcome with emotion. It was, you know, they were standing there with their brothers in arms and really just remembering maybe things they haven't thought about for a long time. And although emotional, I think it can be really cathartic. And like I said, it's just this moment to show respect and honor, especially for our World War II veterans. They've got another one coming up in May, and so we are going to be going on that flight. Our Katrina Nickel, I believe, has been selected to follow along. So, again, it's a wonderful program, and if you're so inclined to donate to it, there's the QR code on your screen.
One of the things that I find so powerful and compelling about the honor flights are when the service members or the veterans go back and they look for their fallen comrades' names.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so if you want to give to this incredible cause, go ahead and click into the QR code at the bottom of your screen. We are going to press pause right now, but the countdown is on. Under 45 minutes and counting.
Ooh, look at that traffic.
Look at that traffic to get in down here. Hurry up, find your spot.
And if you're here, stay put. Don't go anywhere.
From sunrise to late in the evening, there's always a story to be told. Stories about resilience and overcoming great odds. Maybe you'd like to hear stories about protecting you and your family. There are stories about adventure, mystery, tragedy, weather, even stories about real-life heroes. Around here, the stories never end, and we'll be here to tell them all. WTRB News, the source.
Here at Heiser Hearing Institute, we provide speech, balance, and hearing services. And what we love about our nonprofit model is that all the revenue that we generate from those services goes toward providing funding for our scholarship program at Heiser Hearing and Language Academy.
Free parking. That's how they get you.
At Holiday World and Splash and Safari, sometimes free takes a little convincing. Free.
Whoa. That's how they get you.
We get you with our amazing rides and friendly service. You want the most family fun for your dog. And at Holiday World, we get you. We're just not out to get you. Save on tickets at holidayworld.com, where there's always...
Shine wherever you are with online instant play games from the Kentucky Lottery. Win up to $200,000 with big money spin and win. Try it for free today.
Funding more than $5 billion in grants and scholarships.
It all starts with a Chevy truck. The Chevy Silverado with the Turbo Max engine and best-in-class standard torque. And Chevy Silverado HD with up to 14 available camera views. Do more in a Chevy truck. Get yours now. Get $5,000 total value on this Silverado High Country when you trade in an eligible vehicle. Or during Chevy truck season, get 2.9% financing for 72 months on all 2024 Silverado 1500 pickups. Kentucky drives Chevy.
Help give the gift of sound to the children of Hazard Hearing and Language Academy. Please scan your QR code to help those children who have hearing, speech, and language barriers. Help us overcome those. I heard it.
This is Thunder on WDRB. You're watching Matt Youngkin fly over the banks of the Ohio River, putting on a show. We saw him earlier today. This is his night show, and friends, it is spectacular. You're going to see smoke, lights, and just a pilot in action that is really good at what he does.
Yeah, how's this different?
Wow, this is amazingly different. So, you know, we saw airplanes flying in the daytime, right? So now it's at night, and all of the visual references have changed.
Yeah.
So he's got to pay a little more attention to his altitude on his instrumentation. He's still trying to look out and trying to find the horizon at night and not get disoriented between lights from, you know, the surrounding area and over the river. I mean, he's really working hard. You can get very disoriented at night.
And the light is changing with every minute.
Yeah, continually. So your depth perception changes. Your ability to stay aware in the area changes. And it's just amazing that he does it. And quite frankly, you're not going to see military formation acrobatic acts at night, you know, like these guys. So it's an incredible capability.
Wow. And Rob, I said this was Matt Youngkin. I was thinking this was the Beech 18. This is not. This is a different airplane.
Yeah, he swapped airplanes to do this. He used to do a night act in the beach, but
so this is Matt Youngkin.
I think so. Yeah.
Gotcha.
But you know, anytime you fly at night, so most of my combat sorties are at night, but it's a bit of a different thing than doing aerobatics, and so you've got to be able to find the horizon. And in the dark, you know, it's a different shade of color. That's all there is. It's not blue and green like it is normally during the day. It's a different shade of dark. And so it's a skill set that night flying is a special skill set that pilots do. And for those who are brave enough to go do acrobatics at night, I'm not sure I want to go do it. So
yeah, well, we're going to keep watching this, but we will take a quick break and keep this on your screen, and we'll be right back.
Or no, this is
Ready for Champion, and it's truck season, and it's raining SUVs and trucks. We have the best selection of HDs and discounts up to $8,500 on all the hard-to-find models. 2.9% for 72 months on Silverado and Sierra crew cabs is hard to beat, and we have a great selection. You can sign and drive an Encore GX for only $399 a month. Looking for Envision? We have them up to $6,250 off. And the all-new Blazer EV is here to make the short drive to LaGrange and find out why no one beats Champion.
Welcome back to Thunder on WDRB. A correction, this is not Matt Youngkin. He is still going to do a night show for us. This is Wild Blue, the veteran fighter pilot. Jive Kirby is doing the aerobatic routine for us, and he wants to do this as a tribute to our first responders.
Hey, we got to talk about Jive Kirby for a minute, because this guy's living the life that all fighter pilots want to live. So he was a Navy fighter pilot, great guy, and now he flies professionally as a fighter pilot as an aggressor across the country with an organization that will go and fight the Navy or the Air Force, and they're flying fighters. They're flying all kinds of different things. And so we're all jealous of Jive.
And he just does this on the spare time when he has some downtime.
That's it. He flies all the time. Yeah.
What he's doing is like being on the practice squad for a basketball team, right? Like you are helping others prepare.
That is actually an excellent analogy. That's right. He's helping others prepare. And he's an incredible pilot, flying at night and doing a great job.
We do have another evening aerobatic act to come, and before we do that, we want to say goodbye to Lindsay and Gilbert and Sean, and say a big thank you because we really enjoyed listening to your coverage from the other side of the river. Hope you guys have had as much fun as we have.
It was so much fun, and it's like a family reunion because we never cross each other's paths on our ships, so we enjoyed it.
And we want to say thank you to Sean. You've been an incredible insight, incredible expertise. You did an excellent job. Thank you so much for being here.
It was an honor. Thank you for having me.
To my friends on the other side of the river, I tip my cap to you because you have done incredible work today. Carry us across the finish line.
All right, we're going to be here until the fireworks. Well, till after the fireworks. We'll help get you home, for that matter. We will continue Thunder on WDRB. We'll be right back.
This year's Kentucky Derby Festival celebrates Derby 150. It all begins at the opening ceremonies. Thunder over Louisville, Saturday, April 20th, where aviation and speed take to the sky, and aerial formations take center stage before Thunder rolls.
There's the drones out that I've been talking about. I want to say thank you. Thank you all very much. I hope you enjoyed this video. Been on 6 hours and 21 minutes. God bless you all. I love you all. People, don't give up on your YouTube channel. You know, watch other people's videos. See what they like. If you got a cell phone, you can download Prison Live Studio on your cell phone. You can live stream that way. You know, car wrecks, house fires. You know, you can talk about everything, but don't give up on your YouTube. You know, I can't do it. People out there, you know, they knew in the sound of my voice I was getting ready to quit. They talked me out of it. Don't give up on yourself. You come across a good video one day and you're going to stream it and you're going to get a bunch. You're going to get a bunch of views. A good car wreck get you some good views. But remember, you might want to put viewer description is advised, you know. But remember, keep everything PG. You know, because there's kids watching YouTube videos with their mom and dad or their guardian. Just remember that. That's what I was giving advice to. Keep everything PG.
All right, welcome back to our countdown. Thunder over Louisville. The fireworks countdown, 31 minutes, 26 seconds. We still have one airplane act. We have some smoke in the
But
sky. It's gonna
people,
be spectacular.
don't give
And
up.
a big drone show people are anticipating as well.
That's on the Louisville side.
As we finish out this night down on the
So you see a Ferris
Dennis Sterling,
wheel.
what we're seeing now is as we move towards the night, we call this frictional decoupling. And what's happening is because we're cooling, the winds have gotten a little bit lighter. Light? No, but lighter than they were this afternoon. So the important smoke. The winds are going to be out of the northwest. They'll be in the 5 to about 12 mile an hour range. So this is going to be moving the smoke towards the Kentucky side of the river. If you're west of the 2nd Street Bridge, you will get more of the clear. If you're east of the 2nd Street Bridge, you'll see more of the smoke. It's a beautiful sunset. You can see a huge crowd out here. Candace and Sterling, about 30 minutes. I am super excited. I love Thunder over Louisville, and I cannot wait for the fireworks.
Well, I'm excited about this frictional decoupling. I'll tell you that.
You're getting me excited. I don't even know what that means, but I'm excited about it, Mark. I'm looking it up as we speak.
Don't that look beautiful, people?
That's Matt Yunkin in the air box, and we will be right back.
It is Broadway week.
Who steals the spotlight?
Your pants are most definitely split.
Are they? So you think you can dance? All new Monday on Fox.
Alpha to Bravo, do you copy? Loud and clear. I'm approaching from the left. Wow, this sure is different than reporting from the studio, huh, Candace? Yeah, with WDRB being the official broadcast partner, we sure can show some unique perspectives of the show. Let's hit this last maneuver. Copy that. Let's punch it so we can catch the fireworks show.
Exclusive auto detailing, cutting edge, skilled technicians, committed to excellence, exclusive professional auto detailing, and when
I want to thank WDRB doing this, because some people can't get WDRB. You know, I don't know the other stations where they live carries it or not. I don't know. I don't know if WDRB's ABC, CBS, or what. I don't know. So, you know, I just want to thank you all out there. I got over 200. I figured this would have been a good live stream, but I didn't know it was going to be that good. God bless you all. You know, so thank you. Thank you all very much. You know, I was hoping I'd get 1,000 subscribers, but I told people if I get 1,000 subscribers, I'll turn some music on and do a dance. I tell you something about me. I used to be an alcoholic and a drug addict. I gave that up over 25 years ago. Let's get back to the air show.
All right, welcome back to Thunder over Louisville. All eyes are in the sky watching a gentleman named Matt Yunkin. Rob, tell us what we're seeing here.
We're seeing something that's very amazing. Somebody doing aerobatics in an airplane not designed to do aerobatics at a time when airplane do aerobatics at night.
So an airplane that was built a long time ago.
Oh yeah, this is an airplane from the late 30s, 1939 I think was the design, and I think this one was built in the early 40s. And he's restored it. It's great. It's a neat airplane, but you just don't do this at night. That's not what you're supposed to be doing at night. And think about right now, from all the people that are counties away that see these lights flashing in the sky, the UFO reports are going to be significant.
The UFO, just Matt Yunkin up there doing what he loves to do.
And he does love to do it, but it does take a lot of skill set at night to be able to do this. He's not doing this off of instruments, everybody. He's doing it visually, and at night that is saying something. He's got a good night vision and the ability to stay aware of the horizon and aware of the lateral locations of the airbox, and he's doing it with great skill.
Rob, is that distracting, having all those lights on your airplane while you're flying it?
Absolutely. I mean, think about it. It's like your car, bright lights and all that stuff. But
Okay,
he's going to have good vision through the cockpit to not really disrupt his night vision too much, so he's able to still be able to see well.
And he does a maneuver called the elephant walk, where he kind of walks that airplane and maneuvers the wings, and that's one of his signature moves. It's kind of cool to see.
Yeah, it's going inverted tonight.
Nate, I usually go to the General Dollar store there at Leota Road on Wednesdays to pick up the local Scott County and Clark County paper. Sometime after 9 o'clock, whenever I wake up.
Over the river. Still to come, before the fireworks, we have a drone show, and I'm really excited about this. I've never seen one in person.
Yeah.
So that's going to happen at 9:12. Do not turn off the television if you're watching from home.
More than 300 drones.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you,
Can't wait to see this. We're going to take a
algorithm.
quick break. We'll be right back.
You know, you figure WDRB would do that on their, I think they got a YouTube channel, but I guess, I know they got the news, but I want to thank you all.
Saturday, April 20th, where aviation and speed take to the sky.
But I wish I had 1,000 subscribers, then I'd be making money. But that's what it takes, people. If you're new to YouTube, it takes 1,000 subscribers.
Your memories, your
There'd be people watching this after it ends. But after the fireworks, you're going to see a traffic jam. And I'm not lying to you about a traffic jam. On the Indiana side and the Kentucky side. So you will see it.
I promise it's going to be worth it.
I want to give special thanks to WDRB TV, Channel 41 in Louisville, Kentucky.
Believe me, it's going to be good.
You know, this is newsworthy for the people who can't watch it. And this also might get more people to come to Louisville next year or the years to come. You know,
Get up to $6,000 off MSRP.
that's why I've done that. But I look the rules on copyright. This is kind of a news story, and I don't think I'm breaking the rules unless WDRB complains about it.
All of our apps, the WDRB app, where you can read our articles, WDRB Plus, where you can watch us, and you can take us with you wherever you go.
You know, we have people email us and they say, I couldn't watch your show. I was in Florida on vacation or on spring break.
My cable was out.
That's right. Well, you can.
Yes, you can.
Just scan that QR code that you see on the bottom, and you can watch our show 7 days a week, and we sure would love to have you do it.
We've all been talking about how excited we are about this drone show that is going to be happening at 9/12, so it's coming up really soon.
I've never seen a drone show in person. I've only seen it on TV, so that's why I'm excited.
Hundreds of drones, and they have something called the Meyer Moment, which is about to happen. They're going to ask everybody to take out their cell phones, their glow sticks,
Yeah, the Herald,
like you would at a
Scott
concert,
County and Clark
and,
County.
you
I
might notice where they're
usually
gonna ask everyone to
get
light
that
up
at the
waterfront
dollar
ahead of
store
this big
there
finale
at
of
Leota Road and
Well, it's going to be
356.
pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I drive a gray Toyota
Yeah, I gotta say
with
hi to
a
my,
damaged
old English teacher,
door
Judy Pollard.
on
She's
that
out there somewhere right now
driver's
watching.
side,
She
left-
watches every year.
left back
That's great.
door.
She was very formative in my life. So, hey, Miss Pollard, how you doing? Hope things are going well. Please stay awake for what's coming up next. This drone show is going to be awesome, and the fireworks are, of course, great.
We are excited about that. Now you're taking a live look.
That's
at the
Indiana
waterfront. I think they're
side,
making an
I was
announcement now
saying.
for everybody to
Those
turn on those
Hooters.
lights. We will stay with you and bring you the drone show here in just a couple minutes as we take a real quick break.
I'll forget who the guy was. You might get to see your girlfriend on there, where she's at the air show. See, people, see what you're missing? Let you all know, in May, around the 14th, 15th, I have to go to a hospital where they run a scope down my throat and see what's wrong in my throat. I'm hoping it's not cancer. But sometimes I can eat stuff and it feels like my throat closing on me. So I'm thinking of doing a live stream when I come back. But people, I used to live in Charlestown. I lived there 65 years. But due to a crooked mayor, which I call him Boss Hog, if you ever watched the Duke of Hazzard. But I think Red Baron, I think they change it every year, I believe, to the other TV stations. I'm guessing. I can't remember. They gotta pay for it somehow, Red Baron.
Automotive in Clarksville, where the flag is.
But if I was down there, I would have to have some real battery backup. This is right now 6 hours and 35 minutes. And I couldn't park my car close enough to look at the guy putting his helmet on.
But I'm getting ready, though. I gotta make sure that my goggles are on. I got everything protected because it's gonna get crazy on the 2nd Street Bridge. The howitzers are ready. We're ready to go. Okay. Calm down. Just a little fireworks. Big ones are coming.
Big ones are coming.
Here we go. Calm down.
Keith's ready. Protect yourself, Keith. Protect yourself up there on the bridge with howitzers. Keith has tried to convince them to do a waterfall off the bridge.
Yeah, we'll see if they listen to him. Yeah,
just the fireworks show up there.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what's next. A fantastic drone show.
We are less than 10 seconds away, so here we go, everybody. Enjoy Thunder over Louisville.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for our national anthem.
Oh, sing and you see by the dawn's early light, one so proudly.
See, don't that look beautiful, those drones?
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight.
I usually go to the dollar store about 9 or 10 o'clock on Wednesday. That's okay. I'm nobody important. Look at those drones, people. See it there? Look how beautiful they are. I did not lie to you, they will have a drone show. Isn't that beautiful?
the 2024 Thunder over Louisville. Fans from around the world will make their way here to celebrate amongst the city. We light up the night in celebration.
There's an angel.
Kentucky Derby.
The angel's watching over you.
By LG&E.
Oh, there's a crow. I told you all there'd be a very good drone show. Yeah, the fireworks will be after that, people. The fireworks will be about 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. I like to know how they do that. See, I'm not smart enough. The state of Kentucky, people. You gonna do Indiana? Smart aleck people. That's supposed to be the Bell Louisville.
But lately I've been doing better than the last 4 cold Decembers I recall.
This is probably the 3rd or 4th year on this.
Every month I found a girl my parents love. She'll come and stay the night, and I think I might have it all.
I told you you would love this drone show. Yes, these are drones.
But I know the things he gives, he can take away. And I hold you every night, and that's a feeling I wanna get used to. But there's no man as terrified as the man who stands to lose you. Oh, I hope I don't lose you. Please stay. I want you, I need you. Oh God, don't take.
How many people will it take to do this? Thank you, Dana Fox. I think I said it right. Maybe in the years to come, you'll make it to Thunder over Louisville.
I had a dream that someday I would just fly away.
Oh, that.
And I always knew I couldn't stay. So I had a dream that I'd just fly away. Oh.
I told you it was beautiful, people.
Knowing I was here for
Make sure you all hit the subscribe bell and thumbs up. Share it with your friends and have them subscribe. Hello, lightning season. Hello, Big L. The Green Dragon. Oh, that's beautiful. I don't think they had this last year. Hello, Technical Ninja. Welcome, my friend. Any people on Twitch, I hope you love it, but you got to come to YouTube and subscribe. People, if you got a smart TV and you got internet, you can watch it on a big screen TV in your own house. Oh, that's beautiful. I don't remember that from last year. I better shut up before you all kill me.
2024 marks the 150th anniversary of the Kentucky Derby, making it the longest continual running sporting event in the United States. We honor the past and celebrate the future of the Kentucky Derby, Thunder over Louisville, and the city of Louisville. We thank you for being here as we start the final countdown to what you've all been waiting for, the honored tradition of the Thunder over Louisville fireworks.
It should be about 5 minutes. I want to thank you people who's watching. God bless you all. Like I said, the show starts at 9:30, so I got 4 minutes on my clock. Thank you, Miss Fox. I love you all. Make sure you all subscribe. That way I can keep going. Because I got faith in myself. You all gave me faith to keep going.
Well, you see the drones landing. That was really cool. I love that. I've never seen a drone show in person, and I've really enjoyed it.
Far exceeded my expectations.
Yeah.
I am just absolutely blown away, and I loved how the crowd cheered when the drone spelled Louisville.
It was just a great thing to see. You know, my experience with drone shows is something completely different, but it was just wonderful.
And I also love our shot from the drone of the drone show, and we flew by the Galt House.
To our crew, well
Beautiful.
done. Just
Way to go.
absolutely amazing.
Fowling Lake is up in the command center where they are getting ready to launch the Thunder fireworks show. Let's send
Get ready for the fireworks.
We might have seen you when that drone flew by, Fallon.
We are so close to the big finale, and I have the man of
That's the
hour
guy
with
that
me.
does the fireworks right here.
The man of thunder.
Have we had a good time?
Oh, absolutely. I feel honored to be up here with you. How do you feel right now?
Second batch of adrenaline. I gotta go do my thing here.
Let's do it.
Data response is good. Good to go, Wayne. Thanks, Jeff. Bridge security. We're clear. Go. River ops. Clear. Go. Flight ops. We had a great day, Wayne. Flight's good to go. Appreciate that, Mike.
Hi, Noreen. How you doing, Noreen? Hope you like fireworks, Noreen. That's okay. I'm in no hurry, my friend. You just take care of yourself, Noreen. There's the 2nd Street Bridge.
Let me tell you. You a little boo thing, so I don't give a hoot what you do. Say, girl, I know you a little too trained. I be shooting that shot like 2K, girl, I know. Tell 'em I'm next. Tell 'em you find a little something to the back, to the front. You a 10, baby girl, but I know one. Hey, to the back, to the front. You a 10, baby girl, but I know one.
So I'm doing just fine. Yeah, it kicks off the Kentucky Derby. Yeah, it's every year Forever Flowers. It's every year. They've been going on 20 plus years.
It's the chance of a lifetime.
Okay, thank you, Erica.
You and me, baby, you know that we got it.
Thanks for the hearts.
You ain't leaving. I need somebody, not just anybody. You know I need someone. Being a girl in a country song, how in the world did it go so wrong? I got a good for, looking good for you and your friends on the weekend. Nothing more. We used to give a little respect. Now we're lucky if we even get to climb up in your truck, keep our mouths shut right along. Ain't need a girl in a country song.
To the room, passing out $100 bills and a kill, and everybody's getting down in this town. Ain't never gonna be the same. 'Cause I sound my horse and I ride into the city. I make a lot of noise, 'cause the girls, they are so pretty. Riding up and down Broadway on my own stubby Roy, and the girls say, save a horse, ride down the one. Everybody says,
You're right. That's the 2nd Street Bridge where that 18-wheeler was hanging over it.
fast enough so we can fly away. Still gotta make a decision. Leave tonight or live or die this way.
There's a whole lot of people watching. God bless you all. Ride a cowboy. Thank you, Forever Flowers. Make sure you subscribe to my channel. Sometimes I got goofy videos, but thank you all. Thank you all very much. I love you all. Thank you, Nate. It's like you back home again, Nate. Kenny, that's a pretty good show. Hello, JB. I guess you all never seen this many fireworks. You all people can watch it later if you want to. Share it with your friends. Because you're not going to see a fireworks show like this, I don't think. I want to thank WDRB TV in Louisville, Kentucky. They get the credit for this. Thank you, Dane O'Clock. Hey, I told you this would be a heck of a show. Don't give up on the fireworks, people. As long as there's music, there's going to be more fireworks. Look at that smoke. Dum, 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 dum. See, I told you, there's the waterfalls of the 2nd Street Bridge. It's getting bigger every year. Space Ghost, hello there. So Space Ghost, when your girlfriend gets back there, you all can watch it again. Pops.
Ready?
Okay, yes.
Woo! Yeah!
And we saw the waterfall up the 2nd Street Bridge. Come on.
No more mullets. No more mullets.
Oh, our
They're
camera
shooting off
operators
the
are clapping.
howitzers.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. You know what? I think Keith Kaiser gets some credit for this. He said he was going to chain himself to the bridge until they brought back the waterfall. They did bring it back. We're trying to find them up there because the howitzers are going off right now.
So loud.
Oh, and you know, they said they'd fire all those shells because they can't take them back.
That's right. And they said they have a lot of them, so they're going to keep firing those things out there. They said the crowd loves the boom.
Yeah, Keith Kaiser was ready for it. Remember, he put a helmet on before
he
this
did.
started. He had some safety goggles.
Last we heard from him, right?
That was the last we heard from him.
He was in front of the cannons.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
This could be bad.
I wonder
This
if he's
could be
swimming
bad.
right now, yeah?
How spectacular was that show, the fireworks show we just witnessed? That was incredible.
It was amazing. I mean, the colors, the choreograph, and just the amount of volume. And, you know, nobody thinks that Louisville, Kentucky has the largest fireworks display in North America. It's just awesome.
It is incredible, yeah. I thought the drone flying through the fireworks was amazing. And you know what I really enjoyed?
What's that?
Daryl, who's behind one of our cameras,
Uh-huh.
he told me this is his first Thunder.
Yeah.
And we were sitting and watching it together. And
He's grinning ear to ear right now.
He's grinning ear to ear, and as soon as it ended, he was applauding just like everybody else. And you know what? I felt like a little kid. I mean, it's just amazing.
If you know, you know.
Exactly.
And this is what Louisville does, right? We got to see it in all of its glory. And I love the roar of the crowd after. I mean, just the genuine applause. It's just, you can't describe it until you're on the waterfront,
And
watching it and witnessing it and feeling it in your chest.
Yeah,
That's
it
right.
shook the whole set.
It's such a great time, though. You know, the city comes together. Everybody's down here having a good time. Everybody's getting excited about what we're getting ready to for the next, 2 weeks. It's awesome.
We want to head up to the command center where there's a big celebration. They're going to pop some champagne. And Fallon Glick, tell me about Wayne Hedinger's response to those to that waterfall on the bridge.
Oh, Candace, I gotta tell you, I was standing off to the side watching his reaction during the fireworks show, and when the waterfall went off the 2nd Street Bridge, a smile bigger than I have ever seen on Wayne, just ear to ear. I mean, we know he smiles a lot. He is excited about Thunder, but this was a big smile tonight.
They're getting ready
I
to
don't
pop
know
the-
about
pop the cork
4th
on
of
the champagne
July.
there up at the command center. And I think we're going to have to go to a break, and then we will join them. We'll pop the cork on our own champagne here in just a moment. There's a video of Wayne.
Yeah.
I don't think he knew that waterfall was going to happen. That was a surprise for him. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back and help you as we wind down Thunder over Louisville 2024.
Thank you, WDRB 41. Thank you all. God bless WDRB Channel 41.
From everyone at Coyle Chevrolet, Buick GMC, and Coyle Nissan, we would like to thank Kentuckiana for over 75 years of continued support. We hope you've enjoyed this year's Thunder over Louisville fireworks. Safe travels. Coyle, where the flag is flying and Kentuckiana is fine.
At the Neil Huffman Auto Group, we have a huge selection of pre-owned inventory. Huffman has it.
At Troutman's Dry Goods, we know that not all of your tools are on a bench or in a toolbox. We know you've got to gear up before you. That's why Troutman's stocks.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Boots and all the other essentials for work.
Hit the like button, share it,
Before you go to work, let Troutman's
hit the subscribe bell. There's over 50 people watching it. God bless you. Thank you, Miss Fox. Thank you all very much. God bless you all. Have a great weekend. Since you got it, it's on YouTube. You can watch it later, with your family at home, or when your girlfriend, wife, husband, or whatever gets home. You can watch it again.
Well, they popped the cork on the champagne in the command center, and we do the same.
And Rob, you have a toast?
Yeah, I'm going to do a toast, all right?
Okay.
So first, to our men and women in uniform overseas and around the country, to our first responders who we honor today, to the people of Louisville, and to this amazing crew, and to everybody on the set. Cheers.
Cheers.
A safe, effective thunder.
Absolutely. And you know what we can say now? Happy Derby, everybody, because we are headed into a 2-week party here in Louisville. That's right.
Party's just getting started, no doubt about that. Okay, do we want to get back to the command center? Let's get back up there with Val and Glick.
Hey guys, the champagne bottles have been popped, and I have been told that they are thirsty up here after a fantastic show. Wayne, real quick, give me your reaction to the show tonight.
Well, how can we put this into words? I mean, we're as excited as ever. It was a perfect show, and I promised a whole new look in the fireworks, and I'm thinking the Zambelli certainly delivered.
And that waterfall!
That was a wonderful surprise. I knew everybody's been clamoring for that, and as soon as that had hit, boy, a little bit of more pride jumped out. So, yeah, couldn't be happier.
And one more thing, you know, this is a gift that you give to the Louisville community. Hundreds of thousands of people come here to watch all the work that you guys have put on.
Thank you, Nate.
This year.
It's like being home again, Nate.
Well, there's another one you can't put into words, but, boy, I take a lot of credit, as you know, for hundreds of people that put this on. And well, I'm going to give it into my toast here.
Yeah, let's do it.
But if you'll indulge me, I want to have a personal toast. To start off with my wife Pam and Tim Creed that's been with me all 35 years, and they've been sharing the ride with me, and I couldn't be happier. So here's to you. Okay, now for the main attraction. To all those that were here and make all this happen, thank you so much. Matt, where's Matt? Okay. He's always backing me up, and Matt's my boss, and I'm standing in front of him. But obviously, we couldn't do this without the support of the sponsors and the terrific help that we get from the Derby Festival, and it just encourages us all to do it again. So here's to the city, here's to the event, to the next 70-some-odd events that Matt's going to be pushing. Cheers to everybody, and let's do another one.
So a fantastic thunder, you guys, and if you see the clock behind Wayne, that gives us an idea of when the next thunder is. 356 days, 23 hours, 27 minutes, and 38 seconds. Candace Sterling?
All right, thank you, Fallon. We also want to say a big thanks to the FAA,
thank you,
to the Air Boss, because it takes so much coordination to put this air show together.
Yeah, that's true. You know, people don't realize it, but you had to get a special qualification to be in the Air Boss, and Mike Reardon did it for years, and now Matt Creed does it. He does a great job. We're texting back and forth with the air show dynamics, so, you know, it's a great thing to be able to celebrate all of that. You know, we had an effective, safe show today, and you cannot say enough about the fact that we were able to pull that off.
We have to shout out our crew in the control room. They're doing mission control underneath the Belvedere, the men and women.
There they are. Cheers.
The
Cheers
unsung heroes of our show. Thank you so much. A heartfelt thank you from our crew up here.
I'm telling you, some of the folks on this crew got here at 3 this morning, and they probably won't be done until 3.
They have
tomorrow
to break
morning
down,
because they have to break all this down. You've seen how long we've been on the air, and they've been working a lot longer, so we appreciate every single one of you, and it's fun working with you. We really do love you.
We do. I have some good news. I heard we tracked down Keith Kaiser.
He's okay?
Yeah.
He survived?
I don't know if he's okay. I understand that he's on the 2nd Street Bridge. Just try to check in with him now. Keith, can you hear us?
Woo! That thunder was a blast!
Keith,
oh my goodness, yeah!
It looks like you lost a shoe.
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you?
Well, we're doing good. You lost part of your pants, too. So,
you're talking really loudly, Keith.
What? No, yeah, the crowd is moving out. They're leaving now.
Well, I said loud.
Keith, did you have a lot of fun, man? It had to be exhilarating to be up there on the 2nd Street Bridge.
I am a little numb. Fireworks everywhere. Fireworks everywhere.
Okay, Nate, you take it easy.
A great view from the bridge.
Yeah.
God be with you, Nate.
I'm going to eat leftovers from the fridge. I'm really hungry. I'm really hungry right now. So, yeah.
Keith, I don't think you're right, man. You feeling okay? Like you're saying some weird stuff to us.
I'm feeling fine. I'm feeling fine. This thunder was fantastic. Fantastic.
lost the shoe. I gotta go find it.
We tried to tell you that.
I gotta go find it. Hold on.
Gotta go find the rest of his clothes.
Can we get a medical professional to go up and check on kids?
Oh, maybe mental health professional as well too. That might be the answer.
He might be teasing us a little bit too. I don't know. He's okay.
Please find Keith the rest of his shirt. We are going to take a break, and we will be right back with our coverage of Thunder 2024.
How do you get your news? Is WDRB the soundtrack to your morning routine?
Or you can scroll on the go with the WDRB News app.
If you've already cut the cord, start streaming our news on WDRB Plus.
Maybe you like to read a more in-depth story and you use WDRB.com.
When weather's the biggest story of your day, the WDRB Weather app has video forecasts and radar.
However you choose to get your news, WDRB is the source.
The trucks may be ours and the building's yours, but our work, the desire to be the best contractor, and having expert technicians focused on doing the job right, that's something we can all share. We're 40 years strong and prepared to excel over the next 40. Behind all the certificates, awards, and successful projects is a team that takes pride in their work. And as we step into the future, we have confidence knowing that we are...
Celebrate Cinco de Mayo at El Nopal. Experience our mouth-watering dishes bursting with authentic Mexican flavors. And to top it off, free queso on Cinco de Mayo. That's right, free queso. Dine-in only, one per table with purchase. But wait, there's more. Introducing El Nopal Mexican-style lager. Locally crafted with passion and tradition. It's the perfect complement to your Cinco de Mayo celebration. Join us for Cinco de Mayo.
Live look at the waterfront park as we clear things out from Thunder over Louisville. You start seeing people leaving. We appreciate you joining us all day here on WDRB. That was one incredible fireworks show. It takes 80 hours to design the show. It takes 11 main computers and 240 smaller ones to put this together. And we have the Zambelli fireworks script in this book here. And you won't be able to see the exact lines of it, but you can tell how thick this book is, and this is all code for fireworks. So I want you to see this book. I'm going to flip open, and you'll see just all the lines of code. Can you see those lines there? And this gives you an idea how thick this book is. This is the fireworks code book and all the work that went into that incredible show we just witnessed.
It's broken down second by second. So detailed.
Yeah, it is.
But it went off without a hitch.
It
So
sure
to
did.
the Zambelli family, thank you so much
Fabulous.
for putting that show on. It was so enjoyable. And now, let's get out to the Great Lawn. A lot of people are leaving the waterfront area, and I understand that the Dalton Godby and Chris Suter, they're trying to get out of here. Now, listen, you got to work a little bit longer. You can't skip out on us.
Excuse me. I don't know if you guys can hear the fat beat going on right now, but I'm feeling it. Oh, like a little disco taxi, baby. Yeah.
What ride are you rocking there?
This is a golf cart that they gave us down at the compound. The only problem is we got a lot of wires, and Dalton's driving maybe a little too fast. Hey, come here, man. Come here. We need somebody to talk to him. Maybe I should have driven. Come here, guys. Hey, come here. Yeah, get on in here. We're live on television. What did you think about
What's up,
all
buddy?
that? Turn around and say hi to your mom. What'd you think?
It was good.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. What would you give it? A grade? A+?
A+.
Yeah, buddy.
All right, right on.
See you later.
Oh, don't hit it,
Watch
man.
yourself. Watch yourself.
What did you guys think of the show?
Great.
All right. Very nice. doubting you could hear that. You see any interesting items around here?
Yeah,
Any
there's a lot
leftover
of
beer?
trash left behind. It's not great for the old environment. Beer cans, bunch of ice.
Yeah. Oh no! Jeff Gordon, not the race car driver, not the pilot. The
You're about to hit this beer can. Look out, speed bump! Speed bump! Candace Sterling, we better send it back to you.
Hey, y'all need to get off that golf cart and start picking up trash and putting it in the back. Help out our city.
Yeah, don't pick up the ice, though. That'll take care of itself.
Yeah, right. A word to the wise.
That's what the meteorologist said, anyway.
What a cool shot from our WDRB drone, just showing Slugger Field and the roads as people are trying to leave the Great Lawn and the Ohio River, heading home. So pack your patience as you head out. That's what a lot of LMPD officers have tried to communicate to us, to try to communicate to the people.
You know, Slugger Field had live concerts today. Racing played at 5. They won 5-1 in front of a crowd of about 11,000 people.
Congratulations to those ladies.
Yeah, what a great win. 5-1. That's a big score. So excited for them. And we're excited for everybody who got to enjoy Thunder with us. We want to relive some of the highlights of the show as we help you end your night. We'll start off with some of the aircraft that we enjoyed seeing this afternoon.
Downtown Baghdad early in the war, where we had 4 airplanes. We came in, we're dropping satellite-guided bombs.
Rob Givens, you flew this plane, so you know all about it.
I did. I heard my voice in the background there.
Yeah.
You know, this is such a great airplane, mainstay of the U.S. fighter force, still today, slowly being replaced by the F-35. But anytime we go into combat, we're taking F-16s with us.
What was your most favorite maneuver to do in this airplane, Rob?
Land.
Good answer, Rob. Good answer. That determines a good pilot, right?
We're all getting
one who can land. Yeah.
No, the thing that was impressive about it was its ability to deliver weapons. And you know, you don't glorify war. Obviously, we don't want to have to do it. But if you're going to do it, you want a system that's capable. You want to be well trained. And we're able to do that, dropping laser guided bombs and satellite guided bombs out of these things. You know, it really helped the war cause out. As far as just fun maneuver to do, anything that was really, to be quite honest, in practice, the 2-ship dogfight was always the most fun. And when you did what they called high aspect, which is where we're coming at each other nose to nose.
Oh my God.
So there's no advantage either way. And it's just the best pilot, the guy who's flying the airplane the best that day wins. And it's a lot of fun. And it was in training, right? So it was all, you know, nobody got hurt. But
right.
It's just a fun thing to do. You pull a lot of G's and able to do a lot of cool stuff.
And this is pretty neat. This is the Air Force Heritage Flight. We get to see the P-51, a fighter in World War II, fly with the F-16.
You know, and this is, it's near and dear to all of our hearts because you're able to see a little bit of the heritage, the history of the Air Force, and the airmen gave so much to the country in the Second World War and the wars beyond that. You know, we've only been flying for just a little over 100 years. In World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, and our desert wars, obviously air power has been such a key element. And here's an example of seeing the past and the future. And, you know, if you haven't seen Masters of the Air, the new thing on Apple TV, that's, hope it's not a problem saying that, but it's the air version of Band of Brothers in the Pacific. It's fantastic. It captures the culture of the airmen well. And you're able to see P-51s and that, B-17s, and you really understand what air warfare was all about in the Second World War.
We also want to show the A-10, the Warthog, which is a really tough airplane.
Yeah, so, you know, you still see the Mustang there, right?
Mustang, yeah, the P-51.
And if you take a look on the bottom of his wings, he had stripes, and those were the invasion stripes. So for D-Day in June 6, 1944, they painted black and white stripes on all the Allied airplanes so that the gunners on the ground knew not to shoot at those airplanes.
Ah.
And so it's very iconic. Now here
the A-10s.
Here we go, the two A-10s. You know, those are really big aircraft. The wingspan's 57 feet long, which is long as far as airplanes go. But again, this is another mainstay of our close air support system. The Air Force is committed to saving U.S. lives on the ground and providing the firepower they need to overcome any type of adversary that they face. A-10 was designed to do.
I want to thank you all for watching. You know, that's all of the air show. You saw the traffic. You know, you got an idea what Thunder over Louisville is. Special thanks go out to WDRB TV and all you people that watch it. You know, that's why you go. You know, you come to Louisville. You know, you know what you're gonna get into. I want to thank you, all your subscribers. God bless you all. You can watch it, you know, tomorrow or when you all get together on your big screen TV. So I want to thank you all very much. 7 hours and 40 minutes. But I am tired. So I'm going to give you all a break. You can go take your Saturday night bath or shower. Tell your loved ones you love them. Hope you all enjoyed your pizza. If you want to donate to me, if you know the Cash App, it's the $ Tom Cartwright 4375 on the Cash App. If you want to send me anything, since you know I got kitty cats, yeah, it's Tom Cartwright 4375 at Post Office Box number 1, Charlestown, Indiana, 47111. So I'll take this down. I'll show you my kids. There's Kathy. There's Wildcat. There's Alexi. I'm guessing that's Margaret. If that's Margaret, it's her grandbaby. Blackie's down there in the cat box. There's Nancy. There's Socks. There's a excuse me. That's Alex. Okay. You all have a great weekend. Goodbye. I love you all. Thank you all very much.